see it, circle the observer. You're asking how this is possible?
Yeah.
Dude, it's right there, circling around an observer above the Earth. It's not going down. It's obviously only going down to people who are closer to that line of latitude that the sun's circling around, like a Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn in the summer. If you're standing close to the equator or around there, you're going to observe day and night cycles, right? The sun appearing to go up and down. But that's clearly not the case because you can see the sun above the horizon for 6 months of the year. You're asking us to explain this.
You still believe in the flat Earth?
Yeah, because you're going to measure because you're going to measure a flat Earth when you describe how high the sun is above the horizon.
Yeah, I cannot believe that you still believe in the flat Earth. It's a hoax, in my opinion.
So where's the curve?
Well, it's the way that the Earth is measured. It's like, I think you might think it's a hoax, but it's the way that you, me, and everybody else interact with the Earth. We treat it as a stationary horizontal plane because that's how it's measured. Do you think measurements are hoaxes?
One guy's coming with measurements and facts. One guy's, it's a hoax. It's a hoax. You guys still believe it? It's a hoax. Go look up picture of the Earth. Every single picture is a fucking video game, bro. Wake up.
Seriously, Tom, you think measurements are hoaxes?
Look, I also don't believe that the NASA was on the moon and stuff like this, you know.
Okay, that's nice.
I'm in the truth scene. I'm in the truth movement over 20 years now.
That's irrelevant.
And I thought it's an interesting idea that the Earth is flat. So many good arguments. But after I've seen this, I cannot believe it anymore.
So you don't believe measurements?
I don't believe that it's possible that the sun don't goes down on a flat Earth.
Okay, it doesn't go down. We see it above the horizon for 6 months of the year. We just discussed.
I have video evidence that the world is a globe.
Video evidence.
Let's go.
I have video evidence that the world is a globe.
Drop it in the chat.
That's nice.
Let's go.
I will.
I'm just going to mute professional derailer Timmy, tracksuit Timmy.
Oh, God. Not tracksuit Timmy. I'm still confused why measurements are conspiracy theories or hoaxes.
Anyway, I just wanted to check. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Oh, great.
I guess we'll never know.
So he's in the truth movement because he doesn't believe the moon landing, but also he believes everything else.
I have video evidence that the world is a globe. I'm posting it in the side chat.
Didn't unmute you to interrupt for a second time.
All right, let's look at his CGI video.
Solar Analemma.
Oh, I saw this earlier.
That's a flat Earth proof. You've done that.
No, it's not. This is a 1 year.
Yes, it is. 12 observations of the sun in the sky every month throughout the year, and you measure the sun's solar elevation angle above the horizon.
This is a time lapse that goes over a year, and it shows the patterns of the sun, and the way the sun moves proves that the sun is that we are revolving around the sun.
The sun above the horizon.
No, it's 95 million miles away, buddy.
That's just a claim, dude.
That's not a claim. It takes 8 minutes for the light to hit Earth.
Can I address what you've said? Or do you just like
how fast does light travel? How fast does light travel?
Do you like talking a lot, do you?
How fast does light travel?
Can you be addressed on what you've said? Or are you just going to keep saying things so we have to chase you around?
Jedi, how fast does light travel?
I'm trying to address what you've said. You just keep talking.
Go ahead.
He doesn't want to.
Fucking ridiculous. Your solar analemma, that's a measurement of the sun above the horizon 12 times a year. That's a solar elevation angle. You require a flat Earth to describe this.
No.
Yes. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
We're orbiting around the sun.
No, dude. I don't want your stories. We're talking about the measurement. Stories can come after measurements. We measure the sun's elevation angle, but he's doing it again. He wants to avoid this. What an idiot.
95 million miles away times the speed of light, 8 minutes. That's how we get the distance. Jedi.
Preach. Anything else you want to preach about?
Yeah, the world.
Go on, get it all out, sunshine.
People on YouTube, the world is a globe.
Yeah, does that make you feel comfortable? Does it?
TikTok video
does that give you a warm, fuzzy feeling inside? Does it?
No.
Who clicked the stopwatch when they were at the sun, hit the stopwatch, and then they arrived at Earth, and then clicked the stopwatch so they could travel with light to see how long it took? So that's not how you do it?
It's called sunrise and sunset.
Wow.
Yeah.
Bruh.
What a plum.
So if you go on your weather app right now, okay,
yeah, gives
I know
you
probably don't own a smartphone. That's okay. Mm-hmm. But if you go on your weather app, it tells you the exact time the sun is rising and the exact time the sun is setting. How do they know that?
Because it's always done the same thing since it's been around.
Oh my gosh.
No.
We've observed this for thousands of years.
This is bad.
We know more about the planet than you do.
You know fuck all.
The governments around the world.
Okay, can I ask him a question?
Yeah.
So you said it takes about 8 minutes for sunlight to get to the Earth, correct? Yeah, nay? Okay, so why when a solar eclipse happens and the black thing moves out of the way of the sun, as soon as it starts moving out of the way of the sun, you see sunlight again? It doesn't take 8 minutes.
It's not true.
Okay,
anything anywhere is traveling at a set speed. Rivers are traveling, cars, everything. Nothing just happens instantly, right? Nothing travels instantly. There's nothing in this universe that can get to point A to point B instantly, unless you want to talk about crazy quantum physics bullshit.
So what
action at a distance?
Those photons have to reach your eye. Okay, it takes time for the light from the sun to get to your eye, to your brain to process what it's seeing.
But that's not what happens.
Nothing happens instantly. Nothing.
So I'm just literally, you see how I'm just taking your claim, and then we have an event called a solar eclipse where the sun actually gets blocked out, and then something gets, it moves away from it, and it doesn't take 8 minutes for the sunlight to come back to the Earth. Yes, so you see how that completely just debunks what you just said, unless you're just don't use your brain.
It does. It does take 8 minutes. You fail to realize that light from the sun is constantly traveling, right?
Who timed it?
Just because the eclipse removes itself and you see sunlight, that sunlight was already traveling to you.
Who timed it? Who timed that?
How do we know the speed of light? How do we know the speed of sound?
Who timed the sunlight going from the sun to Earth?
The exact person? I'll get you his name.
That's a scientist.
His name was Sten Odenwald.
And how did he do it?
Okay. Hold on. He is a physicist. Okay. That's his name. The video, I'll show you.
I ask you, how did he measure the sunlight leaving the sun to the Earth?
Okay. Oh, that's easy. You want his instrument?
Isn't something written about it? How did he do it?
I mean, you're asking me how did the United States government create a submarine, right? Like, I can't answer that. I'd have to give you the guy who made it, how he made it, all the shit.
Making a tube that floats in water.
So basically, hold on.
And the tube floats in water, and when you fill it with water, it sinks. That's how you make a submarine.
It's not how, dude. Talk about immense pressures. This is his wiki. This is his wiki. He went to Harvard, NASA scientist, educator. Okay. How did he do it? I'll show you. Oh, by the way, Since you're not going to click on the wiki link, these are all his awards in physics that he won over the years of being a physicist, dating back to 1975.
Okay, now to my question. How did he measure it?
So basically, he basically used a tool. Hold on, let me find this real quick.
Do you understand how he measured it?
I need to get the exact tool.
Do you understand this, or are you just gonna repeat something you read off the internet?
Dude, do you understand how an electron microscope works? No.
Yeah, go ahead and tell.
Nobody here does.
We're going to get back to you telling me how the guy measured the light leaving the sun and arriving at the Earth. How did they start and stop the clock? You're going to tell me how he did it.
I do understand how electron microscope works. It's just if you're gonna come in here and talk about.
Okay, so basically, what he did was, he used IRAS infrared data to investigate the frequency. He also used an interstellar medium, right?
Oh, cool! You can read. Awesome.
And math.
You don't understand what you're reading.
Math, interstellar stuff, and what else? Math, interstellar.
It's not interstellar stuff.
That's what you said. No such thing as interstellar, so it's got to be made up something or other. Sounds like it's made up, dude. Sounds like you fucked up a little bit.
It's okay to reference things off the internet. I know you're just Googling stuff. I mean, it's not an interesting conversation.
Well, so basically right here, okay, if you take a look at this, I'll post it in the side chat. This is his theory, right? Because everything in science is a theory until it's proven. But this is basically what he's trying to say here.
All right, so nobody measured it, so it doesn't take 8 minutes. Thank you.
No, that's what he's trying to tell you, right?
I don't care what he's trying to say. I asked you who measured it, and you said, well, nobody. He just says...
No. That's not true. That's not true. There's plenty of people who measured it.
All right, plenty of people. Who measured the speed of light from the sun to Earth? Okay, list them.
Look at the side chat, dude.
And how did they measure it?
There's a billion ways.
That's not a measurement, dude.
Give me one way. Give me one way of the billion ways that you measure speed of light from the sun to Earth.
I'll put it in the side chat.
Okay. I want to know how to do it because I'm going to go do it too.
They timed eclipses. They timed Earth's orbit. All types of things. This guy right here, French physicist Leon Fauchet, measured the speed of light in a laboratory using a light source, rapidly rotating mirrors, and a stationary mirror. This method was based on a similar apparatus built by...
We were talking about the distance of
all
the sun
light
to the Earth.
All light
Prove it.
travels at the same speed. The light bulb that you turn into your house travels at 200 and something thousand miles an hour.
Prove it.
Go turn off your lights and turn them back on.
That's not proof.
That is proof.
Well, if that was proof, we wouldn't need all these formulas, math equations, and abstractions, right? You just
turning your light on in your living room, turning your living room light on, it tells you how far the sun is. He's just an idiot.
Yeah. It takes like 0.000054 seconds.
Who timed
But you just said
you turn on that light, that's how fast it takes for it to hit your
timed that.
Yeah, you measured.
Who timed that? It's called math.
Math does not time anything.
Yes,
you
it
need a
does.
mechanical device. Oh my god.
Read the side chat, dude. They tell you what light is. All different things.
I asked you who measured how long it takes for the light to get to the Earth from the sun. And so far, you've given me nothing.
Yes, I've given you plenty of sources. Rotating mirrors. Kern cell structure.
Holy shit. Rotating mirrors tells you how fast the light moves?
Yes.
Wow.
And it tells you why in the side chat.
What happens when it goes through the glass to the mirror?
Just like this right
slow
here.
Down?
Just like this link right here.
Speed up? Does it slow down or speed up through a different medium?
Everything in this universe has a fixed speed. Right?
Uh-oh.
Everything. Nothing can travel faster than the speed of light, and this is proven to be true.
By
Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein didn't do anything.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
He said the speed of light is the max speed limit in the universe. He said that, his words.
He was a low IQ idiot who wore women's shoes and
Albert Einstein's low IQ idiot. Dude, they made the atomic bomb with pencil and paper.
No, they didn't.
Oh, the atomic bomb's not real now?
No.
Go tell that to the people of Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
They got firebombed.
No, they did not, dude.
Okay.
Come on, man. Ever heard of the Enola Gay?
No.
The plane that dropped the fucking atomic bomb?
Yeah, I didn't hear of it.
Dude, well, maybe you should stop reading all these fucking wiki conspiracy links and start reading actual fucking books.
I'm still trying to figure out what this has to do with who measured how long it takes the light.
If you shine a light source, if you shine a light source at anything, it doesn't matter if it's a fucking candle, a flashlight, the sun.
I just bring it back to him in a couple of minutes. I'll say, remember when you said that other dumb shit? Now what? Then he'll back up on that too. We'll go backwards and say, I didn't really say that. Then we play it back for him. And he's like, duh, I gotta go.
Then maybe it's best just to do him a favor.
How do we know something's traveling at 60 miles an hour?
Need a stopwatch.
That's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
It's entirely irrelevant. We use
time. We use time.
Been asked who measured the length of time it takes for the light to get from the sun to the earth. Go.
It's called math and time.
No, not math. Who measured that? Like, how do I go
1
tomorrow?
Hour is math.
Dude, I got all kinds of cool shit here. So how do I go tomorrow? Make a device, measure how fast the light is moving from the sun.
Measure something that you don't know anything about. Okay, I would tell you, go get a college degree in physics and then come back. Okay, you can't just build some bullshit like fucking MacGyver and be like, oh, here we go.
Okay, again, none of this has anything to do with getting us closer to who's measured how long it takes the light to get from the sun to the earth. Go.
Did I turn that sun off on to test it?
Galileo measured the speed of light.
Wow.
We didn't ask who measured the speed of light. We asked who measured how long it takes light to get from the sun to the earth. Go.
Okay, it's very simple. The sun is 93 million miles away.
You need to
Light
know that
travels almost 300,000 miles an hour.
Still not getting us any closer. That's still not getting us any closer to who's measured. Minutes, yeah, that's still not getting us any closer to who's
98 million.
Yeah.
All right.
Again.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Tracksuit Timmy. Tracksuit Timmy. Who measured that, though, since you keep saying it?
Dude. How many fucking sources do I need to post in a side chat that you're not going to?
You haven't told me one thing.
We don't need the repetition of the claim. We need the measurements to prove the claim.
Okay.
Thanks.
I got you, bro.
Thank you. I mean, I disappeared for fucking 15 minutes and you're still going on about this.
It's called timing a circuit, right? And if you know anything electronics, you can figure it out.
Yes, I appreciate I'm going to figure it out.
Can you tell? Sorry,
check the damn side chat.
Right, hold on. How can you
timing
tell me?
A circuit.
Excuse me. How can you tell me that light takes 8 minutes from the sun if you haven't measured the distance yet? You need to know the distance before you can tell me how long the light takes to get here.
Okay, I got you. How do we know the distance of the sun? Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
New question.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Asked it 15 minutes ago. Finally, you've got it.
Okay, basically, right, Jerome Laddie collected all the data and first computed accurate distance of the sun, 153 million kilometers, good to 3% of the true value brief on the axis of the Earth. Okay, so how was it measured accurately? All right, so
how was it measured at the moment? You've just given me a guy who made calculations. What was the methodology of the measurement?
All right, okay, well, here you go. This video comes from...
Are you just Googling stuff? You don't know, right?
I'm posting...
You're just acting as an intermediary between me and Google, right?
I'm posting actual things that you can do research on.
Can you explain the actual things that you are posting as evidence? Can you explain
you ever heard of luminosity?
Luminosity, yeah. I'm still asking you the methodology for measuring the distance to the sun.
Okay, let me tell you how, okay?
Thanks.
Let me tell you how.
You read it first.
I can't wait.
Hold on.
I am loading. I'm just talking to Jedi on how I can't wait.
I'm excited. Obviously, we've got to let him read it first because he doesn't know yet.
Well, yeah, but he knows the answer's there.
Okay, so basically, I know.
Don't talk about us. We just want to know what they did.
Yeah, it's called a telescope.
It's called a telescope.
My goodness.
So what did they do with your telescope? Did they look at the sun through a telescope, did they?
You're asking me how they did it.
Yeah, I'm asking you how they measured the distance to the sun. So far, you've said telescope.
Okay, so basically, how did they measure it? Okay, so here you go. Using Newton's law of universal gravitation, we can show that all of the solar orbits in the solar system have a fixed relationship between their periods and their average size. This is called Kepler's third law, and it states that all four of the planets...
Timmy,
the
before you embarrass yourself,
orbital period squared by the orbital size.
No, you're going to embarrass
they're
yourself.
using math.
You're going to embarrass yourself. This is the
math.
Timmy,
distance equals rate times time. They're using math.
Yeah, I get it. But you see that distance, you still haven't told us how it was measured.
Yeah, we're waiting for that part.
If you know...
Hello? Right? Distance to the sun... How was that measured? For the mathematics to take effect. Yeah. We've got a mathematic equation and calculations. They need measurable values. The distance to the sun, how was that value measured?
Do you want me to read it, or do you want to read it yourself?
But dude, so far, what you were reading was non sequitur to what I asked you. This is the story about the solar system. I want how the distance was measured.
The first indication that light wasn't instantaneous was observed in 1670, when observations of the moons of Jupiter shown unexpected discrepancies. This was seen while trying to solve one of the greatest problems of the time. The determination of longitude. This can be solved very accurate clocks. Following suggestions by Galileo, tried to use eclipses of the moons of Jupiter as such a clock. But the eclipses were too sooner when Jupiter was near the Earth and later when it was farther away. Okay, they realized that this was due to the time it took light at a finite speed to cross the Earth's orbit. To see why this explanation took long, look at the two diagrams below, so I'll post them in the side chat.
Still not giving me a measurement to the distance.
I just told you exactly how they figured it out. They observed the moons of Jupiter. I just told you exactly
how. That's not giving us a distance to the sun. That's showing that light takes time.
Dude, if you know how fast something is going, you can see how long the ground distance takes. If you're going 60 miles in 1 hour, I know it takes 1 hour for you to go 60 miles. It's not that hard, bro.
Dude, seriously, stop embarrassing yourself. I appreciate that you got a lot of hubris and confidence in what you're saying, but you're still not answering the question.
Read everything in read this in the side chat, bro.
That 93 million mile value, how was that measured? Not estimated or calculated or assumed that it's going to take time.
Einstein's special theory of relativity is based on the strange property of light. Anytime that the speed of light in a vacuum is measured, this result will be the same. Okay, so if you look at right here, taking advantage of this, at ease of measurement of the speed of light, the question was turned out now the speed of light is used to determine, to define the meter. Effectively, the speed of light is defined to be 299,792, 458 meters a second. And that was Einstein in his paper.
Yeah, how was this distance to the sun?
How was that measured? How was that measured? I just told you. Math.
No, you didn't.
Math doesn't measure things.
Look at this right here. You want to see this?
Not answering the question.
You could do this guy's exact method. The fact that the speed of light was finite was widely accepted, but the value wasn't accurate. Determined. The first measurement. No, look right here. This is your answer. The first measurement was done in 1849.
What's the point of talking?
Using a simple but ingenious device, he reflected a beam off of a mirror 8 kilometers away, and it had the beam pass through the gaps in a rapid rotating slotted disc twice.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Look at it right there. Once on the way the mirror, once it was returned by the changing speed of the disc, he could determine the length of time between the two trips of the disc. He got the answer. Look at his fucking thing. You're going to say this guy was lying in the 1800s?
Make you feel better to read this stuff.
This is exactly how you measure the speed of light.
Feeling better about yourself somehow?
You just ask, how do we measure? You just ask, how do we measure? I just proved it right here.
The speed of light. Yeah, you're not being asked about the speed of light. Okay, what you're being asked is who measured the distance?
Hey.
Okay, let's try this. Okay, hello. Okay, hello. Let's try this again. You've been asked who's measured the distance between the sun to the earth.
Okay, that's a new question. We were talking
estimated.
About the speed of light.
No, that's the question we've been talking about since the beginning.
That's not a new question, asshole. It's not a new question, asshole. It's the one I've been asking you for the last 5 minutes.
Okay. Hey, it's called solar distance. Okay.
What, one astronomical unit? Yeah, how was that measured?
So basically, right, simply need to calculate the angle of X. All right. This is equal to how far he would need to tilt the telescope. Okay, he calculated this angle is 87 degrees, though the true value is closer to 89.83 degrees. It's a difficult measurement to get right.
Sorry, what's the separation?
I'm explaining to you how do we measure the distance of the sun. If you want to see what I'm reading, it's posted in the side chat.
What you're talking about, it's annoying. The angle. What was what were the two lines of separation?
This is based for an astronomical unit, which is based on Earth-Sun distance. Okay.
Yeah. How was that measured?
It's in the side chat.
I'm going to ask you again.
I've asked you 3 questions and you've just kept talking.
It's called hypotenuse of a triangle.
Yeah. What are the 3 points on the triangle?
You want to see the points on the triangle? Look at they use the moon as a reference, genius. I know you find it hard to believe. Look at the fucking side chat.
God's sake, I see it now.
Look at the goddamn side chat. So what do you got to say now?
Hello, asshole. What's the distance to the moon?
What's the distance to the moon?
Yeah, any one of these straight lines. How do you know the distance of them?
I got you.
Thanks.
If we can figure out the distance of the moon, we can figure out the distance of the sun. You do realize
that's what I'm trying to fucking ask you. So far I've asked you what the distance to the sun is, and now you're backpedaling because I asked you what the distance to the moon is. Right. Yeah, we're going to need to know something. So we need to know something, dude. How do we know now the distance to the fucking moon?
I know you're going to find it hard to believe, but Hippocrates
No, it's not hard to believe. It's simple fucking geometry, dude.
Hey. Hippocrates found the distance of the moon in 4th century BC.
Hello, asshole. You're going to need to know a distance, a value, to start your mathematical equations off to reach a calculation. Do you not know this? Dude. So how do we know the distance to the moon?
I got you, bro.
God, yeah, so far you haven't had me at all, though, have you?
You take your phone out and you take a picture of it, right? And you do what this guy did.
What? Measure its angle in the sky.
It's all math, man.
Yeah, I know.
All of it.
At the moment, you've got an apparent size. It's angular size. How do you know its distance? Because you can stick a coin next to it, which is smaller and closer, but it's going to appear the same angular size.
Listen, man. I'm glad you talked about the coin thing. Here's the diagram for your coin.
Timmy, shush. It's like the sun appearing the same angular size as the moon. You're telling me the sun is further away than the moon, yet they appear the same angular size, Sunshine.
No. Look at the side chat.
When we have a solar eclipse, asshole, when we have a solar eclipse, when you say the moon is getting in front of the sun and it's a total, not annular, you notice that the moon disk covers completely the sun disk, showing that they have the same angular size.
Dude, the distance to the moon is unknown, like you said, right? So look at the diagram in the side chat. He solved the distance, right? Because he figured out the moon's diameter compared to of the Earth's. All right.
Okay.
They already figured out the Hippocrates. They already figured out the circumference of the Earth. They use that.
Yes, I know. So the question then becomes, how do we measure the size of the Earth? You've done really well. I'm so proud and seriously. This is a compliment. Hello? Trying to compliment you. Hello?
The Hippocrates method.
Hello? Stop talking. Trying to compliment you. We're trying to figure out the distance to the sun. Well, we're going to need some value. They tried to do it with the moon, but that was based on the assumed radius of the Earth. So how do we know the radius of the Earth?
You know the distance of the moon
based on
via calculations according to trigonometry.
Okay. Based on what measured values?
Based off of the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, how was that measured?
The Hippocrates method.
Which was how? Tell me, explain. Come on.
He paid a man to walk from...
Walk?
He paid a man to walk a set distance.
Oh, you mean... Oh, Aristophanes.
Okay, Aristophanes method, yes.
Yeah. The measurement of solar elevation angles, which is a right angle triangle.
Yes, obviously.
Dude, right angle triangles have straight sides. The distance between the well directly underneath the sun or the stick that's underneath the sun, whichever story you want to believe, is at 90 degrees, vertical line down from the sun.
I understand that.
I know, but so
he used those calculations.
Yeah,
he used those calculations to measure the distance of the moon.
No, wrong word. He used those measurements to calculate
the distance of the moon.
No, that's not Aristophanes did. He's trying to figure out the circumference of the Earth. Right? Remember, we want the Earth first, so that we can make an assumptive size of the moon.
Physicists, they use
He's not a
the
physicist,
same references.
Dude, you need to talk less and listen more. Seriously. So far, you've given me a solar elevation angle. That's the measurement of a flat Earth.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Hold on, excuse me. That you're going to calculate a sphere from. Solar elevation angle is how high the sun appears in the sky above the horizon. You can measure a solar elevation angle by putting a stick in the floor and measuring it.
Let me just say this right now. Nobody in this side chat can do that math in the thing. None of us are smart enough.
Excuse me. I don't really care about the people in the side chat. Timmy, please don't get distracted.
I'm just saying, bro, this is very complicated shit we're talking about.
You've got, ADHD or something.
This is very complicated stuff we're talking about.
Well, then you probably need to shut up and listen, then, don't you? Instead of getting distracted by the shiny fucking things in the side chat.
To everyone.
All right, Timmy, this is intolerable, dude. I'm actually
I understand where you're coming from, dude.
But you keep talking through me. It's not a conversation anymore, dude. Have a nice day.
That's not even complicated math. I mean, that's big enough. What you
easy math, dude.
Yeah, it's just.
Guys, I know y'all want to say math is a conspiracy, but it's not. I'm sorry.
You just don't understand math. That's the problem here.
No one can understand this type of math. Look at the fucking side chat. You think you can understand that shit?
That's not complicated math, man. That's
I've never studied it. Did you study that shit? Because I did.
Yeah, I took trigonometry.
Okay, can you explain it then? What is 2 pi r equals? What is all that? What is d times n equals 108 divided by 1 3.5 dic? You don't know what that shit means, man.
Yeah, the r.
We can go through it.
Stands for radius. That would be the assumptive math that the Earth is a sphere.
Radius 7,447 kilometers.
Excuse me. Where did that come from? Because so far you've calculated using solar elevation angle measurements from a flat Earth.
From a right angle.
Triangle. Yeah, yes. Exactly. Right angle triangles are straight sides. You're supposed to be measuring curvature. You're not going to be measuring angles from curved lines.
Dude,
so unfortunately, you've calculated the radius, arsehole. You've calculated the radius from flat Earth measurements. Well done.
Okay. So why didn't they say the Earth was flat? Why did they say it was round?
No, they measured one. I don't know. It's probably because of his assumptive R in his calculations.
No, because the Greeks are smart enough to determine what is round and what is flat.
How did they do that? Because it was with measuring a flat Earth first.
You can't say that the Earth is flat, dude. Just like how you're telling me I can't say the Earth is a globe. It works the same way.
Elevation angle. Aristophanes' example. Right angle triangle with the 3 points on the triangle, the sun, the well and the stick. The well and the stick being along the adjacent. The stick and the sun meeting along the hypotenuse. And the sun and the well are down the vertical.
These guys have no reason to lie. They all died.
How do you know, man? Wait, excuse me. How do you know the motivations of people?
They all died broke. They didn't have no money.
Timmy, this is showing me that you've got a lot of emotion in this, dude, but not a lot of logic.
Give me a reason for them to lie.
You don't know the motivations of people that are said to have lived 2,000 years ago. They might have been in debt.
No reason to lie.
They might have been in debt, dude. They might have owed the gangsters some money. They might have had a portrait taken with an underage child.
They were just cool guys that knew a little bit more than everybody else, and they figured shit out.
Excuse me. Right, blind man. Do you see the world around you? People lie all the time, and you're telling me someone that you don't know has no reason to lie? My goodness, child.
People lie, of course, but whenever you lie, it's for a reason.
Forgive me for pointing that out. You're saying they don't lie. He's got no reason to lie, yet you've never met him. Did you read your tea leaves or something? Did you make a prediction?
I don't have a time machine.
Exactly. You can't know these things. So why say it like you do?
Because I have no reason not to believe them.
You're actually going to defend this point?
I have no reason not to believe them.
The argument out of authority.
Wow.
The argument out of authority. Wow.
No, you can measure the circumference of a fucking basketball.
Timmy,
how do you do it? Right angle triangle.
Timmy, you have no reason to doubt them, but you understand geometry, and you brought to our attention this is a right-angled triangle. You understand that you require a flat Earth to measure a solar elevation angle.
You can't prove that.
What? Hello?
You can't prove that.
Sorry? It's a solar elevation angle. You can't prove that
it requires a flat Earth, dude.
What, an angle? An angle? An angle requires straight sides. I can most definitely say that. You're not going to be measuring angles off of curved sides, though.
Any measurement.
Any.
Okay, are we talking about arcs? Like a measurement arcs is a fucking straight line, right? Obviously.
Yeah, straight lines, yeah. You can figure out, let me use the correct words. You can calculate the distance between the well and the stick by measuring the solar elevation angle. Did you know that?
I'm pretty sure that's what he did.
Yeah, exactly. He measured the angle at the top of the stick of 7 degrees. If you subtract 7 from 90, it's 83. If you multiply 83 by 69, it gives you 483 miles. This is the calculated distance between the well and the stick. Approximately 500 miles, 500 stades, 800 kilometers. Yeah, that calculative.
How did he prove that? He paid a man to walk that distance.
Excuse me. He calculated that distance by measuring a solar elevation angle.
I know, but he proved it by paying a guy to walk and count his paces.
Timmy, it's like, you need to listen to this point, dude. The distance between the well and the stick, the distance that the guy walked, that's a straight line, because the calculable distance is along that straight line.
So, dude, you're saying it's a straight line, but Eratosthenes said it was a circumference, not
when you look at the horizon, do you see a curve? Do you see a curve?
Right? If there's a difference between circumference and distance, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Why is the horizon flat then? Why is the horizon flat?
The horizon's not flat.
Yes, it is.
Why don't you type in Google, is the horizon flat? It's not. Look it up.
Yeah, it is.
Well, so AI has all the answers, right? Yeah, you're a moron, dude.
Oh, AI has all the answers. If you wanted to learn something back in the day, you went to the fucking library. It's the same shit, dude. Knowledge is free. You just got to open the book.
No, knowledge is propaganda now.
You know what my dad told me? If you don't know a word, look it up in the dictionary. It's very simple, dude. Figure it out.
All dictionary is correct?
Dude, you're trying to fact check everything in life, man. That's a horrible way to live. You think, yes, it is. You think everybody's lying, and no, dude, that's not true.
Some people are just stupid.
There's a lot of propaganda.
Merriam-Webster has no reason to lie, buddy.
There's a lot of deception and propaganda, so we have a reason to be skeptical about the Earth's cosmology, right? So, no, go ahead.
Money's a good reason to lie.
Yeah, money is a great reason to lie. And money is what everybody's obsessed with and desperate for. So,
look, dude, 20 years from now, when we're all still here and we got people living on the moon, I'm a really have a fun time talking to y'all. 20 years from now.
I could have said that to you 20 years ago when I believed the Earth was a sphere, back in the 2000s or even in the 1990s. Actually, in the 1980s, because we were promised that too. Like moon bases in 10, 20 years.
It's going to happen, dude. It's going to happen. Just wait. Dude, Elon Musk is already saying we're putting nuclear reactors on the moon and sending it back to Earth.
You could say it's going to happen all you want, but why did the astronauts who apparently came down from space, why did they have such a sad look on their faces when they came down from?
Because it's depressing as fuck.
No, it's
not. You think living in space is interesting? Yes, it is. People go crazy living in that environment.
What's depressing? Your logic is depressing. That's why they're depressed.
Dude,
when they came
people, you're the same type of people that said humans will never fly. Humans will never fly, and then the fucking White brothers proved everybody wrong. They said we'll never fly. Look at us now, motherfucker.
No, we're not the ones that would say you would never fly. We're the ones that would say get up and fly. That's who we are. Flat earthers are people who have faith and who have truth, right? Truth is based off of your ability to.
You don't have faith in your government. That's your problem.
Truth is based off your ability.
Too right.
right?
The government doesn't have a reason to lie.
My government.
The government doesn't have a reason to lie.
Whoa, dummy. Do you know who my government is? Do you know that over 3 million people protested in London today against my government?
Against Charlie Kirk's shooting.
Yes, no, not against Charlie. Dude, this had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
This must be another protest.
Dude, listen, stop talking. Excuse me. Right, Tommy Robinson organised this months ago. Charlie Kirk died 3 days ago. Yeah, it was brought up in the protest because it was a terrible thing, but 3 million people were protesting against the UK government.
Yeah, fuck them.
Yeah, you're damn right. I don't trust my government. I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw them off a building.
So you
got to also look at this, dude. Not everybody that works in the government is a bad person, dude. They're regular people just like you and me.
Are they liars, though?
This guy's a liberal. Don't even waste your time.
I'm a liberal?
Tagia, do
people lie? Are.
Look at my damn rolls. Do you see liberal anywhere in there?
You sound like a liberal.
Okay.
Tagia, do people lie because of monetary incentive, or do they lie because they're just idiotic? Which one is it?
People lie out of fear. People lie out of gain. People lie out of hate. People lie out of deception. There's a million reasons, man. A million.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to tell you, dude. We're trying to tell you the globe is a deception.
Against what? God? The Bible? Against what?
Yes, against God. Yeah. Yes, against God. Yeah.
No, dude, you're saying God doesn't have the power to create a universe? That's crazy.
Well, no, God can create whatever he wants, but what he said he created isn't what we're told the earth is.
No, that's not true.
Yes,
God created the heavens and the earth.
Do you even understand Hebrew cosmology?
Read Genesis. God created the heavens and the earth.
Yes, the heavens.
Right? He made space and earth.
Excuse me. Yeah. The earth being the plane beneath the second heaven and the third. The third where God resides. The second heaven, the distance between the floor and where God resides. With a place where the clouds are, the sun and the moon.
And everything else. The black holes. The fucking, all the other galaxies.
That's just categories that man have given.
No, that's...
But within the...
No.
Dude, please stop talking. You're wrong. The earth is immovable. It's stationary. It's built upon pillars. It's also contained by a firmament from the waters above.
The Bible talks about that. It talks about how there's a firmament above us, and the firmament is like a tent, is like a curtain, and the curtain opens up every once in a while. God opens up the curtain of the sky, or the eye in the sky, and yeah, we live on an immovable, flat, stationary realm. We live on a realm.
That's not true, dude.
We live on a planet.
People in those times could only interpret certain things because they had limited knowledge, man.
Sorry, is that you conceding? Sorry, my friend, I do apologise, but is that you conceding that the Bible is a flat Earth book?
If you want to say that
people were
space
silly,
isn't real, that's fine.
Hello,
that's fine.
Timmy. Is that you conceding that the Bible is a flat Earth book? Because from their point of view, the Earth was flat and stationary.
No, the Bible's not a flat Earth book.
Oh, okay, first but off, you just God conceded.
God tells you
it's stationary,
God
immovable, built upon pillars within a firmament, containing the earth
understanding
from the waters above.
You know what that means?
Yes, more than
lean
you
on
do.
Onto your own understanding. That means don't focus on everything else.
Focus on the Bible's understanding. That's the word of God. The hubris of you. You believed the lie in the garden, didn't you?
Okay, bro. Where are all the satellites orbiting then?
Oh, sorry, we're going to change subjects because you realise you're
telling me space isn't fucking real, bro.
We're going to go into science fiction now because you live in loony bin world where nothing.
Live in Looneyville? Yeah, you've never gotten hit by an asteroid before.
Nothing makes it. Yeah, we've never been hit by an asteroid before. Can you prove that we've been hit by an asteroid? And that those aren't all.
Why don't you go to the massive fucking asteroid hole in Mexico, the one that killed the dinosaurs?
That's a sinkhole, dude. That's a sinkhole. Nice try. Try again.
It's under the fucking Gulf of Mexico.
I think you know what a sinkhole is.
That's a sinkhole. That's a sinkhole. Do you know what a sinkhole is?
Yes.
Do you know what a sinkhole is?
Yes.
The ground there is not suitable for a sinkhole, buddy.
Oh, it's not? There's not sand all around it?
That's not how sinkholes form.
Okay. So you're a geologist. This guy's a geologist now.
I did go to school for earth science.
Well, you didn't learn much. You got indoctrinated and told
really?
lies and deceptions.
So what's Karst? Tell me what Karst topography is.
Tell me what a flux capacitor is.
That's what I thought.
Anybody can tell anything from the law that they've been taught. Doesn't mean anything in this context.
Tell me what a luminiferous ether conduction generator is.
Tell me what Karst topography is.
This is irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
No, he's talking about sinkholes. That's pretty relevant.
That's
you brought it up because you think things fell from the sky and killed off dinosaurs billions of years ago.
I didn't say anything about dinosaurs. I heard something about sinkholes and I chimed in.
No, this was your argument, the dinosaurs, remember?
No, I literally just joined.
Oh, sorry, then I do apologise. You sound like the wanker from before. You're just a new one.
Cool.
Gotcha.
Okay, cool. So, again...
Yeah, you sound as dumb as the guy that was just speaking. You sound as dumb as Tegila.
I've only asked a question, but okay.
It's all right. I confused you because you jumped into the conversation, mate. I do apologise. What can we help you with?
Well, go ahead. Can you prove that there's a curve?
I literally asked what Karst... Can you tell me what Karst topography is?
I have no idea. Do you want to tell me?
I wasn't addressing it to you, by the way. I was addressing it to the other guy.
Can you prove that there's a curve?
So, are you going to answer me what Karst topography is? Okay, thank you. Have a good day, guys.
Are you going to prove that we're on the globe? Okay, cool. Run away, coward.
Bye.
Hey, can I ask a question that I'm curious about? If y'all are done with that topic?
Yeah, of course you can. What's up?
How does, like, day and night work in a flat Earth model?
Sun moves, shining only local light. So some people think that because of the heliocentric story that the sun is always going to be bigger than the Earth, even the flat Earth idea. No, it doesn't work like this. So the day and night cycle just work because of the sun's motion across the sky. It's a local light that casts local light on the surface of the Earth. It doesn't illuminate the entirety of the Earth at any one time. So it's only because of the movement of the sun.
But wouldn't, like, so I imagine, like, say you had a flat room, a clear room with, like, nothing that was, like, elevated, and you had a light bulb on the ceiling, basically, with nothing obstructing it, and you turn on the light, and no matter where you go in the room, you're going to find light, because the light's going to kind of propagate all throughout the room. So how does that...
No, it's not.
I'm just waiting for him to finish so I can answer. Carry on.
Okay, if you know where I'm going, go ahead.
No, I wanted you to finish so I could answer. I didn't want somebody else to jump in so you couldn't finish.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, so then, like, if the Earth is, like, a flat plane, and the sun, I assume, is somewhere, like, above this flat plane, then regardless of the size of the sun, whether it's smaller than the Earth or bigger, nonetheless, the light is going to go in all directions at all times. So you would expect that there wouldn't be some regions of the Earth that's like nighttime, while some regions of the Earth is daytime.
Your room's too small. Eventually, if you create a room big enough, you'll notice that the light with distance is going to attenuate. Light gets dimmer with distance, right? Especially if you've got a lot of gas for that light to work through. So eventually, across a dense medium, that light is going to become less and less, and then eventually going to be darkness.
Yeah, but what you failed to point out is that, first off, if that was true, then some areas would unevenly receive darkness. It wouldn't have time zones. We wouldn't have time zones.
Hold on. Do you know what a time zone... Sorry, do you know how we measure a time zone?
Yeah. 24 hours.
That's a nice number. Yeah, okay. So you'll understand that, again, that's a solar elevation angle compared to a line of meridian. Do you know what a line of meridian is?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's when you've got your back to north and you're going to measure the sun's path across that imaginary line as you look away from north. When it's directly in that line, that's 0. That's also called solar noon. 15 degrees either side of this solar noon is another time zone.
Hey, dude, that's great, but you can't explain why there are regions in Norway, Denmark, fucking Alaska that have 24 hours sunlight.
The proximity of the sun. You might have noticed that when it goes dark, that's because the sun's not there. It's also incredibly low on the horizon when it does start to appear. But the sun is clear.
So you're saying the distance of the sun is north?
Please, I haven't finished, and you jumped into this conversation when I was talking to someone else. So you can clearly see the sun above the earth for 6 months of the year as it rotates. It is. It's called the summer it's called the midnight sun.
That's not true.
It is. Inside the Arctic Circle for 24 hours for 3 months of the year, you can see the sun above the horizon. Conversely, in the summer in the south in the Antarctic Circle, an observer standing inside that circle sees the sun, the 24-hour sun, above the horizon for 3 months of the year.
Only works on a globe Earth. Do you understand? That doesn't work on a flat Earth.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
You just asked me how to explain day and night cycle. If you'd let me finish, it's due to the proximity of your location to the sun's paths across the Earth.
Dude, okay, on a flat Earth, what's the distance of the sun?
Don't know. It's not my claim. Couldn't give you it even if I tried.
We just had an hour-long debate on how we know the distance of the sun.
Do you remember how that concluded?
Excuse me. It's closer than 93 million miles away.
No, you just didn't accept the answers. You said, no, that's not true.
Excuse me, again, I don't want you to be dishonest, but you realised when we tried to figure out the distance of the sun, we needed to know the distance of the moon first.
No. First, we got to know the distance of the Earth.
Do you really want me to pull up the live stream that we record?
Dude, hey, we figured out the circumference of the Earth.
Piss down my
then
back
we figured out the distance to the moon.
Arsehole.
And with those two answers, we can figure out the distance of the sun.
Arsehole.
Do you understand?
Yeah. How'd you get the radiously Earth?
It's called a candle.
All right, we're going to not talk to you anymore.
It's called a candlestick.
How do we know the radius of the Earth? A candle. Well done. Well done.
So more and more, these globetards prove how illogical their point of view in cosmology is. That it has nothing to do with opinion or what you want the nature of this universe to be. Okay, it has nothing to do with what you want it to be. All right, that's not science. A bunch of desperate fools.
So I'll try and jump back in. I'm curious about another thing I've thought about, like, when it comes to, like, say, when you're on the beach, right, and you see a ship, like, the words I'll use, going over the horizon, right, but then, like, you take some sort of camera or telescope or whatever, and you zoom in, and nonetheless, you still can see the ship. Why does this seem to not work as far as when you're trying to look at the sun?
How do you mean? Because the observations that I know, for example, when you're seeing the sun set upon the horizon and you're making an observation, when you zoom into the sun, the bottom part of the sun that is beyond the horizon or under the horizon, however you want to describe it, when you zoom into it, that angle separates and there's a clear visible line between the bottom of the sun and the earth. So that happens. Or am I not answering your question correctly?
Well, it seems like no matter, like, with the ship, that effect does happen. But it seems like with the sun, that never does happen. Like, eventually, the sun does get to a point where, like, no matter how powerful of a telescope you have, you can just never see it anymore.
Yeah, I guess that's presumably because we're looking through the densest medium, right? So, okay, we're going to run out of the technology, the angular size of the sun, but we're still looking through an incredibly dense medium, especially with distance, right? The light isn't going to be able to pass through the densest part of the medium that we're looking through, approximately 300 miles. But I'll give you that sun is very, very bright light, but I guess it's going to be the atmosphere that's going to play into it. It's not the same as looking directly upwards, right? As the atmosphere's density layers kind of out. Now, you can't look at the sun directly above you, but when it's on the horizon, because you're looking through the atmosphere, you can look at it. It looks orange, it looks red. So I guess it's probably got something to do with the gas you're looking through.
Okay, so we just don't know. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I guess my third question would be, I've asked this before, but like I think I get kind of conflicting answers because I imagine like everyone has their own like maybe theories or whatever. But like in your personal opinion, Jedi, like what is like the like purpose behind like why this like globe Earth model is being propagated to essentially all humans?
I think it's to create a paradigm where the Earth is created from a cosmology that doesn't require intelligence or God. Like the Big Bang story, right? And you can debate all day long whether God was necessary or not. It seems to be a natural process that they're pushing onto us, how the universe was started. As I understand that the Earth is flat and it doesn't come from that creation narrative. I'm kind of left with only one. Intelligence created this obviously complex system that we live in, and we're lucky enough to live in it, right? To ask the question, how did we get here to experience it, and how did it get here? So I think it's something to do with God. Seriously, I really do.
Does it seem like this, like whatever this body is that is like perpetuating this, I guess you could call it lie or propaganda or whatever, like they seem to transcend the common things that we seem to be against each other. So like for instance, like if you went back to like the Cold War, you would have the communists of like Russia or even before the Cold War, like you could have the communists of Russia, the fascists of the Nazi Party, and then like the capitalists of America. All three of them seem to be like mortal enemies, yet they all have this like unifying thing where they all believe the Earth is round. So there seems to be like there's this thing that transcends even those like things that separate us.
I think.
Do you think that's true or no?
When you were saying what you were saying, I was envisioning some kind of puppet master controlling all of the different sides. Right. And I think this idea of a transcending kind of ideology that you that have been around for like 20, 30, 40, 50 years aren't really aware of the plans that have been in process for maybe 100, 200, 3. Maybe these things are more complex and more planned than we'd be even believed to know, right? So yeah, I think this is probably transcendental. It's these people, in my opinion, that are against God have been around for a long time.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you could probably go back to like how long, like before Galileo, like go back to like Greek, ancient times, right? So
ancient Egypt,
for a long. Sure.
Well,
so like
even as far back as Atlantis. So
right. So sure, we would have like, so that means that there is some sort of like, I don't know what you would call them, right? Like maybe you have a label you would use of like these people that
they're like Matrix watchers. They're Matrix watchers. They keep track of humans and our progression technologically.
And so
they too.
Why do you think they like allow for like this room here to survive?
So that the truth can get out, right?
What's that?
So that the truth can get out and set people free.
No, they wouldn't want that.
Yeah, I imagine they wouldn't want the truth out, right?
No, some of them do.
Sometimes it's best to hear what your enemies are talking about, right? And we kind of silly in that regard because we live stream this to anybody and everybody so anybody can watch. So it's smart to watch your enemies. So they probably allow us to speak because we're going to tell them things that they're going to have to put down, I guess, or have antitheses for, have arguments against, and then just keep this kind of argument going. They get to control it from the outside. I think flat Earth, even though it's an obvious truth and has been since forever, I think they even controlled the outrolling of it like 10 years ago. They've always been involved in it, mate. like anything. That they control all sides. If you want to defeat the revolution, you lead the revolution, right?
Do you think that they're like infiltrating into this group?
Dude, there's lots. It's not hard to listen and have algorithms for computers and being online these days. It's a fantastic tool for at least listening to conversations. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
does that mean
100%.
like theoretically, like you could be one of the people?
Theoretically, anybody at any time could be. Yeah.
Okay. What do you like, in your own personal opinion? I know this is like probably a hard ask, but like, what do you think is the purpose behind the globe model? Beside like, they obviously it's like they want to propagate some sort of like other viewpoint, but like, what's there to gain for them?
Control through fear. Control through fear, right? Because if you are in fear and fight or flight all the time, then you're easier to control. And so, if you fear their illusory power, right? Because they really have no power. Who has power is God. And so, they make the illusion of power so that you could be in fear all the time, so that you're more easily controlled, right? So that they could just tell you something rather than get rid of you. It's easier just to tell you a deception, make you believe a deception, and join their team, rather than them just getting rid of you and you not existing.
I don't know if that's true. Like, I feel like if there was a governing body that's like quite literally the controller of the entire planet, right? And so they have essentially unlimited like wealth, control, power, influence, etc. I feel like it would be really easy for them to just like exterminate an entire like ideology.
Well, no, you can't kill ideas. Ideas are eternal, right? So anything with a frequency signature of 432 is eternal. So,
wait, what does that mean? Can you clarify on that? I don't know what that means.
432 is the frequency of the universe, is the balanced frequency between light and dark. It's the healing force of the universe. It heals your DNA. Yeah, it's the natural force that holds together the animated fabric of all reality.
But how did you learn about that? Like, where'd that come from?
I learned it through ancient esoteric teachings and symbologies and stuff like that. But anybody could learn it.
Well, okay, I guess like how did they learn it? Like how what do we like? What's the evidence behind like this is the number, this is the frequency or whatever?
Well, there's a lot of calculations that lead mathematically to this conclusion that 432Hz is the answer to the universe. And also 3, 6, and 9 are the keys to the universe as well, because Nikola Tesla, the super genius, he held 3, 6, and 9 in high regard, because 3, 6, and 9 are the calculations for the pyramids of Giza, the calculations for every great celestial monolith on Earth. And 432 is found in all those calculations as well. So,
is it possible that so there's this frequency, these number patterns, and you even pointed to, I think you said Nikola Tesla. Is it not possible that those numbers and even him as an actor could be people who were planted by the controlling governing group to divert you in some way, or
well, they might have influenced Nikola Tesla in some mannerism or another, but that doesn't change the stance of what he actually believed in and what he taught, which is
they wouldn't have killed him if he was a plant. I don't think.
Yeah, they killed him. They killed him. So therefore, that gives you more evidence to suggest that he was a rogue agent, even if he was an agent of the fallen angels. But Nikola Tesla was killed because of the simple fact that his technology would bring peace to the earth, and so peace is possible on Earth. You could bring heaven on Earth at any time, and so The powers that be just want you to believe and stay in fight or flight that in a fantasy universe where peace can't exist.
Like, why do you think they waited so long to kill him? He was 86.
Because maybe to make it look less mysterious.
I guess so. Seems like because if he was propagating these ideas for so long, it's like you're wasting your time. It's like you're letting him like root in people for decades and decades. Like, why would you not just, have a bus hit him when he's like 18 or something?
Well, my explanation for that is everything that happens in the universe that's interactive with consciousness is predetermined and there's free will involved. So everything can be explained with science. And so the natural phenomena of the universe, all the natural phenomena of the universe are included in that, which means that any circumstance or scenario can be explained, or phenomena can be explained through reproducible experimentation. Now, how much reproducible experimentation do we need in order to conclude that our sense perception is true? Probably a lot, but for the most part, you can make simple observations that the Earth is a immovable flat dimension or plane or realm of existence that is layered dimensionally, and you could pretty much figure that out just through observation, simple experiments. You could pretty much just figure that out with your 7 senses, or your 6, 7, or 8 senses. So,
can I get I don't want to keep. Can I get a clarification real quick of something you said at the beginning of this?
Yeah, go ahead.
You said that you believe that the world or reality is, I think you said predetermined, but also there's free will.
Yeah. So in order for predeterminism from God, and in order for free will to exist at the simultaneously, there needs to be some type of balance or medium between the two, which is unity among diversity, which is God's attributes. And so the uniformity of nature is described as the balance thereof, right? So the balance of nature is the uniformity of nature, and that's the attributes of God. The power of God is prevalent within all of nature. It's omnipresent within all of existence. And so consciousness permeates the universe, and spirits permeate the universe. God made a spiritual realm. He didn't make a physical realm.
If you don't mind he made Dan the Atlantean, where are you coming up with all this? Did you just make it up from your own mind? This your own perspective?
This is my own perspective, mixed in with some science and some experimentation that I've done myself. But
why does this have to be the championing thought for what the gentleman's questions are? Because it seems like your voice seems to be the dominant one at the moment. Like, why your opinion? Why is it yours? Is it speculation, or is it?
This is my opinion. This is my opinion because I'm blessed, right? I believe that I'm blessed. I have faith that I'm blessed by the absolute truth, and that I'm not full of anger, lies, hate, deceit.
Is this absolutely true? What you're saying?
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 100%, without a doubt.
Okay, so anything that you've just said, could you tell him how you know it to be exactly true? Anything?
Yeah, it was revealed to me through natural and special revelation.
Like what?
Natural revelation is your sense perception, and the signs and omens thereof. And special revelation is the Bible or scriptures.
You're very ambiguous when you speak. And this is a type of thing that befuddles. This is a type of dude. Like when you speak, you're really confusing the audience. They don't know what you mean by that. They can't see from your perspective. So you have to at least expound on your thoughts or whatever you're saying.
All right, so I'll explain more. The revelatory nature of God is that he permeates all of essence and existence. So everything you see, like for instance, the Fibonacci sequence or the DNA spindle, the DNA spindle is shaped like a rose. Why is it shaped like a rose? Because sacred geometry is the pattern that God uses to communicate his design within nature.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But what we're trying to figure out right now is that you're speaking as if these things are coming from a place that you absolutely know that they're exactly true. And everybody's listening to you or asking you questions. It sounds like you don't know how to. You're staying on a more ambiguous, response. They're not poignant, and they're not divulging how you absolutely know this to be the case. They're very.
No, I'm making concise points. I'm making concise points. They're not speculative. They're not opinions. No, they're not opinions. These are this is absolute fact.
You admitted earlier that it was your opinion. See, the problem we're having is
that's to what I was saying about before. That was when I was talking. That was in context to what I was talking about before, not right now.
All
right now, this is all fact. This is all fact that I'm listing. Before I was talking about
what about Nikola Tesla?
I talk conceptually. I speak contextually, right?
What do you?
When people speak contextually, you have to not take it out of context and not twist it from something that what it was.
Nobody's twisting anything. So when you talked about Nikola Tesla, what did you say that was a fact? To the response to the gentleman.
369 is the keys to the universe. That's a fact.
Yep, that's great. How do you know that?
Because I measured it. I studied it.
Okay, wait, stop. You measured it. How did you measure 369?
In a rose, in a bumblebee, in a honeycomb.
Yeah. Have you measured? Hold on, wait. Stop. No, this is what Globers do.
Right.
This is what Globers do. It's called you're putting out a whole bunch of things that you haven't even expounded on one thing. So let's talk about the rose. What did you measure in a rose to find out 369 is the mystery of the universe?
Unlocked? The Fibonacci sequence. Sequence.
That's great. Talk about the measurement. Let's hear
some. The golden phi ratio. The golden phi ratio. Well, you can figure it out yourself. I figured it out myself. You can
figure it out yourself. What do you know about that, sir? Let's tell the audience.
You could figure it out yourself.
Yeah, tell the audience. Tell the audience.
Well, if I figured it out myself, you could figure it out yourself, right?
You don't need to. You brought this.
I'm not a special being. I'm not a special being blessed by God only. God blesses everybody. So you should take it within your blessings and go learn what I learned.
So this right here.
You're lazy. You're lazy. You're a coward. You don't want to go learn what I learned.
You're upset.
You're upset right now. You don't want to go see if it's true.
Here's what I'm doing for the audience.
Because you're a coward.
I'm actually putting what you're saying to the test, and you're failing. Because you should
you're failing. You're failing because you have no. All right. So is the Earth flat or a sphere? Which one is it?
We're talking about your knowledge on the pi ratio, right?
Is it flat or a sphere? Which one is it?
Yeah, you just ran away from the pi ratio measurement.
AV, you're a coward. You're a coward. You're gonna run away at the end of this conversation.
You're gonna run away at the end of this conversation. You're a charlatan, sir. You're a charlatan.
You're gonna realize that your is false.
Dude, listen, you like having the mic to talk about absolutely nothing.
Is false. Right, because you believe that you're on a spinning space speck right now, an insignificant spinning space speck. That's probably what you believe.
You're running out of time, sir. I need you to answer how you know you measured the pi ratio. How'd you do it?
Go look it up. Look it up.
Dude. You're not going to tell me how you
go look it up. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your mentor.
Yeah,
your mentor is somebody else.
How did you do it?
So look, how would you do it?
I'm going to give you one last option.
You're going to ask yourself, how would you do it? How would AV
Dan the Atlantean.
How would AV do it?
One last chance.
How would AV do it?
3, 2, 1. Nothing?
How would AV do it? How would AV?
That's it. You're going to take a little time out. Think about what you say in this VC. Because we ask anybody, doesn't matter who it is, how do you know what you know? Pretty simple. That's it. If you can't answer the question or be humble enough to say, I don't know, then just sit back and let other people speak. You don't need to have the mic to talk about absolutely nothing, sir. Did he leave? Okay. For the gentleman who was asking questions, if you're still here, go ahead and please ask your questions. Did he leave as well? Oh, well. He went to go walk his dog. My. I was just wanting him to expound on what he was saying. It was just a lot of words, empty. He couldn't fill in how he knew what he knew. And sometimes people want to know. And it just seemed like he was like, well, we know that the golden pi ratio is exactly God's measurement of all creation. It's like, dude, how did you know that? What was the measurement? Well, you can look it up yourself. Okay. Well, why do you bring something up that you don't even know how it was measured and you're calling it a measurement? It's just... Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? I'm pretty sure you guys were enjoying yourself. He took you on a magical carpet ride?
Good evening, Gaby. Good evening.
I can show you the world. That's a screen cap, man. How would Avi do it? Brother, man, that wasn't my... I didn't come up with that measurement. You're the one that said I measured it. Okay. Put some meat on the bone, bro. Come on with it. How'd you do it? Did I kill the party? Well, he grabbed the mic and he went to work, huh? It was just going down. I was washing my dishes. I was like, what in the hell? What in the hell's going on here? How's it going, guys?
All is good in here. How are you doing?
Pretty good, Migo. Migo. Platter's in here. I see Jedi still alive. Hopefully we got stuff to talk about. Sporadic, who said that? Platter's the only guy who's ever met you and can verify you exist. Otherwise, how would you exist? Were you talking to somebody that was actually questioning that? That's very interesting, man. If that was the case. We got M0092. Mi plata, mi vida. Your money, your life. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much, man. So, I've seen your name in here before. Have you had a conversation with the Flat Earth guys in here?
Yeah, I do sometimes.
Did you? What was your position or your discussions? What did that lead to?
Oh well, I still don't know.
How is it worshiping Satan, the one who deceives the entire world? How does it feel worshiping Satan, dude?
Who, me?
Anyway.
Yeah, AV, you worship Satan with everything that you do.
Yeah. Not to mute you, but you did need that mute. What would you say?
I think we just mute that guy.
M0092. What'd you say?
I was saying I still have no position. I don't know what to pick.
That's good. You're thinking about it.
Yes, I am doing my own research.
Excellent. That's, I mean, being in here, at least we like to hear that. Definitely like to hear that. And you've been here, what, a couple of days already? Because I've seen your name before. This is why I seen that Mi Plata, Mi Vida.
Yeah, I joined in like a year ago.
Right. Okay. Well, is there anything that's got you hung up at the moment? I mean, at least on the fence, or I mean, what's challenging your mind at the moment? Are you still kind of thinking about all the idea of that maybe space is holding you to the idea that Earth is still a globe, or that's usually the thing that holds people at the very end. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I definitely can see. I don't think it's a globe, I think the institutions try to tell you that they know everything because there's money involved in doing so. They tell you they know what the sun is, they know what the moon is, and they tell you they know everything. They tell you they know about dinosaurs and stuff like this that is so hard to prove because they get money to study these things. And I think it's the same with the globe. There is money in defending the globe, in exploring planets. They say they found a new planet, they probably get money for it. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, they get funding in academic realms if they start talking about things that they discovered. And yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. So there is kind of that money side involved with kind of keeping this idea of the Earth being a globe up. So that makes sense. I mean,
exactly. The scientists get paid to not pretend, but to know things. So they have to know. And I think flat Earth, one thing that is a good point is claiming that we don't really know what the sun is. We don't know what the moon is. And that's not something that the scientists and the institutions can do. They have to know. They need an explanation. And the explanation is balls. It's not even though it's mathematically complex, it's not even that ingenious, It just, that's a ball. Everything is a ball. It looks like a very high IQ idea, but just to judge everything as a ball, I don't know. For me, it seems like hard to trust.
Well, they can say whatever they want about the things that we see in the sky, but when we ask for validation of how they know those things, I think that's where we have the issues. There's no way to test and find out for sure that what they're saying about those things are the truth about them. And they don't even claim that, honestly. The ones that we've spoken to, they don't say that. The words that they talk about, they'll say that this is how science works. It's our best guess that it is, when they fill in the blank as to what it is. But that's as far as we get. We don't, those guys. But we have the guys who come in here who advocate for the Earth being a globe. They don't know hardly anything. And they will say that they know that those are planets and, they'll describe them and such, and they don't really know what's going on. That's been the problem that we've had with, the people that come through here and try to advocate for the Earth being a globe. We do this day in and day out, man. And it rotates from speaker to speaker. So most of the guys who've been on the server from 24/7 usually ask people the same questions usually. And we always wind up, because the answers they give are always most likely going to follow a certain script. So we kind of try to get them to think about those questions. And so, yeah, hopefully we take them to a place where they can challenge themselves.
Yes, I mean, clearly Globers are people that really trust institutions. I can see that, you know. They really trust the institutions. I don't know how to put it other way. And I think most flat earthers are more skeptical about government and scientists. And I think that's a big line that Globers will not cross. They will never go against the scientists, as they call them. So I never seen a Glober come here and have decent arguments for the globe. It's all based on belief. And if you're someone that doesn't trust the institution, well, it's easier to understand flat Earth, I would say.
I think what we do day in and day out is kind of expose that to everybody who's listening. And most of us are really well seasoned. So it's easy for us to just get to the point, you know, that they don't know what they're talking about. But with every interaction, it's a different vibe, you know. It's never going to be the same, so we kind of just deal with it the way it comes. But we want to ask some questions to anybody listening. We got Notice in here. I haven't seen you around, Notice. Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, sir? Do you think that sir, ma'am, I don't know if you're a man or woman. Notice if you're there. I just saw your name and I don't recognize it, so. Oh, flat. Okay, I see your text channel. Other than that, hopefully everybody's having a good evening. Anthony Burrows is in here. Have we spoken before, Anthony? You've been here a lot, huh? 20 Cups, what's up, homie? Got Doves in the house. Heretic.
What's up? What's up?
What up, dude? Yeah, if you guys also want to catch the episode that me and Jedi did last night on Frontline Unfiltered. Also, I'm just going to plug that. On Rumble, you can catch the episode.
Yeah, I caught the latter half, man. You guys went really deep into it.
Yeah, we went for at least 2 good ones, man.
Yeah.
So, and it's kind of like a series, if you ask me, because it's so relevant and every day there's something new popping up or a couple of things popping up. Very controversial. And so, yeah.
Yeah, first the CK and then this day after back to back, you know. Yeah. Well done.
But I was just telling, because they had the Million Man March over there in the UK. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but that's why I mentioned earlier, I was like, thank goodness we see Jedi in here. He's okay. Nothing popped off over there with that.
It depends on who you listen to how many people attended today's march. I tried to show you as much aerial footage, and I think anybody can be the safe judge of the estimation of the numbers. The legacy media will have you believe that about 110,000 protesters from both sides, right? Because there was anti-racist people there as well. So about 100,000. The BBC would tell us. Highest estimate's about 3 million. Even if it's over it, Yeah, there was a lot of speakers there. It was, by pretty much most accounts, peaceful. There are reports from the legacy media that there was a little bit of violence. There was about 9 arrests. There was projectiles thrown between the Unite the Kingdom protesters and anti-racist protesters. So, yeah, that'd have us believe that there was a little bit of pushing and shoving and this, that, and the other. And they'd have us believe that, not many people turned up. But yeah, for all intents, man, it was an overwhelming success. So many people turned up, man.
It's good to hear. Hopefully we hear good things come out of this. I mean that many people, that's a lot of people, man, that you made stand up and march. I want to say real quickly to Sporadic, I know you're listening right now, but remember that we were talking about that drone. I'm not going to get too much into it, but that drone that we were discussing, there was a video of an angle of someone's camera phone that caught something above it looked like a drone. Like, that's all I can say. It was an angle that was like it was kind of like an outside angle, like from the far outside of the crowd. And right above there was like something moving. It was black and it was like in a straight line. So wasn't like flapping like a bird or anything. Very interesting. Yeah. I saw the video, but I'm pretty sure it's floating around out there. Everybody's talking about it, but I just wanted to throw that out to you. That's now in play. That theory. So yeah, it's got a little, it grew legs, for lack of better words, too. It grew legs. I don't know, there's so many different angles. Now is trying to find out what scenario fits better to what, best talked about over there in the other server. What's up, guys?
Did you ever finish with that one person?
There's no need. Yeah. Well, it was a lot of fluff and not enough to. Usually, when people come in here, we'll ask them questions. It doesn't matter who it is, right? If they're claiming they're a flat earther or not, we want to know how they know what they know. And if they don't, it's easier. It's whoever you are, right? And if you don't know something and you say, well, no, it's just like my speculation, I don't really know. That's kind of cool, right? Because you get a perspective of something that they're telling you that's just like, hey, this is just my theory, my perspective, my opinion, or whatever. So it doesn't feel like they know what they're saying and telling you, like it's a matter of fact.
Right.
Because you were asking him some questions and he was a bit ambiguous about it, so I was kind of finding it like a bit lackluster. He could have done better, like to inform you if he was telling you something that was true, right?
Yeah.
Or did you feel he was on point with everything? Because,
well, I think he was giving me like what he thought to be true. That's why I was asking like clarifying questions to try and see if there was like, I don't know, any like things that I thought seemed inconsistent. If maybe there was actually like a true response to it.
Okay, what is Noni, have you spoken to people in here about the Earth and being a globe or flat Earth? Or what's your take? What's your opinion? Are you just an observer? What?
I have before, yeah. I don't usually take strong opinions. I did like a long time ago. I came in here and asked people stuff. Similar questions that I asked today.
You're very soft-spoken, sir. So it sounds like you're...
I'm trying to be quiet because the family's asleep.
Respect.
Yeah.
So you say you are taking a position that the Earth is a horizontal plane, flat Earth?
I'm more like agnostic to it. I like to just hear like the perspectives of other people. Like it doesn't really.
Well, what gets you going though? Do you think that the Earth could be a globe though? Or are you a guy like some other guys would say that you can't discern what reality is because you could be a brain in a vat?
Well, I would say that that's definitely a possibility, but I don't feel as if that's true, and I don't know if like living my life, like even if that was true, if it would matter, like if it would. Well, I don't think that would really matter if it was true or not.
Yeah. Platter.
It wouldn't change anything, is what I'm saying.
Well, because the reason I'm asking is because usually when people want to know something, they're digging into the deeper questions, right? How do we know what we know? But if it's of no consequence to you, then why would you ask? Do you get what I'm saying, Noni?
Yeah. I mean, like,
so the curiosity stems from you wanting to know. If there was no need to know, you wouldn't ask the questions. Think about it like this, right? If nothing matters to you anyway, then why ask the question? But the curiosity that drives everybody in here is because we all want to know. That's what the important thing is, right? We all want to know. We're asking the questions, and they seem very relevant. So that's why I'm saying, like, it's kind of it's a fool's errand to say that it doesn't matter to you or it's of no consequence, because it does matter to you. You ask the questions because you, like everybody else in here, is curious. We all want to know, right? So we're looking for the answers. But to say that's not true, I think that's.
Well, I guess I could give like a clarifier. Like, okay. I would say like, yeah, obviously, like everyone wants to know things, but it depends on like what it is that they want to know. Like, what's their motive of why they want to know? So maybe for you, like, you want to know, like, what's the shape of the Earth, or is there someone lying to us? You know, like the reality of the universe. Well, for me, it could just be simply something like, I want to know the perspectives of other people.
Okay, like why? Why?
I mean, honestly, God, it's just in my nature, it seems like. I don't know.
Well, that's great. It's in your nature to want to know something. Why?
Why I want to know the perspectives of other people, because I guess I enjoy to hear the perspectives of other people. It brings me pleasure of some sort.
Okay. That's something. But, I mean, it brings you pleasure to hear people tell you, hey, this is what I think.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Let's talk more about it. That's really cool that you think that. Like, why do you think that?
Yeah, but like usually people want to have something satisfying, something at the end where they're like, okay, what I get out of this is that I can see that person's perspective. I disagree with it, but I can hear it. Or, you know what? That person actually changed my mind. I can actually get with what they're saying. So, in other words, it actually can motivate you to change what you're thinking or reject what they're saying. But if you're saying it's just for the funsies, then that's really nothing. It's just you're doing it just for no reason. It's kind of like that doesn't really make, like, to a human, that doesn't make any sense to us, right? Like, to us, we the yearning to want to know, the curiosity that drives us is because there's something deeper, right? And it sounds like you are not being forthcoming with what you should be saying. Is I want to know because I want to know what's behind door number 1. I want to figure out the mysteries. If I can, I want to know what you guys are thinking so I can put this puzzle piece together. If you're not trying to do that, like put things together, figure things out, I don't think you're being honest with yourself, because I honestly think, because, you know, you could tell me all the conversations that you've had with people, you're painting a picture. You're like, oh, I see now. Everybody over here thinks that the Earth is a globe because X, Y, and Z, and these guys over here are disagreeing with that because they say this. But I can say, from looking at all of this, it means that, you know, this is where I should be thinking like. But to you don't. It's weird, right? Because you're like, I can hear all sides, and I'm just at the end of the day like, I don't care. I'm just gonna keep walking around. Hey, what do you think? I don't care. I'm just gonna go to bed now. Like, that's not real. Nobody does that for just the funsies. Nobody does that, bro. I'm being honest with you. Nobody does that. And you saying that is just a bold-faced lie, bro. I know that you're not doing it for that reason. Nobody does it for that.
There could be like two responses to this. That, I mean, one, I mean, it seems like we could be at a potential impasse here where, I mean, obviously this is like inside my internal state, so in my mind, so there's no way in which I could relay that to you. You would just have to trust it, and there might not be any reason for you to trust what I'm saying. So there, I mean, it could just be just an impasse at that point. And then two, there could be like different subjects that maybe I do take more passionately, and whenever I have some sort of discussion about it, that I am going into it with the intent to maybe change my mind or figure out the, ascertain the reality of the situation. But when it comes to something like this, whatever this topic is that we're talking about specifically, like flat Earth, I mean, for me personally, I can tell you what my reasoning is. Generally, if it's topics that I'm more or less indifferent to, I do still enjoy to hear the perspectives of other people, so that when I hear these conversations happen, because I do like to listen to debates and stuff like that, and when I hear them, if I hear people misrepresenting, because I like to hear good debates, and when I hear people misrepresenting each other's sides, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean? Misrepresenting each other. What does that mean to you?
That well, it means
sound like it means anything. Because
well,
I guess what I'm saying is like this. Let me explain real quick. If I'm telling you something like, I want you to tell me your perspective, and please, mind you, take an hour, take 2 hours, whatever. Keep in mind, though, at the end of your explanation, I really don't care. Okay, go ahead and go. You wouldn't tell me because you're going to like, dude, why am I going to waste an hour telling you something if you're telling me straight out it doesn't matter to you? It's almost like you don't give somebody the motivation to actually feel like they want to engage and tell you something, that their position means something, so you can consider what it means. You're just like, you're saying, well, you're basically telling the audience right here, you're going to go ahead and engage, but to the effect of like, I just want to hear them out. I just want to hear. No, I don't care. I'm not invested in this. Keep that in mind. You get me?
Well, yeah.
Like
so that like if I do hear these conversations be made, I have a better perspective of how, like, say, a flat earther approaches different problems, and I can at least try to correct if I hear anyone saying any sort of perspectives that doesn't sound.
What are you
like
correcting? I'm sorry. I'm getting lost. What are you correcting? If you're an impartial listener, if you don't have a dog in the fight, if there's nothing you need to do, why are you doing something? Why are you correcting? Why?
I enjoy good faith debates.
Yeah. So why are you like listening? I got that. You like good faith debates. Why are you correcting?
Because if I feel as if I have some intuition that based upon like the facts that I know, that somebody is being bad faith for a position, I mean, it seems to be just in my nature, probably from just the way I've been raised and different things that I've participated in, that I would like to correct the matter so I can hear a good faith debate between people. I just enjoy listening to debates.
So the answer is here. You do like to listen because you're gaining information, because you want to have a statement at the end. So you're not just listening for listening's sake. That was a lie. That was a complete lie that you said. You're not doing it for that reason. You are doing it for the reason that you just stated. You want to hear both sides, good faith debates, so that you can come out with it and at least correct something. If it's somebody said something incorrectly, you can correct it. So you are listening with a purpose. That's the truth. You just said it.
Well, I did say that. That is the truth. I did say that.
No, you didn't. You were saying you were listening for listening's sake. And I said that's ridiculous. People... Nobody ever does that. Nobody ever listens for listening's sake. We all have some sort of position. Everybody has a position. We want to gain more knowledge. We want to find out the truth. And for you, you want to correct people if they're saying something that's incorrect. That's what you like. You like listening to good faith debates. That's what you said. So that's why you're listening, dude. No,
you remember when I said that we had different motives?
You have to be honest with yourself, bro. When you talk to us, it's not just because you don't have a dog in the fight. Your dog in the fight is having the ability to correct somebody when something's being said is not correct and you can correct it. That's your dog.
So when
you
I
have
said
to own
that,
it, brother.
So when I said that we have different motives as to why we have these conversations, you didn't agree with my motives, and we fleshed it out more. So I mean, nothing changed with my position from start to finish.
It did. You're saying nothing. You're saying nothing changed. You're saying nothing changed, but you were trying to convince me that I can't get in your head and really understand that you're just here to listen and you don't have any. There's nothing you need to like interject with or know, or you're just listening. That's what you were telling me before. Now you flip the script. You're trying to make it sound like you were saying it all along that you are here because
you were just misrepresenting me.
You did not say that, bro. If I knew that you were here for a specific reason, because you're like, hey, I like listening to good faith debates, and at some point I do like correcting people if they're saying something that's incorrect. Then I would have been like, okay, that's why you're listening to the arguments in here, because you like it, right? A lot of people do. But you didn't say that at the beginning, which confused me a little bit. I'm like, dude, nobody does that. We all have a position. We all want to know things, and we're doing it through the, civil discourse. That's why we're here. But you didn't say that. You were just like, oh, I'm impartial. I'm just an observer, guys. I'm agnostic.
Right. When I said that, what was that response to? What did you ask of me?
Yeah, I was asking, what is your purpose of wanting to know or
no?
Yeah, well, what did I ask you then?
You were asking me what my opinion was when it came to like, do I think it's a globe or a flat? And I was saying that I was impartial in that position. And then you were trying to ascertain, well, why am I impartial in that position, but I'm in this room with people who are flat earthers asking questions. And then at that point, I was trying to say that, well, it just seems to be in my nature. And then you wanted to flesh it out more because that wasn't satisfying enough. So we fleshed it out more.
Yeah, it was in your nature. Yeah, but it was in your nature for what, though? It was in your nature just to sit here and listen? Or no. Was it in your nature to sit here and listen and then contribute? Well, that's what I was asking for.
We eventually fleshed it out more. And I gave you the answer, and now you think that because I gave you this answer, my original statement was me just lying, but it wasn't.
Yeah,
we just weren't there yet.
Okay, so you're not just here as someone who's agnostic. You have a position. You saying you were agnostic in the very beginning is not true. You do have a position. That is true, right?
In relation to the flat Earth versus globe?
Yes. Yes.
I'm pretty much agnostic to it. I don't really care about that.
Okay. So you don't have a position whatsoever when it comes to the debate. Then how are you correcting people if you're agnostic, sir?
Well, just because you don't take a side doesn't mean you can't understand a side.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. How can you correct something if you're agnostic, sir?
Because you can understand someone's position without actually accepting their position. What do you
mean? Go ahead and tell me how you're agnostic, and then give me an example. Give me one example.
Okay. So like earlier, I was asking Jedi some questions about flat Earth because I was curious about like how the day and night cycle works. And then we eventually led to talking about like I gave an analogy of like when you're on a beach and you look off into the distance, you see a boat and it seemingly, for lack of a better word, goes over a horizon. But you get a camera or a telescope or something and you zoom in and sure enough, you see the boat, right? And then I asked him, well, why does this principle not seem to apply when it comes to the sun? Like it seems like when the sun sets, it doesn't matter how strong of like a device you use. Nonetheless, you can never actually finally see the sun. And he responded honestly, which I give him credit for. And he said essentially he didn't really know, but it seems like maybe there's some sort of like median that the light is going through, like I guess the atmosphere or gas or something. And then the light is not actually reaching us at that point because it's like so far away that even though it's still there, we just can't see it because it's going through so much of like a thick medium. And so that's like a better perspective that I now understand from someone like him and potentially like the way the flat earthers think about these positions. And that's how I can represent your position more accurately while I don't have to necessarily accept it. And that's how.
Representing is not taking a position to correct. I'm asking for the correction.
Okay.
When does that happen?
Did that make sense to anyone else?
I'm not asking for you to understand. That's just basically essential, or what you're talking about is understanding a position and steel manning it. That's not what I'm saying. So what I'm telling you and what you were saying before, and please don't say that you're going to change your words again. You were saying that you like to listen to good faith debates so that you can correct some of the things that are being said that aren't correct.
Sure. Yeah.
So give me an example of that.
But then it's going to be hypothetical land unless we say something specific, but it could be something
I want to
like,
know an example that has been brought up into your attention, something that you've contributed basically in this discussion between Flat Earth and Globe Earth, so that you can give me an example of what you've corrected so that it could stand to reason that what you're saying about you listening as an impartial, observer and then contributing to something and correcting something that was incorrect.
I know what you're asking of me. You're asking of me on the spot to think up a situation in the past that I had where someone was misrepresented and I corrected that misrepresentation.
Yes.
I mean, before I try to come up with one, I'm sure you realize that's a ridiculous ask, but
no, it's not.
I'll try
and
do it anyways.
What you were saying you were here for.
I'll try and do it anyways.
Ask. I'm
so
essentially
it
asking the very thing that you said you were here doing.
It's ridiculous
right?
because you're trying to ask me to do something that happened in the past on the spot, and even if I give you an answer, I don't think you'll care or accept it.
Bro,
but I'll do
it's
it anyways.
Just being honest. Honestly, this is just me telling you to be honest with the crowd and yourself. To be truthful in here, all you got to do is have a little humility and say, you know what? I'm just here to listen because I think the Earth is a globe, and my position would be I want to hear what flat earthers are saying incorrectly so I can correct that. If you were to say that straight out, and we would skip away from all of the things that we've been saying so far, because you're playing footsies right now, and it's just you don't got to do it, bro.
Well,
you can
it's not true.
You
just misrepresented me. You didn't understand what I was saying. That's fine.
Yeah, because I asked you for an example. Dude.
Yeah, let me try and think of an example. Yeah, let me try and think of an example. I have to think. I don't participate in this community very often. I have to think about something.
Okay.
Because I've heard people come in here. When I first came in here, there was someone talking who ended up getting muted, and he was saying things that I'm sure would be considered misrepresentation, but I wasn't really listening fully to what he was saying because someone else was participating with him.
So you couldn't say what you couldn't say what what you would have corrected in that discussion? That would have been an example.
I don't even remember what his argument was. Maybe Jedi remembers what he was arguing.
No, but
I came in halfway through.
I know, Noni, we're not appealing to anybody else. We're asking for you to be honest whether you can say the reason why you're here is to have a discernment and then correct somebody when they're saying something that's incorrect. And all I'm asking for is for you to be honest if you've ever done that.
Okay. It would be something like, say, if we're talking about the example that I gave with the beach, if somebody who wasn't a flat earther would say, well, look at that. This is right here. You don't see the ship anymore. This is proof right here. Right. Just look at it. Look at the picture. And then that would be like a misrepresentation of like what a flat earther would say is like the reasoning why you no longer see the ship anymore over the quote unquote horizon. That if you pull out your phone.
Are you correcting the Glober at this point?
Yeah, I would tell them that they need to represent it better.
What do you mean?
Because arguing at that point would be bad. You need to further the argument down to like say when I said like the sun. You're just wasting your time at that point.
You're going to correct them and tell them that they're wasting their time.
Yeah, they need to accept that part they don't understand, but they need to move on to the better examples like the sun. And then they can try and flesh that part out, which currently I haven't heard a good explanation for that one. So that would be one that I wouldn't have any sort of like perspective as to what the flat earthers think about it, other than what Jedi said, which seems to be he doesn't really know, but maybe it could be the atmosphere or some.
And you're
medium.
saying, yeah, but you're just saying that both sides are saying a specific position. I want to hear the correction. Is it because a Glober's misrepresenting a flat earther, and then you, being somebody who heard both sides, is going to come back and correct the Glober? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it typically depends on how the conversation is going. If it seems like they're at some sort of like infinite impasse and they're like talking past one another, sure, I'll tell them that like that's a bad argument. You need to move on and tell them the reason why. But if like say they say it to say like a Glober says it to a flat earther, and then the flat earther corrects them immediately, and then they like retract. Well, I'm not going to jump in at that point. Like,
but have you ever done that, Noni? Have you ever done that?
For flat Earth specifically?
No, for the conversation as a whole. Have you ever come in and corrected somebody that was misrepresenting someone else? Because it sounds like you do it for both sides.
In general? In general, or are you talking about flat Earth specifically?
The conversation in general.
Oh, in general, yeah, I've done it many times. Yeah.
And which was the one time that you could remember that you corrected somebody?
It could be anything from misrepresenting like the way in which videos go. I know like the popular news right now is, I'm sure you've all heard about like Charlie Kirk being shot, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about this conversation. I get that.
I know,
one.
but you said in general, so I'm giving like
in general
an example
about this. Yeah,
of recent.
I don't mean in general. In general, I mean in general about the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion.
Well, that's why I tried to clarify in general or flat Earth related. You said general, but sure.
Yeah, but I didn't think you were that inept to understand that what I'm saying is in the discussion of flat Earth and globe Earth, dude. I think you sound pretty intelligent. You just.
I thought you understood what I was saying too, but okay. So like. In general, for a flat Earth conversation, well, I honestly don't really have them very often.
There you go. Well, then,
so it's hard to like think up examples. That's why it's rare for me. I don't come in here very often.
Yeah. So the purpose, right? I'm going to go back to the premise of what we've been started discussing. Is your position for being here, listening, and what position do you take within the flat Earth and globe Earth? And now it seems like you're saying like, well, I like to hear good faith debates. So I can have a position to say when I know something is incorrect. But when asked right now, I'm going to finish this, right? When asked, there's not really an example that you can give of when you've actually done anything of the sort. So you haven't contributed to the part that you said that's why you're here, what you're here to do. Your reason behind why you like to hear these debates. You haven't done that yet. So.
Except I feel like I have, but your ask
Except you didn't give an example. Like,
yeah, but your ask is ridiculous. So it's just
how it's specific to what you said you're here for.
Because you're asking of me to give a specific example of the past in which I corrected an argument. That's a ridiculous ask.
And if that's something you said you were doing when you're here, and then you don't know, well, then you're not doing what you're saying you're here for.
Is there any topic that you dabble in, like here and there, but you don't really like participate very often with?
I don't know. I mean, there's many topics that I talk about, but not in here.
Yeah, is there anything that you like? It's like very infrequent that you can think of.
I really don't. It's too. I deal with so many topics that there's no really.
There's none that comes to head. Like, okay, so I mean, anything
outside. Listen, outside of here, Flat Earth and Globe Earth, I talk about. I have Frontline Unfiltered, which we talk about almost every topic under the sun that is controversial. So there's that, right? So I couldn't tell you like one specific thing. I mean, pick one. The Charlie Kirk thing that just happened. Like I talk about that. Like but I'm not gonna rehash what I do over there here because it's not.
Well, no. The point is to demonstrate that if I push you on like trying to get an example, I mean, it's already hard enough for you to give me an example of a topic that you barely talk about. But I bet if you did eventually give me some sort of topic, if I tried to ask you about how in which a debate went between you and someone else, like give me the details of it, it would be challenging too. That'd be a ridiculous ask of me to do to you.
No, it wouldn't be a ridiculous ask. I mean, if you ask me specifically and I'm like, oh, gee, I don't know, then it sounds like I didn't really have a conversation that I was listening to, that I wasn't even participating in, that it didn't mean anything to me. But conversations like that are important, the controversial topics that come up, they are important. The things that we talk about, they mean things. So yeah, I mean, if it's something specific that I talked about and I would give you my 2 pence about it, I mean, I don't have any qualms with that. It's not a hard ask, dude. Like,
what is the way in which the ask should actually be done is that you give me an example and then I can tell you the way in which it would be. I would have to be participating currently in like a conversation, listening to two people talk, and then I can say, aha, right there. I've heard people from the past, flat earthers, say X, Y, and Z about what you're saying.
But you think with your, I don't know how long you've been in here doing this conversation. Like, how long you've been listening to these conversations? You'd at least be forthcoming with that.
Not very
Flat
often.
Earth and Globe Earth discussion. How long you've been in this?
Not very often. I've come here like here and there.
When was the first time you heard about it? Give me a numeric date. Year. Give me a year.
Like, you see how ridiculous an ask
Give
like
me
that
a
is?
year, bro. Give me. What's so hard with telling me when you first entered into this topic? You don't want to, don't you?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, roundabout.
I don't remember when the first time I was that I heard of flat Earth.
Bro. I think the reason why you don't want to do it is because I'll go like,
that's a ridiculous
ask. It sounds like a trap, right? Because I'm gonna be like, oh, really? 2019, and now that you've been here that long, you haven't done X, Y, and Z like you said you did. You know that I'm gonna do that. That's why you don't want to answer it.
No, it's a ridiculous ask to ask someone. Can you tell me the year in which you first heard about X topic? Like,
what, flat Earth?
Something that you barely have ever talked about or discussed before,
bro. But I mean,
I'm giving you a general principle of how I operate with all topics, and just because this particular topic I'm not well versed in because I don't participate very often, doesn't mean that principle is a lie. That's just how.
No, but you haven't corrected anybody, like you said. That's what you're here to do.
Because maybe I've just never given the opportunity. What do you mean?
Oh, so now you haven't been given the opportunity. And the other time you were talking, you were like, bro, Noni, you just finished telling me that there were times where you did say something, but you can't remember. Now, dude, you're all over the place. You're a hot mess,
No, there
brother.
was times in which I've said things in general about other conversations. That's what I said.
You're a hot mess, bro.
No, you just don't keep up with the conversation.
Yeah, it's my fault. I'm not keeping up with the conversation.
You're doing the
that
thing.
I'm repeating back to you.
Doing the conversation that you're having actively. Yes.
Dude, it's all this kind of like meandering. You could have just easily said, "I think the Earth's a globe." Yeah.
Yeah, but then that would have opened up the discussion, and that's not my purpose.
Right.
That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to
agnostic
have a debate.
earther, air quotes. Agnostic.
Well, I'm not trying to have a debate on it. I'm trying to get a perspective from you. Yeah, I mean, I understand you don't like that perspective. That's fine.
No,
but that's just what the truth is.
Nobody right now, nobody is an agnostic earther. Everybody has their position. I mean, when you leave this room and you go out there into the world, right? And you're hanging around your folks and everybody's around and the people are like, dude, did you see that planet out there? You're like, yeah, dude, I saw a thing on Discovery. And you're just regular. In here, you're like Weasel Words 9000, bro. That's what you are, dude. It's like, it's funny to me. It's like you're Weasel Words 9000, bro.
Like, when it comes to trying to have some sort of debate, which is what you want to have, I'm indifferent to the position.
It's not a debate, bro. It's like, it's getting you to be forthcoming with the truth about why you're here. Like, if it was a debate, man, you'd have your position, I have mine, we'd be going back and forth. But it's really not even
that's not what my purpose is. My purpose is to figure out what your position is, not compare it to whatever I might believe.
But
that's pointless to me.
Yeah, but then how would you correct something? If you believe something to be true, you would be like, no, that's not true.
No, if I'm trying to ascertain the way in which you believe something, I wouldn't be able to correct you because that's your beliefs.
Dude,
now, if I was listening to a conversation between you and a Glober or whatever, and you guys are in an infinite impasse, but it seems as if they're misrepresenting you.
So it's kind
of those moments I could.
It's kind of like this, right? And there's no other way I can explain it, but other than getting to a religious discussion. So it'd be like you being a Catholic, right? And I'm like a Muslim, and Jedi is a whatever, Buddhist. And you're like, I'm listening to both of you being a Catholic, and I'm going to tell you what the Muslim actually says is correct, and the Buddhist is incorrect on this. Like, you being a Catholic, it's like, why are you taking some kind of arbitrary referee position here? Like, do you like that? Do you like doing that? You want to be a referee or something? Like, what is this? What's the goal in life?
The more apt way in which you could formulate your hypothetical would be like, I'm the Catholic, you're the Muslim, and Jedi is the Buddhist, and you guys are having a conversation, and I don't necessarily subscribe to either one of your ideologies, but I understand some parts of both of y'all's ideologies, and then Jedi misrepresents your Catholicism or your Islam, and so me understanding whatever it is that he misrepresents says to him, hey, I don't subscribe to what AV believes. However, you're misrepresenting him here.
That's what I just said. I said, do you like being a referee?
Not all the time, no. I just like to hear the good conversations. It just depends. It depends on the situation.
And then, if whatever position me and Jedi would have, and if I was to ask you, so what's your position? Well, I don't have a position. That's what you would tell me, and I'm like, wait a minute. Everybody has a position. You're like, nah, I don't. I'm here for good faith. You know what I'm saying? Like,
when someone says they're indifferent to it, it doesn't mean that like I don't necessarily have a position. It just means I don't care to like have an argument about the position. That's not my purpose.
All right, I like that. So, what is your position, for real?
What do I think is most likely?
Yeah,
I think it's most likely a globe.
Yahtzee! Tell him what he's won. A washer and dryer. A vacation to the Bahamas.
And so,
for God's sakes, Noni.
But that's not the purpose of why I'm here.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's not. Hey, listen. Like, I mean, you can have your theories. That's fine. You're not in my brain, so I mean, I get it. But it's okay. I mean, I'm telling you the truth. I mean, you can either take that for face value or not. It's just how it works. It's how everything works, right?
No.
Yes. I mean, you can never truly know what my intent is, right?
Yeah, you're thoroughly convincing yourself that your way is the true path to whatever knowledge or ascertaining truth.
I've actually laid it out before. If it's different conversations, different contexts, different situations, maybe I would hold a concrete position and I would debate it because I can debate positions. However,
you can't debate the globe, though.
When I'm coming into here, trying to figure out what you guys believe, I'm not trying to debate it. I'm trying to discuss it. I know.
And here's the scoop, right? The inside scoop. You couldn't debate the Earth being a globe that you think is most likely the case. If you really, really, really wanted to, Noni, you couldn't do it.
I could if I cared to spend the time on it. I could.
Honestly, look, listen. If we gave you 1 week, bone up and as much as you could possible, as much globe Earth information from top to bottom, listen to all the gurus that are out there, McToon and whoever, yada yada, and then come back and take any one of us on, on a debate, say, okay, I got all the information. I'm coming back and I'm going to take one of you guys on. I promise you, your best would still not be good enough, bro.
Yeah, from my experience of participating, hearing, and seeing the way in which the debates go between the flat Earth and Earth, it's an impasse. It can't happen. It's like a religious debate because it's a religion.
No. That's the thing, though. We're talking about the physical world. Now, the physical world,
that's irrelevant.
We all are experiencing at the same time, right? You pick up a rock, I give you the rock. It's a real thing. You put the rock down. Like, there's no qualms about that. You can't say, well, I just imagined that whole scene. I'm agnostic to you giving me a rock.
Sure.
Like, there's experiences that you and I can both share living in this physical world.
There are, but there are things that we will fundamentally disagree on, and then if we try to give the reasonings of why we believe these things,
what? Give me one example.
It'll eventually go down.
Noni.
It'll eventually. Okay. Do you think that the Earth goes around the sun?
No.
Why do you not think that?
There's no evidence of it.
And see, there's the problem.
Why? There's no
There's going to be an infinite loop of we will never be able to agree.
If you
won't accept the evidence.
No, I don't care. Yes, I will. If it's evidence that that states. Listen, if it's evidence that actually states what is actually going on per the observation, if you make an observation, right, and it stands to reason that I'm denying that observation, then we got a problem with me. So it would stand to reason, right, that I say there is no evidence for the Earth going around the sun. Now, if you say, well, that's a problem, I'll be like, okay, I'm going to step back. You go ahead and tell me how I can prove that, or anyone can prove that, actually. How can you prove, or anyone prove, that we are going around the sun? Please.
I mean, I can already lay out the way it'll work. If I give any sort of example, you're going to have some sort of reason why to deny it. It's not going to be necessarily founded in any sort of science or reason.
Bro, don't get your crystal ball out and start divining my thoughts. Just give it to me, right?
Okay. Do you agree?
Right on the chin. I'm gonna stick my chin out right here. Go ahead and give me the hardest one you got.
Okay. Do you? Well, not hardest, but I mean, do you agree with Galileo's observations with the phases of Venus?
Right, but let's put it this way: whatever it is that you think can solidify the point that we're going around the sun, then I'd like to hear it.
Well, it's not just one. There's a multitude of reasons.
Oh well, can you string them together, or is that too difficult?
It is actually. This is a complicated conversation. Yes.
Oh, for goodness sakes!
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for like simplicity, then yeah, sure. But
I
like,
mean,
there's not going to be any like simple answer to this stuff. We're talking about like science.
We're just going to want you to be able to confirm the story that you tell us.
Well, so do you agree with Galileo's observations of Venus?
Where was Galileo when he was making the observation?
I'm not sure exactly where he was.
Was he on the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the Earth?
What do you mean?
What's the Earth from his observations?
Wait, yeah, but what do you mean? What's the Earth?
Because we're trying to figure out what the Earth is, dude. So from his observations, what's his base?
Are you saying like what is the Earth made of? Or are you saying like what is the Earth doing?
Is it a sphere? What's the Earth? In this example of Galileo.
The technical term is like, what is it, like in a long obligated spheroid or something like that?
It's an obligated sphere.
But for simplicity purposes, yeah, it's a sphere.
Oblate spheroid.
Okay, so how do we prove that the Earth is a sphere in his example? Or is he saying that the Earth is a sphere in his example? How did he prove the Earth was a sphere to make his assumptions from?
So Venus wouldn't be able to show the full range of its phases if it wasn't for it being a geocentric system.
No, that's Venus.
Yeah,
we're trying to figure out what the Earth is.
Right. This is building.
Right. So
I'm trying to build.
Oh, so we're building. So do we agree that Venus goes around the sun? You trying to say that?
That's part of proving that that's part of proving that we don't that everything doesn't go around the Earth.
Do we start there? Do we start? No. This is where we're starting from.
We started with I asked you, does the Earth go around the sun? Which presumably means that the other planets go around us too.
Hold on. No. At the moment, you've pointed to an object, Venus, that appears to be going around the sun because of your logical conclusion, because of phases in your idea of its motion around the sun. Okay, so that's Venus. How do we prove that the Earth is doing the same thing?
Just so I understand you, so do you think that Venus is doing that, but we're not?
Well, no, I'm going from your example. I'm trying to help you with your example because you're pointing to Venus in your example. All right, I'll try to help you. Now I'm trying to understand how Earth is demonstratively like that then.
Okay.
In your example.
First, before we move to Earth, do you accept that Venus is going around the sun and not Earth?
Do I accept that Venus is going around the sun and not Earth? This is your example. So in your example, if you're going to logically lay it out because of the phases of Venus, I can say that in your example, presumably Venus is going around the sun. Okay. So how do we prove that Venus is like that then? In your example.
How do we prove that Venus is going around?
No, that the Earth.
I'm trying to ask you, why are we shifting to the Earth now?
Alpha.
I know. We're just. I've been. That's fine. Like he doesn't like.
Are you incapable of answering that question?
No, I'm honestly disappointed.
Yeah,
that's where I'm actually at.
But it's fine, dude. I mean, you can take your position that you think the Earth is a globe and hide behind you thinking that you can just say that you're agnostic to the position, that you don't have a dog in the fight, when we all know that you do. Everybody here knows it, bro.
Okay, so exactly the way I predicted at the beginning, this is how it would go. Nice. Very good.
Well, it's just easier for you to be honest with yourself and just get it, rip it off like a Band-Aid. Say, yeah, I think the Earth is a globe. My position is that I think the Earth's going around the sun, and certain models I like will solidify that, and That's where I'm at. I believe that those models are showing that the true nature of the Earth is such as those models describe. That's what basically all you have to do. Like, just get it out, you know? It takes so long for you to just say those. It's easier, right? We're not going to be like, oh, you're a Glober, wah! Like, I think maybe that's what you're waiting for. It's like, you don't have to, man. Like, be a Glober, like, but you have to at least state your position so that we can give you the answer to rebut it. Or not. I mean, hide behind you being agnostic isn't going to change the fact. It's fine, dude. You're going to wake up tomorrow and you'll still be with the mind that the Earth is a globe if you feel like it.
Yeah, probably. Most likely, yeah.
What else we got in here? Freedom Traveler, what's going on, man? I'm just kind of hanging out late night with you guys. Probably gonna be logging off. Staying up all night, Jedi?
Gordon Bennett, it is 4 o'clock in the morning. The plan never is to, but I usually end up doing so. Maybe an hour or so. I don't know.
See where the day leads.
Yeah.
Gotta get up at 6. Bleh. I've seen that guy in there before, Noni. Been in there before. It was a good show, man. I can't believe it. I had a lot of fun doing it.
Did you enjoy last night, did you?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Good stuff, man.
I got to get the clips out that I really wanted to put up on the screen anyway. Because I was going to do it the show before, but the clips weren't working with when I handed them over to CB. So the ones that I put up when we were doing it were the ones I wanted to show when we did the show prior to last night's or yesterday's.
Did you check those videos I sent you out after the show?
No, I didn't get a chance to. I didn't go into them, being honest.
I was just going to say fascinating, mate. Just absolutely fascinating. Mm-hmm. I know we're in the wrong room, so maybe I shouldn't bring it up. But it's always
for a little bit. Yeah, you can jump back over here because I'm actually probably just going to head out after that.
Yeah, go on then. We're going to have a chat over there quickly. I don't want to take up more room when it should be flat earth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got our own Discord. We're guests here. So what we're saying is, if you go to our Discord, it'll teach you how to make observations for yourself over a large body of water at rest. And if you find curvature there, great. You proved us wrong, right? Come back and show us. But if you find out, wait a minute, we can see way too far, you're going to find out why the anti-flat earthers, which is even a smaller minority counterculture that follow us around, you're going to find out why they make up excuses as to why we can see too far. And they say things like refraction is why it looks flat, but it's actually curved.
Interesting.
They wouldn't say that if we couldn't see too far. They would just be like, yeah, obviously there's curvature. Instead, they're like, well, the reason that we can see like way too far is because the light's bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth. Lucky. And that's why it looks flat. And that's why the long distance photography world record at one time was Mount Conahu at 273 miles away. 273 miles away. And what they did is they made the Earth curve calculator to where you could slide refraction up and down to fit any observation. Now, if they've made it to where we see something at 207, well, it wasn't a flat earther who took the picture, it was just a regular photographer. If they've made it to where they can just make up an excuse, they've made the globe model unfalsifiable, because how often are we going to see something further than 273 miles away? And they'll just make a new...
If you like, so for instance, like with like missiles, like when we shoot like missiles at like another country, like wouldn't the math for that technically like not work? Because like wouldn't it account for curvature of the Earth?
They always claim that artillery, they have to use it, right? Mm-hmm. But I mean, think about it. The guy who took the longest shot in world history at one time, it was a Canadian guy, 1.3 miles. He got 3 out of 4 of his targets.
Wait, for
he shot 3 out of 4. No, this is sniper.
Oh,
for sniper.
I was like, I'm about to say it was a lot longer.
I swear to God,
sorry, guy.
Talk about the Coriolis effect.
No, but think about it. If he was calculating for Coriolis and Earth curve and refraction, he never would have hit 3 out of 4 of his targets. But in an interview, he said that he just aimed. Think about it. How are you going to shoot a refracted target? If the kind of refraction they're talking about is happening, then his bullet is going to miss him, plus the Coriolis effect. So the target isn't really there because of refraction, and he's actually moving because the Earth is moving. He just said that he aimed high and hit 3 out of 4 of his targets.
He's on the Earth, and the Earth is moving, so he's not really moving.
Yeah, but the bullet wouldn't go due to its frame of reference. So he's got to allow for it.
Understand that there's a separate reference frame in the atmosphere than there is on the Earth if the Earth is spinning, right?
The separate reference frame, it only applies to the bullet.
Exactly.
So that means he's got to allow for it, correct? Which he didn't do, which he openly admitted to not doing.
Spinning or not, it's not enough of a force to mess with your shot on that. The
Coriolis is not a force; it's an observed effect. Well, it's existing over a merry-go-round, but not over the Earth.
You said not a force, so it's very well. You answered your question.
I never claimed it was a force, and I didn't ask you a question if it was a force. You need to do some research. Coriolis is not a force.
Go to the dark web and find the videos of past the ice wall, and you can see what's going on.
Clearly, none of you have been to Antarctica before.
Coriolis effect really just is about the apparent deflection. So it's about the trajectory. It's visual, the visual of the trajectory. So it appears to curve, but it's actually going straight. So a sniper's not going to say, well, I don't want anyone seeing my bullet appear to curve when it's really going straight, right? No sniper does that. So Coriolis effect is kind of a misnomer when you use it to describe snipers having to account for it or long distance shooting. It's stupid. Right. So what you really want to say is they're accounting for Earth rotation because they're two separate things.
Yeah, that's what the Coriolis is. It's trying to.
No, it's not. Coriolis effect is a visual. It's a visual phenomenon. It's the result of being on a turning non-inertial reference frame and viewing an object in the inertial reference frame in motion appear to deflect. But it's not really deflecting. It's just going in one straight line, right? It's just going in a certain trajectory. But to you, the observer on the turning non-inertial reference frame, it appears to deflect.
And
so
it's not a
sniper
force.
or any military personnel is not going to be worried about what the trajectory looks like. They're just concerned with hitting the target. And that would be affected if the Earth was in motion, right?
Well, the Earth isn't in motion.
I was stationed in the Falkland Islands, and we went south
because
to
the Earth is flat.
The Antarctic, and we went to the ice wall.
Yeah.
Back in 1982.
How are you still alive?
Let me guess. You had to go to the Falkland Islands and wipe out the indigenous people and install a bank, right?
And to go to the fucking
Not
islands.
a problem for me. But anyway, we went there to the ice wall, and we crossed over it. And if you go on the dark web, they've got lots of videos and films of the thing. You don't want to go cross there. It's bad.
Well, apparently we're not allowed to.
Define bad, like Ghostbusters crossing the streams bad?
Yeah. It would be very
over there.
Well, is it like demons on the sidelines? Angels and demons on the sidelines? Not on the field?
There are technological forces over there that outdo anything we have upon this civilized world we live on. If you go to the dark web, you can find the videos.
I doubt we're going to be doing that. We'll just have to take your word for it, bro.
Well, it's like this. It's like simple. If you want to prove what's past the ice wall, find the videos and post them. Oh my God, it's so simple. There's obviously films and videos. Post them, and you'll see what's going on. Go find them and post them, and you can prove them wrong.
Well, I don't know about you, chat, but why don't you back your own claims and post them and see what's going wrong?
Because they're.
Why don't you take a tea break?
How did you know I was drinking tea? How did you know that?
You sound like the type. Wow, that was a pretty solid clown, boss. Is it over?
I think you scared him with the tea thing.
Just wait, they'll be back.
I'm disappointed that the younger fellas actually got interrupted by those last two peanuts.
Ragazzi, sto arrivando a top 10.
So yeah, we know what people mean when they say account for Coriolis effect, but if technically, like, no pilot has to account for it, no military personnel has to account for it, because they're not concerned about how the trajectory of whatever they're using, aircraft, missile, bullet, whatever, they're not concerned with how it appears to an observer. Like the trajectory. They just, because that's specifically what the Coriolis effect is. The apparent deflection. They would be more concerned with an actual deflection. And an actual deflection, whether it be the deflection of the projectile or of the ground beneath them deflecting, causing their projectile to miss, right? Because it's not going along with the moving Earth, right? But they're not concerned about the visual effect. Oh no, somebody saw my projectile appear to curve when it was really going straight. You didn't account for it. Like, no, that's just dumb. And you can go and check this out. You can go and look up what the Coriolis effect is. That's the definition. The apparent deflection of an object traveling within the inertial reference frame as viewed by an observer on a turning non-inertial reference frame.
Yes, vengo que todo se...
Looks like the clown car just arrived.
So would this be the head clown, or...?
Am I not hearing someone speak?
It's been red flagged. That's why it's not speaking.
Oh, awesome. Good stuff.
If anyone would like to converse with it, they're more than welcome to do so. Just holler out.
Cheers for putting up those visuals, Matrix. Supports what I'm saying.
Yeah, I had them somewhere, and I'm sitting there going, I've got these visuals, because every other time Coriolis crap's mentioned, someone posts them up. And I'm sitting there going, I've got them somewhere. I have copied these bastards before. And I'm flicking through all my shit. And finally found where they are, so I'm happy with that myself. Yeah, all good. I try to post up stuff like that. Whatever topic is brought up to so people can see what's going on. Sometimes a simple little picture like that can help out a lot.
Yeah, it's all about reference frames. So I mean, like, just depending which reference frame you're in, what you'll see in a projectile appear to do. Actually, there's a really good old video on reference frames that Ethergress showed me. I've got it saved on YouTube somewhere. There's these two physics professors going through it all, and they do all this fancy stuff. They've got conveyor belts happening and balls dropping from things, and like while it's moving, all sorts of stuff. It's pretty cool. They have this, and they're like two big kids having fun. Like you know what I mean? They,
like pushing this like type shit.
Yeah, except really conservative and suit and tie, like 40s or 50s style, like, yeah. But they're like a couple of nerds having fun with their toys.
Imagine if the boys out of the remember the old the Curiosity show? Imagine if those fellas were flat earthers. That would have topped that show off, man. That would have been epic.
I love that. They even show you, like, back then, like how they were using chroma key to perform illusions, backgrounds and stuff.
Welcome to the person that just dropped in. I don't know who it was. I didn't get to see, sorry. If you have any queries, concerns, curvature, or even just a random question about flat Earth, please ask.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Salut?
How are you?
I do.
What do y'all think Earth's at?
It's not curving. It's not a ball. It's not in motion. It's not a spinning ball. We have gas pressure. It has to be a contained environment. So the ball, this curved spinning ball in a vacuum, that's an impulsive ball.
You said a lot
there. Ball.
How do you prove that it has to be contained?
Because you have gas pressure, and gas pressure is the force that the gas is exerted on the ball, its container.
You cut out there.
Gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container.
Yeah, but how do you verify that definition?
That's the only way you can verify gas pressure, by containing it.
It's not the only way it can be demonstrated either.
Show me any other way. I mean, this is a natural law, right? We use machines to do, like freezers and ACs. We kind of play a little bit with the way that stuff works, but the gas pressure that we have in the atmosphere, the air, cannot have it without containment. Because if there was no containment, the gases will increase in entropy, expand, and go towards the available medium that they vacuum of space. There will be no air going to your lung. It will be going away from your lungs. You wouldn't be able to breathe air. So the globe doesn't pass the smell test. You wouldn't be able to smell it.
I can open my lungs and keep air stagnant in it without it dissipating.
You open that you expand that and the gas pressure that is around you rushes towards the volume that you are expanding. Your lungs.
Gravity is a good thing. I'm sorry, y'all.
Can you have 36 psi around the rim of your car without the tire? Is that possible? I believe you can achieve that with gravity.
Yeah, the gravity's keeping it down.
Yeah, you go to the tire store and you tell the guy, hey, can I get some gas pressure there, air pressure, but I don't need the tire because I got some gravity here.
Oh, well, answer my question. SAC or whatever. Can you have 36 psi around the rim of your car without the tire? Yes or no?
No, you can't.
Is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Has anyone ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container?
Absence of evidence, not evidence of absence.
Well, they're making a claim. The claim is that gravity can contain gas. I'm not claiming a negative. I'm just simply asking for evidence of that claim. And it's an extraordinary claim, so without evidence for it, it should be dismissed.
Yeah, but you can have different types of gas being held in by other types of gas within a certain
as a container.
I'm not saying that. You have a terrarium, an open terrarium. You can have
a terrarium is a contained environment, bro.
An open container, the top's not there.
So the gases would expand and contract in relationship to the temperature. So not pressurized then. Thank you.
Wait, explain that. Say that again.
Not pressurized. If it's an open container, the pressures on the inside and the outside would be the same.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm a flat earther. I was just bored.
Sounds good.
I thought you were a troll and you just realised that you got nothing.
It's gonna.
Y'all believe in the ether in here? Or are y'all anti-ether?
You probably find the majority of players in here will tend to stick with what they can verify.
Oh, very high horse of you.
Yeah, we don't make claims.
I wouldn't have an issue with ether if something can be demonstrated and presented. I'll look at it.
Yeah, but are you only okay? Like, can you demonstrate God? You know, or can you just not assume, but extrapolate that?
God as a character in a story, or evidence,
a creator,
or a designer. Yeah, creator. So we live in a design environment. You require, a designer is required.
Yeah, but like a light to wave, waves require a medium.
Wait, what do you say?
If light is a wave, waves have to wave in something, right? There has to be a medium for it to wave in. Wouldn't that be the same logic as belief in God, or like saying there's God because we lived in a designed environment?
The mind or the agent that will require information. I mean, we have evidence for a code, your DNA. You have proteins, amino acids. We have a contained environment. I mean, you need a bunch of pieces together to make the clock tick.
You can't prove light being a wave either. It's a particle.
How so?
Light is picked up as a wave-like function. Like function being the words that you want to apply. It's not a wave. It is registered as a wave function.
Yeah, when you wave, you're not the wave. You're not the. You're not made of the wave. The light waves, but it's not a wave. Function.
What do y'all think of TFE? Sorry, I'm just trying to get a gauge. I'm trying to feel out this server.
TFE.
Well, it's quite easy if you're trying to gauge it. It's quite simple. Earth is measured as flat, as in no curvature. That's the simplicity of it. I missed that. You're just trying to get something.
I'm literally just curious, man.
That's fair enough.
But what about you? Do you think Jaren and Whitsitt were lying?
No. Let's not.
Could have been. I don't know.
I wanted to say that where that thing was observed from, what is claimed to be the South Pole, right? It's claimed to be a plateau, flat land, a flat region of the world that is over 1,000 miles in diameter. That would be the South Pole. They went to a lower on that area, but they still were in a fairly horizontal frame of reference. They came from the sea level, horizontal. They went to a higher level elevation, which is again another horizontal. And then they observe the sun doing a. That doesn't change.
Hold on, you were cutting out. Sorry, you're saying they go to a higher elevation and then they see the sun go around them? Is that what you said?
Yeah, they observe the sun doing.
You're still cutting out. I don't know what's going on with you.
I think you need to adjust
what you're trying to say, though.
I think you need to adjust your sensitivity, Jamesy. It's cutting out before you finish.
My bad. I'm just saying that observation and whatever the sun is doing, whatever cycle the sun is doing, it's not going to determine the shape of the ground.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that logic, but you still have to try to build something in this world, or at least try to.
Okay, I can give you an explanation. I can tell you that
I'm curious.
Listen, like the sun moves like a hand of one of the hands of the clock, and the sky is designed to move its cycles to tell you some type of timing that affects this medium that we're in, and is obviously some type of clock that is designed to be so, to move the way it moves. So I can tell you that at the center of the sky, the sun, all the luminaries move around a center of the sky that shows a design of some sort. The issue that we're having is that we cannot go up there and dissect what makes that clock tick. Remove the pieces of the clock and check piece by piece, gear by gear, makes it do what it does. Unless the creator gives you of his work, is a wonder. It's a wonder and unknown of exactly what's happening over there. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't think I do. I mean, I get that the sun could be whatever the hell it is. We don't know. We can't verify it.
Unknown. What is causing? It's an observable phenomena, and what is the cause of that effect? It's an unknown because we cannot go check and test and manipulate the variables to determine what is causing that effect. I can give you an explanation based on the observation that it's moving like clockwork, and it requires a design. And I can tell you, I mean, the designer made it that way, move that way, like a clock on your wall, right? You're looking at the clock on your wall.
You're a dumb nigger.
Hey, your daddy is not here. You don't need to call for your daddy in here. He's not here. Go to different NVC. He's looking for his daddy. That's what he's saying.
I think you're honestly just retarded.
Hey, he's saying the N-word. He's looking for his daddy, but he's not here. But to a different one.
He crazy. My daddy owns the
Your daddy's not here. Just go away. Shoo.
They're not going to give you attention.
No. We're talking to someone else. Where is the other guy? TFE.
I'm alright.
So all I'm saying, bro, that the observable phenomena, it's an unknown. It's a wonder.
Okay, I can agree with that. Would you say? I guess you probably wouldn't want to claim like a model, and I get that. I understand that, but prior to that, I thought the AE model had the strongest explanatory power that we know of. To some extent, it still does if we decide not to believe in their observation there. What are your thoughts on that?
I can think that that projection has a bunch of good things going for it, and maybe it's agree, but it's obviously not complete and missing a bunch of pieces of pie, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I struggle to think of any possibilities outside of, without going into some sort of magical realm. You either have dual pulse, single pole, or the fucking sphere. I guess you can do some sort of hyperbolic, holographic.
Single pole, well, you can have two rotations on the ceiling, like two fans up in the ceiling, and below the ceiling, the floor can be not curving.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm not arguing for it to be on a sphere, but it's still, I struggle to wrap my head around it, and I feel like sometimes I'm just coping.
You gotta remember that there we cannot check exactly. So we can be looking the medium that you and I are in, and we're looking across this medium, and then whichever medium the sun is at, causing that effect that we see as a light. I mean, it's there's so many variables that are which medium, if the at what altitude, what is behind causing that phenomenon. I mean, there's so many things that it could be a refractive. It could be a refractive phenomena that we're looking at. That's why we see people can see it almost like it's in multiple positions at the same time. But there's so many things we don't know of it.
Yeah, like things work differently up there, right? Like it's crazy up there. It's like there's so much electricity and there's crazy shit happen. Like what's that thing called? Like sprites and things like that. Like sometimes it looks like freaking octopus legs come out of the freaking sky. Like there's some crazy shit going on as you go up higher and higher. Could be something way beyond our comprehension when it comes to what we're looking at.
Could be something that you can. I mean, that might be. You probably can pray to God to tell you what happened, the schematics of the heavens above and how that works. If God can give you the schematics of how He built that clock and all the pieces, you might get the complete answer. But if you want to look at the sky, there's a spectrum of light, right? And if you look into many of the observations of the sky from multiple positions with different light optics, like infrared, electro-optical, which is deep infrared, thermal, radio surveys, it just shows us the sky's like a huge. That's what it shows. That is moving above us.
A huge what? Sorry, you cut out again.
Like a clock. Like a clock with many gears.
Yeah. Do you think it's like straight up just a simple clock, moons?
No, it's not a simple one by like the creator's level clock.
Well, you think it's like the whatever the clock is in the one European city still up.
It's a clock that is never late. Think about it. It's a clock that is never late.
Yeah, you notice the moon also synchronizes with the year. Every year the moon resets.
Yeah, everything does. Yeah, it's crazy. I think that guy's talking about the Prague clock.
Yeah, the Prague clock. Do you think like the Prague is a good?
You will still have to adjust that one and make adjustment. The watchmaker of that one will still have to adjust it, and it's probably missing certain gears when you compare it to all of the mechanisms and all the phenomena that is up in the sky. It might be a good one. It might be good indications of the movement of the that, but it's still not going to be complete. My bad. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I think the Prague clock's been heavily modified and things like that over the years. But yeah, there's no way to know. What you should be more concerned about is how can you explain the Earth being a globe when we measure nothing but flatness here on the Earth, right? We have all of these long distance observations of flat water, right? Common sense also tells us that water is flat on the surface, and we can't find any curvature, over thousands and thousands of long distance observations and laser tests. Like, how could it possibly be a globe?
Light bends perfectly with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, just perfectly, and just flattens out all of the water everywhere in all different types of conditions, right? Completely different area, completely different conditions, inverted temperature gradients, still just flattens it all out. Bending light flattens it all out, completely hides the curvature, completely hides the geometric horizon from ever being detectable. Sure. Impossible.
Do y'all get many new people in here anymore? Or is it just...
Every single day, almost every hour.
It's not repeats, like Brenda's or whatever?
Yeah, both. Not Brenda very often. She'll come in every now and then. But yeah, a lot of regulars and also a lot of new people. Like every time I pop in here, there's a new person. I don't think I've spoken to you before.
Probably years ago, but years ago probably. I got banned from the OG 24/7.
Yeah.
Is that still active?
Mm-hmm. Well, this is it, right? This is the voice section of it. This is the voice section of it, branched out, and then we have the English Hub server as well, which is usually very busy as well. But sometimes if we have an event in our home server, it'll just fill up like crazy really quickly. But the lobby and the debate chat and stuff in the home server is always active. Just the voice chats have been branched out, that's all.
Y'all have like straight up, you're going through maybe 3 points every day, pretty much.
We don't usually like do it exactly like that anymore, but it is, it is a variation of that. I mean, everyone's different. Everyone has a different way of having the conversation. And it depends who you're talking to. Like, different person, different education level or whatever, like, different knowledge on the topic. Like, if someone doesn't know anything about the topic, sure, we could go through, like, the 3-point style and then, clear up the misconceptions about what people think Flat Earth is. I think that's important as the first thing to do. So they don't have a completely false idea of, what they think that we believe or claim in their head throughout the conversation. That's helpful. Like the disc in space, most people think it's a disc in space, and sometimes we'll get 3 hours into a conversation and we wonder why they're not listening to us, but the whole time they thought that we think it's a space pizza and that we're retards because we think it's a space pizza. And they're like, what? You guys don't think it's a disc in space? We're like, oh God, we spoke to you for 3 hours and you didn't know that? So I think that's important to clear up. We don't claim the space pizza.
So you asked about the FTD. What do you think about it? Or maybe DJ? That was his question.
Oh, the TFE thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think this is my personal thing. I don't think it was all faked. I think that when you go there, you do see what they saw. Yeah, and I think we don't know what we're looking at. I mean, we don't know how the sky works, but we can just test the shit out of the ground, and it's always going to be completely flat over large bodies of water. So it can't be a globe. So where's that leave us, right? Speculating about the sky, I guess.
The sky can tell you so much, and is used for certain forms. People have, do it and use it for navigation, and obviously a wonder, a beauty that we observe it.
Yeah, you gotta fix the mic, bro. I feel bad.
Damn, bad. How can I be that bad?
Now it sounds fine. Right then it did, but it's cutting out like halfway through a sentence every time.
Mm-hmm. I wonder why.
It's like it's not picking up your voice. It's like, it doesn't seem like you're
picking it up. I've seen that happening before, yeah. Thanks for letting me know.
Could be sensitivity if you're not that close to your mic.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why you realize that, the folly of the heliocentric model, the models themselves being folly, and that's what led us into this whole idea of being on a big spinning ball, as presenting ideas in whatever form, mathematical, visual, modeling things that we don't experience to explain certain phenomena we observe, and then realize the folly of doing that, to turn around and go, well, we need to do the same thing now that we understand it's not a globe. We need to do that. We need to, make a model that's going to just be folly, right? Something we can't prove to be true. I just don't understand why you would just do the exact same thing that you just realized was wrong.
I feel like it's more just like creating a hypothesis that you're working from, and then you can go test that hypothesis.
Well, you should start with what are you like? What is the sun, right? What are the stars? What medium are the stars in? What's going on up there, right? And what you're going to realize is that you have no idea. You absolutely no idea what's going on up there. You're just pure speculation and believing stories that we've been told while we're growing up that we can't validate. Here's the way I look at it, right? There's a globe model or whatever you want to call it that predicts that. Yeah, it kind of explains it according to their model, but it's a completely flawed model that's been debunked at step 1, which is the curvature and the motion and all of it. It's like a completely debunked shitty model. Okay, so there's one model that explains it. It's just a completely useless model, right? And then we've got some pretty useless flat Earth models that also explain it, right? We've got Joseph Hanvey's model. There's a bunch of people that have models that explain the 24-hour sun, but they probably have a whole ton of issues as well, as just like the globe model does. Okay, so where's that leave us, right? With what we can actually validate here on the actual Earth. Like if we have a 20-mile lake and we test it over and over again, right? And then we do a different area and a different area, and all we detect is completely flat water. Being able to see magnitudes further than you can see, right? Like where's the curve? Where's the globe? How could it possibly be a globe? If we only test it flat, we all experience it flat. Like where's the globe coming from other than we were taught it? We were told to believe it. It's just it's like a theoretical mathematical model or concept that we're taught from a young age. It's not really a model, like a scientific model. It's the wrong term for it because it hasn't been tested. Well, it has been tested, but it's been debunked during the testing process. So it's not a scientific model or not a valid one. But it's a theoretical mathematical model that people believe, from a young age. And that's nothing more than that. But one second, one last thing really quickly, right? When people show an AE map, right, this is what Jaren thought the flat Earth model is, and he calls it the flat Earth model. He shows the globe projection AE map, and then he shows like a little physical sun and moon that circle around it in a particular path. If like they're claiming like there's like a little solid sun and a little solid moon circling around the Earth, and that's what was debunked, right? The sun and the moon circling over the globe map. That's what they debunked, right? Like that can't really work.
And it's people that want to hold on to that idea, right? Like David Weiss's app, right? That are going to just call Whitsett and Jaren outright liars. They didn't see it. It's all fake. Look at this. Look at these artifacts in the footage. Blah 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 blah. Look at his head going in front of the sun, behind the sun, and just all this sort of stuff that they're looking for to try and show that they staged it somehow. I mean, just give up, guys. I mean, you don't need it. You don't need that model. You don't need anything that Whitsett and Jaren did in Antarctica to be true or false in order to determine that the Earth is flat. It's really a waste of time.
Yeah, but like the issue is that the AE map is so damn intuitive, and it clicks in a lot of ways. I think you can get what I'm saying. So
this didn't even, right? So there is a lot of merit to the map, like when it comes to explaining certain things, especially in the north, right? Once you start getting into the south, it really starts to get really unreliable, unverifiable, and there's a bunch of things that don't fit with that because it's a projection. But in the north, right, like if you want to fly from like Poland to France or something like that. Like, it's a great map to plot out, to look at flights and things like that on that type of projection. But it's just a projection at the end of the day. And this final experiment didn't necessarily even debunk that, right? It debunked the little solid sun and moon circling over the top of it that people inserted in and said that, oh, this is the true flat Earth map. And this is exactly a true map of what the flat Earth is laid out like, with Antarctica as a big ring of ice around the outside, right? And the little solid sun and moon, doing circles over the top of it. That's what was debunked, not the actual usefulness of certain aspects. It's not like that entire map is completely incorrect, right? I think like the layout of certain continents in the north part of the map is pretty, it's hard to argue with, because you can take flights and measure how long approximately it takes to get from point A to point B all around those places.
Exactly. Like, Eric Dubay makes a really bold claim when he says from any point in, within the, the Tropic of, Capricorn or whatever. Is it Cancer or Capricorn? Which one's the south one? I can't remember.
Capricorn.
Right. Any point, pretty much from any point on Earth, if you go south, you'll reach the coastline of Antarctica. Right? That's a bold claim, bro. I want to see the evidence for that. Where's the proof? Where's the proof that if you go south from any point, anywhere on Earth, and you start just go and don't change your direction and just keep going south, you reach Antarctica, the coastline of Antarctica? Where's the evidence for that? I want to see it. Because I haven't seen it yet.
Is that guy still here?
Yeah, I'm chilling, man.
You're not a glober, are you? Right? Like, you're not...
Nah, dude. I'm super flat.
Yeah. Don't sound like a glober. Many of them get kind of emotional when people say Earth is not a globe, and you don't sound like that.
I just haven't been in here in a while, and I kind of miss the conversations with new people. I do miss that. I haven't heard that in a long time.
There's many good conversations that happen, but eventually we do also get like many trolls and like people that just come here to argue.
Yeah,
there's some
I
good
definitely
conversations.
I apologize.
No, it's all good. You're cool, bro.
Yeah, what we like to say about the 24-hour sun is, to come up with a logical syllogism. So you base it on premise, conclusion, and drive that to a flat Earth. And you can't do it. It's measured flat. So why would you base that off the motion of the sun? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, but the people who don't go down the line of thought, people who aren't good at logic, they want something to grab onto, and now we have nothing to even give them to grab onto, like explaining, if you go east, it's just like going clockwise on a clock, that's intuitive. It's a good way to get people to grasp the concept of how reality could work on not a globe.
That hasn't gone away.
What?
That hasn't gone away with the 24-hour sun thing, right? As east and west are still circles around a north pole.
Yeah, but it still makes things awkward with the south and the sun, right?
Well, not really, because you're starting, that's got nothing to do with cardinal directions, right? That's to do with sky phenomena that we can't explain.
Right. Yeah, why? Why would you say that?
Yeah, I guess you're all right.
You think that it invokes this idea that then there'd have to be some sort of Pac-Man looping effect taking place, right?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it can just be like an electro. I mean, Pac-Man, I don't even think that is that ridiculous if it's just like a light in the sky going left to right, and then it just restarts going left to right. But then you would have to be able to circumnavigate doing that same thing, which is weird. I don't know. It does make the entire thing a lot harder to grasp intellectually. Like, just to create it like a fake model in your head, a hypothesis. Not even you can't even
any harder. Like, is it any harder for people to grasp than Einstein-Rosen bridges? People latch onto that. That's not nice and easy. Oh yeah, I can see how that would work. Bending of space-time, 2 points meeting in space. Oh, but the flat earthers, no, you're not allowed to use that. That's stupid. You're ridiculous. I think it's so hypocritical.
People don't realize how batshit crazy the globe model claims are. I mean, they're talking about that sun that you're seeing being a burning ball of gas in a vacuum chamber. That's insane.
Yeah, saying gases don't coalesce in a vacuum is probably my favorite one-liner.
Yeah, the whole thing is just bunk. Like, that they tell you everything that you experience and measure in real life is completely wrong and opposite. And then there's burning balls of gas in a vacuum, and it rains diamonds on Uranus. All sorts of crazy shit they tell us, and people just don't really acknowledge how crazy their claims are. Just because it's been ingrained so much throughout our entire life, it's kind of like we're desensitized to the ludicrous claims.
One thing I enjoyed just the other day is... Yeah, just the other day, we was talking about the satellites with the internet and all that, and explaining to him that it's all an undersea cable. And, he's got any ideas, gone and looked it up, and he's blown away by, how the length of these cables and the work they've put in to lay these cables down. And it's just blowing his mind. He could not get over it. And someone in the channel came up with, the idea that this guy's, okay with the idea of satellites zooming around Earth and, being in perfect positions and, being able to do everything they can do, not falling to Earth, not getting further from Earth, just perfect speed, perfect precision. And he's blown away by these cables under the sea. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah. That's a good example, Shaggy. Exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, it was quite entertaining, yeah.
So I'm going to post this video since we're talking about the movement of the sun, and this one is a very underrated observation. That is one. I posted in the text. The guy that asked about, what's your name again? Your username? That we've been talking to?
Sack Tapper.
Sack and you guys, DJ and Shaggy. Look at this. You can see doing some type of a clock. It's like you're looking at the face of a clock, and he's doing this clockwise movement. And the moon does the same thing.
I haven't seen this. Awesome. Yeah, having a look now.
The interesting thing about those cables is they've been doing that for over 150 years now. The first ones between North America and Europe were like the 1850s.
In the YC axis, if you see this, the sun is doing like a C-axis rotation. Because the globe is telling you that is spinning on its axis, right? But when you look at the sun, it doesn't look like it's doing that. This is
I think they say the sun, different parts, like different sections or different bands of the sun spin at different rates or something like that. It's really weird. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, actually. I mean,
Yeah, you know how you kind of see those like different sections, like on Jupiter. Sun's like kind of similar to that. I think I did look into it once, but I don't remember very much. Yeah, that's a good video. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
It's a very decent, underrated observation, and this one is a good video for this observation. Just saying, it's interesting since we're speculating and talking about the sun and that kind of stuff. Just adding this up for you guys, because I got this. They were talking about this in the English server for a little bit, and someone posted this video. I think it was Rosie or something.
Hey, is this a gaslighting voice chat or something?
No, that happens. I mean, no, we're not gaslighting, but people do that. Some people do that. But why do you ask that? I wonder.
I don't know. It's just a thought.
Yeah, Earth is trying to gaslight you. Earth is pretending to be flat.
The gaslight. Yeah.
I didn't ask that question. What are you talking about?
No, that was a statement by Tito, a sarcastic statement. But yeah, no, this is a legitimate room. Said that. No one said you said anything. Relax.
I'm just pointing it. I'm just relax, man. I'm just pointing out that we observe and experience a flat Earth, right? Everybody does.
Yeah, if you ask about gases or that kind of stuff, the globe doesn't pass the gas or the smell test. The globe doesn't pass the smell test. So it cannot be holding gas pressure.
Have you looked into the topic before, dude? Or what? Okay, all right. You're gonna do a Rubik's Cube dance for us? That's the brain shutting off the topic.
Yeah.
It's 1 a.m. Who cares?
That's fine.
Justin Alexander, can you please turn your camera off? It limits our room.
Yeah, yes, 1 second. I gotta finish this cube.
Okay.
All right.
You've got two options. You can turn your camera off, or I'll help it. Thank you.
Oh, Rubik's Cube Master.
Whoa, that was impressive.
Congratulations on your Rubik's Cube.
The cube is flat, but on 6 sides. I think that represents the Earth. It's how we experience it.
I may ask, with your record?
Well, no, actually, no. That's not how we experience it. But yeah, sure. Flat is how we experience large bodies of water, and on the surface. And they tell us that over 70% of the known surface area of the Earth is water. Right, so we can calculate how, if it was a globe, it would have to be curving water, right, obviously. So all the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. Now, we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance and then go out and test for that curvature. And that's been done thousands upon thousands of times now. And we can't detect any curvature in long-distance observations, laser propagation tests, all sorts of different methods to try to detect the Earth curvature. And then when we go looking for evidence from the globe side for the curvature, we get let down in a big way. So
right. I think that, we only live on one of the 6 sides, and the government's like trying to stop us from going over those, go over the edge.
So you're the one, like, you come in asking if we're trying to gaslight, but.
And like,
you're not trying to have a proper conversation. Yeah,
there's like natural resources on this other side.
Yeah. Sure, there is, buddy.
And that's like the war in Ukraine is being fought because, like,
yeah, sure,
we're trying to see who's going to be, who's going to go on the other side.
Very cool. Okay, thank you.
This guy probably has a YouTube channel or something.
Yeah, mustn't be very good. He's not very entertaining. Another letdown.
server to show off his Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. And to tell us that the Earth is to ask us if we're gaslighting, and then he does a little dance with his Rubik cubes and tells us the Earth is a square. Great.
Too bad you didn't bother telling us.
Well, I actually said it's a cube, so like that's.
Oh, you're still here? I thought you'd gone.
God damn. Dude, what's your record? What's your record, dude?
In competition or like unofficially? What do you want? Both. In competition, I've done 9.8 seconds, and then like individually, probably like 7 seconds. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Holy fuck, man! You have a speed cube?
Yeah.
Speed cube.
Damn. Of course, I would imagine. Yeah, they're called that, dude. They're made of like.
That's what they're called. My cousin does it. He's fucking heaps quick at that shit.
Well, that's crazy. There's probably some little 6-year-old Chinese kid that could crush you, though, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like he can juggle 6 of them while solving them and reciting the alphabet backwards. Yeah. Like,
and he does it all only with his feet.
Of course. Actually, the speed cubes come from Asia. Do you know that? They are actually manufactured in Asia, not in the United States. The ones in the United States suck.
Oh. Yeah, the official ones are gone. I don't do competitions. I haven't done it in years. I haven't really worked on it in years, but my record was 1:30. I mean, just for fun, right? But whatever. That's cool, man. Good job.
1:30. That's pretty good. I started at like 10 minutes. But you probably use the beginner method where you like do the cross and then the corners and then the edges on the second layer, and then speedcubers tend to use the CFOP method, which is 4 steps instead of like 6, and we have to learn about 78 algorithms. The beginner method's like 6 algorithms, but the CFOP method is like 78, something like that. It took me like 2 months to learn it. Nowadays, I forgot some of the algorithms because I learned that when I was like 12. But
that's hardcore, man. Good for you. At one point, once I got under 2 minutes, I was like, okay, fuck it, got other shit to do.
That's fair. I was 12, so I had time, but I don't have time anymore. Obviously, it doesn't pay very well, so I completely understand.
I think I solved one once when I was a kid, and then I could never do it again. And I just pulled the stickers off and put it on.
If any of you have a Rubik's Cube, like the proper, if any of you have a proper Rubik's Cube, like the original brand, because the speed cubes aren't Rubik's. If you have one of those, keep them because they're going to be valuable. They're going to be like $200 or $500 down the line, I bet.
Yeah, I know, man. I wish I had all my old toys, bro. I'd be a millionaire.
Exactly. Keep all your toys. Do not ever throw away vintage potential. Then you're throwing away thousands of dollars plus.
I mean, you could argue the same for gold or something like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't throw away gold either.
Or silver.
Yeah. Like silverware or like cups. I have like antique cups that are $100 each because they're old. I have like 20 of them or something. They're very valuable.
I got oil panic, but it's missing the battery cover.
Nice.
It's got to be worth a bit there.
Just to give you an idea, the world record for Speed Cube is about 3.0 something seconds.
Right. Oh no.
Yep, fucking oath, they're fast. Absolutely brilliant.
I'm like number, I don't know, 8,000 or 10,000. I'm like the 10,000th fastest person in the world. That's not what I'm best at. I'm actually best at sports stacking. Do you guys know the cup stacking thing?
The cup stacking?
People like,
yeah, that's crazy, man. That's impressive as well.
I was number 178 for the cycle in like 2021 in the world.
Nice.
With that. That's what I'm better at. But I'm also pretty okay at the cube. I don't do these things anymore, obviously.
Put your camera and show us the cups one.
I can't at this hour, man. There's people sleeping very loud, like 90 decibels. Who cares? It's 1 a.m. Exactly. I've thrown away my cups. No, they're very noisy.
It's all relative. You live on a globe, dude.
All relative. No, there's people downstairs trying to sleep.
Just still them is for science.
That's fair enough, man.
Stacking cups can't be that loud.
You have to do it another time.
It's super. At my speed, it's very loud because I'm whipping my hands around and stacking cups. It's super loud. And also, I don't have my cups anymore. I kind of threw them away because I don't do it anymore. I would have to buy a new set and a new mat and, get that going again. And warm up as well because I haven't done it in a few years.
So what brings you here today?
I wanted to number one at Papa's Pizzeria.
Papa's Pizzeria. For you actually?
For a week.
Nice. I was here because I wanted to propose my new theory based on the Rubik's Cube, the six-sided globe theory. Basically, my theory is that the governments, like the UN, is putting a border up at the edges of the first face that we all live on. And the governments are gatekeeping access to the other faces that include trillions of dollars in oil. That's how they actually get the oil.
So that must be the edge that all the globers keep asking us about.
Exactly.
There we go.
So are you saying that there's
lucky it's Sunday?
Are you saying that there's other people, the other side of the cube, like living sideways on the cube?
No. Well, the thing is with gravity is that it pulls towards the center, so it makes sense that we all live on the face, right? On the first face, on one face, right? And there's 6 faces, so in total. So we're trying to get to the second.
Standing under the cube, then.
Yes. I mean, on the other opposite end, it's usually like CIA Area 51. That's Area 51 is like the special place where like you can get radio signal to the other faces of the planet.
You weren't trolling? You seriously think Earth's a cube?
No, I'm trolling.
Oh, okay, right, okay. My bad, I misunderstood.
Is your cube rotating?
The cube is not rotating, no.
So is it on a table and nobody has picked it up yet?
It's not on a table. It's just spinning. It's just like any.
Well, you just said no to that, and now you're saying yes, it's spinning. Which one is it?
Oh no, I thought I said. Did I not say it's spinning? I thought I said it's spinning.
So how does it work? The cube.
Oh, sorry, forgive me. Yes, it does spin. I'm tired as well. Forgive me. Ignore that.
So why isn't the water spinning away from the cube?
Well, it's not
flying off it.
Well, look.
So this is a cube that you never experienced.
The gravity of Earth is when you're on the face of it stronger than the pull away from Earth.
So if you were right over in one corner. On
also
one particular face, if you're right over in one corner, that would mean the gravity would be weaker, or would it be pulling you back towards the middle of that face?
Right. It's
weak. Yeah, which one is it? Weaker.
Yeah. Have you been to the mystery spot in Santa Cruz, California, where like you're
considering my accent? Not really.
Yeah. There's like this place in Santa Cruz, California, where like you lean like Michael Jackson. And like the gravity is weird, and like it's like a place where it showcases to the elites who they're basically trained right before they go to the edges of the world. They train them on these models. I think the first face is really like large to the point where the gravity doesn't feel very different from one place to another unless you get like right to the edge. If that makes sense. It takes a long time.
So this place in California is near the edge.
not near the edge. It's actually pretty far. So that's why we have the Pacific Ocean.
So not near the edge then.
No. We're only like the what we call the world map is only like 1/10 the size of the first phase. So it takes a long time to get to the edge. That's why it's been such a well-kept secret for so long. Because it takes so long to get to the other edge. And because the face is so large,
to get there.
this is how also planes are able to circle around the world map and be able to like trick people into thinking they're flying over the Pacific Ocean when in fact they're just circling around, but like in a big circle, so that they're tricked, so that nobody knows that there's like trillions of dollars worth of natural resources on.
Since you're a cube expert, what is the mechanism, the actual mechanism that you can demonstrate that there's water on the outside of the spinning cube?
Water on the outside of the spinning cube.
Yeah,
what do you mean on the outside?
On
the surface of the outside. Okay. Yeah. I see.
So,
well, it is spinning. It is spinning very.
Spinning, and the water is not flying off.
I believe it's spinning, but it's like spinning so slowly to where the water isn't gonna fall from the. It is spinning, but not that quickly. The sun is actually much closer, and that's why we can spin pretty slowly and still be okay.
As wild as your model is, it's still more believable than the globe.
Bro, he said that there's people under the cube. And on the side
under the cube, on the opposite face, right? Because we all live on the first face, on the top one, and then there's people on the opposite side.
Yeah, but you say you're a cube expert, but not a fantasy cube expert.
What do you mean a fantasy? This is not a fantasy.
Because the cube that you are an expert of, that cube cannot do what you claiming this other cube is doing. So the cube you hold in your hand is not exactly. So this cube that you hold in your hand and doing the speed stuff is not the same as the other cube you're talking about.
As long as you paid attention to third grade, I think you can call yourself a cube expert. Because it's so simple. It's just 6 faces. So,
yeah, and if you're a cube expert, you know that there is no people in the side of the cube, under the cube. There's no water on the sides of the cubes.
The governments No, the governments have. That's why So
you're talking about fantasy cube?
No, it's not a fantasy cube. I'm explaining the world here.
Well, what is it? You haven't explained.
And how do you verify this?
Experience it. It's how we all experience it. Like,
no, we don't experience a cube. We experience a flat surface.
How is it possible that the stupid not the Israelis, the Arabs have so much money despite being in the desert?
So let me get this straight. Wealth proves the shape of the ground.
Yes. Well, the shape is flat. We agree on that, but what we don't agree.
Flat is not a shape, dude.
We agree that it's flat. No.
Flat is not a shape. You said the shape
flat's
is
a shape. Goodness.
Well,
so you're not a cube expert because the cube is the flatness of the cube is not the shape of the cube.
Well, we do live on a flat surface. What we disagree on is that the shape of the
you don't say the shape of the cube
of Earth is a cube.
And how are you going to prove this?
Forgive me.
Other than saying the fact it's a cube, it's a cube, it's a cube. We've heard that bit.
Yeah.
How are you going to verify, validate, or prove, or back up this claim that it's a cube?
Well, I don't have to prove that.
Yes, you do. You're making the claim.
Let me finish. We do live on a flat surface. We all agree on that.
Yeah, we got that bit already. We understand it's flat. We're trying to get out of you the cube side of it. You've made the claim that we live on a cube. We live on one face of the cube.
Right.
That one face is flat. We agree with that bit. We live on a flat, horizontal, planar surface with topography,
I'm very glad
hills and stuff.
This question.
Excellent. Right. So let's get back to the cube bit. How are you going to verify the cube side of it?
I'm very glad you asked this question. There's no freaking way we have this much money like around the world. Like look at the Saudis, dude.
You're not answering the question, are you? For some reason.
No, I am answering the question. I'm
glad you said no.
Look at the Arabs. They have so much money.
Oh, they've got proof, have they?
Yeah, they do. If you go to them, they'll tell you
that it's a cube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they'll say that.
I think they would if you go to them. You'll see.
No, that's where you're mistaken thinking.
No.
So you've got no proof other than the fact that you're a spood cuber, which is pretty cool. You've got no proof of this claim. Nothing to back it up.
I do. If you go speak to them, if you would just speak to them, you'd see.
So I've got to go and speak to somebody else to back up your claim, not their claim. Your claim that it's a cube.
It's also their claim because that's what they said.
No, it's not.
They said it's a cube.
I have never heard an Arab person drop into this channel and say that it's a fucking cube yet. What's the deal there, bro? Come on.
I was just in Dubai recently. I went to
hello, we had many Arabs in here. They say it's an egg, not a cube.
No, listen. I was just at the club with them.
We have many Arabs in here, and they tell you it's an egg.
Let me finish. No. I was just.
Troll time's over. Don't do it, bro.
Okay, fine. I was just in the club with them, and we were drinking like something like 20 shots of vodka.
Holy shit!
And, like he said that.
Are the other planets cubes, Merge?
Yeah, that's and the reason why. That's why it looks flat because it's like the lens distortion. Anyway, enough trolling. I'm sorry. Forgive.
We're still missing the physics of water cube. You know, water on the sides of the cube. Still missing that. Under the cube, on the side of the cube, next to a vacuum.
I see.
All that.
Let's see. So let me think about this. So, in fact, this is how it works. It tends to pull toward the middle of the faces, but not too much. And furthermore,
not too much.
There's going to be a lot of sand, like dead
pulling,
space.
Like with a rope.
So if you go to the corners of the
strings. When you say pulling, you mean like with hands or with strings? What is
it's gravity. Gravity.
Oh, what's that? What is that?
Gravity is a concept devised by our Lord and Savior.
So you're saying that a concept is pulling water, the earth?
No, it's because the earth is jealous of the water. The earth really loves water. It needs it to live. It's an organism, actually. You know, we have a misconception.
Jealousy.
Jealousy. We have
water.
Yeah, and gravity. Yeah. So,
wow, bro.
We tend to think of the cube as kind of like this object. It's actually an organism. It's a very large organism. I don't know why we have this conception that organisms are really small, like our size. There's definitely like really large organisms out there. One of them being actually the Earth we live on, and so it has a very good relationship.
It's an organism.
Yeah. The Earth is an organism. So every time I'm sad, I just talk to Earth.
Amazing.
No, I'm not a YouTuber, to whomever asked. I used to be one back in when I was like 12. Or like to 17, but now I don't do it anymore because of things.
Why not?
Because I got shit to do. I have like a real stuff to do. YouTube is a joke. YouTube's a joke, unless you have like a few million followers or subscribers. But I did not have that. I only had like 12,000. So.
So you're a Glober, right?
He's a cuberter. Cube.
No, I believe in a cube. I'm a centrist.
Nice.
It's not just a cube, it's a spinning cube.
Yes, I am a spinning cube. I am the spinning cube. I'm actually transmitting. I am Earth, and I'm transmitting to you this message that I am, in fact, just a cube.
But you're also geocentric, but it's spinning. You're the true third position candidate.
Oh, wow. Any Romanians in here? I want to talk about how Romania is a corrupt basket case.
You could insert any government in front of corrupt basket case. Pick a country. And it will fit perfectly. Like, seriously.
Oh, sure, but I mean for like everyday people, you know?
Japan.
Australia.
You used to have Get Beget.
I feel like Japan's a pretty good place.
Get Beget's Romanian. He hasn't been in here for like 3 years or something. Probably not that long. Probably a year.
What time is it? It's 1:15 a.m. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. Have mercy on me.
He's not going to help you. But the fact that we've seen your face, you need beauty sleep.
I need beauty sleep, is that... I've been sleep deprived for 10 years, man. Part of the game.
And now you're in a flat earth channel where you're trying to make sure you sleep deprived for a lot longer.
You know, I'm having fun, you know. Dry humor.
You at least start doing some research. We'll see how much sleep.
Yeah, I don't know. Genuinely, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not like, I mean, I accept that it's.
What's your religious beliefs got to do with research?
No, it has to do with questioning the system, in the sense that I don't take everything just at face value immediately. Though I would assume it's true that it's a globe, but I don't really mind. It's not really important for my salvation. But I assume it's true.
So you can't see why it would matter if it was false.
The government, as we all said, it's like governments are corrupt basket cases. What's new? If that's the case, but I assume it's globe. Yeah. So I don't think it's really like I don't really care.
So what's the question when it says in the scriptures that you shall make no depictions of the heavenly things and earthly things, right? I think it says something like that. I mean, the globe is such a thing.
Earthly things?
Or what does it say about heavenly things? They say
anything in the heavenly, like, you know, okay. Basically, the idea behind that, from what I know, is that we're trying not to.
So the globe solar system is
tries to represent depict something that we cannot represent through an image, because heaven is, you know, not really it's almost incomprehensible, if that makes sense. So we try to, when you look at Orthodox icons, they're kind of like symbols almost. They're not. So
the globe will go against the Christian belief?
No, it doesn't.
It's on the scriptures.
Well, the Eastern Orthodox Church is not designated the Earth is flat, so and not the same.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying about the globe depictions of heavenly things.
I don't see that in scripture.
What is this? The solar system? The sun, the moon, the earth as a planet, up in the sky, up in heaven, up in the heavenly realms, the celestials. That's what the solar system is. When they draw the planets and draw the sun, and they tell you this is what it is and this is how it works.
But I don't know how the Eastern Orthodox Church interprets that. So I'd rather not.
So you're basing your understanding of reality to someone else's beliefs. So someone else says it's a ball, you're going to say it's a ball. Church. Someone else said it's a cube. So you're basing everything you understand and know off of somebody else. That's crazy, dude.
My faith in God, yeah. I'm a religious person.
But they're not basing it off of faith in God. They're basing it off their understanding of a book. So if they've read the book and fucked up their description of it, you get to deal with that.
Look, we're not Protestants. We don't. This is a tradition.
I didn't say you were. All I'm saying is somebody has read a book. No. Somebody has read a book and they have interpreted it a particular way. And you're basing your entire belief system off their interpretation. Here's an idea. Grab the good book yourself, interpret it yourself, brother.
No, because I'm not that good. I'm not that guy.
You're not that good at reading, or you stick to cubes?
I'm not that guy.
Not what guy?
The sheeple.
There's nothing stopping you from reading a book.
No, I read the Bible, but it's not.
That's what I'm saying. Why is it not for you to interpret?
This is what's been passed down for 2,000 years in the Eastern Orthodox Church, and I just continue the tradition that's been passed down from the apostles. That's what I do.
So you can let someone else interpret a book on your behalf.
Yeah, where does it mention globe? Where does it mention globe or outer space or anything like that?
I don't know if there's a position on the globe, as far as I know, from the saints or from.
It's not mentioned. Yeah, it's not mentioned. It describes the place as a stationary flat realm or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, just like we all experience and measure. Perhaps, yeah, no, not perhaps. I mean,
I don't know. I haven't read that verse specifically too deeply, so I haven't really studied into it and looked at it.
He's LARPing again, like the Glober there. Now he's LARPing about Christianity.
I don't know if I'm LARPing. I'm just trying to align myself with the Eastern Orthodox Church on this. I don't know what their position is too well, so.
Might be best to go outside and align yourself with reality.
I said I assume it's the globe, but I don't really care at the end of the day.
Oh, so you're not sure if they say it's a globe?
I mean, it's more like, oh, it's actually, and then it comes out that it's actually this. I'll be like, yeah, so what? It's not like something
just
like
whatever they tell you, you'll just kind of go with it.
Don't care about being scammed.
Yeah, I'm an Orthodox Christian. I believe in God, and this is the tradition that's been passed down for 2,000 years through my ancestors.
Well, God never says it's a globe, so I mean, where are you getting the globe part from?
I said I assume it's true that it's a globe. I didn't say, hey, this is my belief, and any contradictory evidence, I'm gonna cry over it or something.
He's gonna pay the
I think Father Seraphim, actually Saint Seraphim Rose, who's a saint from my state of California. I've been to his monastery. He's not alive anymore, but I think he actually spoke about the heliocentric model, but I don't remember exactly what he said, so I have to look.
It must be true if he spoke about it.
No, because it's just one saint. If that's the case,
yeah,
the saints can be wrong too, you know. But when
you gotta watch them. Gotta watch them.
But saints are holy, so.
Sure they are.
I believe that, yes, they are.
Yes,
I understand you come from America and you've never seen holy saints or haven't really heard of them, or
no, I've never been to America.
Or you're UK, rather. Sorry, you're
never been to the UK.
He's an upside downer.
No, I'm upright.
My bad, bro.
I'm just wondering where you're getting the globe part from, but yeah, it's all good, man. If you don't
I assume it's true because that's that's kind of what I was brought up with. What doesn't mean
exactly. So I mean, you'd happily admit, right, that it's just a belief system because you were taught.
I haven't looked too deeply into it. All I heard is in school where I was just trolling with the cube, obviously. I'm not an expert on the globe model or what the exact studies are on it or whatever. I haven't. All I heard is that some guy made a measurement here and there, and then that's how we know. So I don't know.
Whoa. Okay. Well, it's actually not quite the case. So you don't know it's a globe, right? You just believe it.
I assume it. I assume it. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
For now, I guess. But
you probably haven't seen a lot of evidence otherwise. Yeah, okay.
No, I haven't seen evidence otherwise. I don't know. I'm not involved in it.
Well, you should look into it, man. It's pretty amazing once you look into the actual empirical evidence. You'd rather do cubes and whatnot. I get you.
I would rather listen to the saints on this topic and whether it actually. If it doesn't matter, then I'll just move on because I have other stuff to do as well in my life. I don't have, I have other battles to fight than the cube being flat or circular or whatever. The cube. I'm tired.
He doesn't care about truth. He doesn't care about it.
No, I
admits that he's a sheep, just a sheeple.
He accepts the scams and the scammers, and if he.
Wow.
It's fine. It's up to you. Your call.
I understand. I understand from you come from the West where it's atheistic and Christ is mocked and all that. And
you mean like the West of America, like California? Aren't you in California?
Yes, I'm very well aware of what I'm talking about.
I'm in America.
Okay.
So yeah, you are Western. I'm an Eastern.
Well, my family's originally from Romania. I've lived in Romania for about 8 years. I have experience of Eastern Europe. My family's originally from Eastern Europe, although I was born in the United States. I do remember my experiences from there and what value they brought me.
I hear a bunch of criminals, corruption, and scammers come from there.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, my family was involved in that. I have multiple high-ranking communists in my ancestry line. God forgive them. Some secret agents and all that. I understand what you're talking about.
Is that where you learned to LARP as, the way
you that's where I learned how to LARP. I haven't spoken to them in 15 years, is when I was like 6 or whatever. Or 7. I don't speak to them.
Wow. You haven't spoken to your family in 15 years?
The father side of the family, no. No.
That's the separation of the family. The globe, scarcity, fear, religion.
Exactly.
Well, I hope you get to speak to your family, man. Might be some type of blessing.
I hope I never speak to them again. I hope I never speak to them again.
Wow.
Not that I hate them, it's just they're so untrustworthy and they're psychopathic to the point where they can act in ways you would never believe. That they are bad-willed, so I will never actually know whether they're repentant. So it's best not to speak to them. They're trained communists.
You will never forgive them. They will never change.
I forgive them. But for my own safety, I never speak to them. Yeah, I forgive them as a Christian, but I never speak to them because I don't know if they're actually repentant.
Just your family.
It's not just me who stopped talking to them. It's my whole mother's side of the family too. You know, there's a reason behind it.
Yeah. I know there's evil people out there, so if you don't want to deal with evil people, yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah.
Stop LARPing in public.
I don't think I mean, I don't care what people think of me, but okay.
The Bible does say that your friends will be kind and love you, and your family will always give you grief.
Sorry, one more time. I think my music was a little too loud.
The Bible says that your friends will love you. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong mic. Sorry.
No worries. Nice.
Yeah, the Bible says that your friends will love you and take care of you, but your family will always give you grief.
Is that what it says?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you give me the verse?
I don't know. I could probably look it up, I suppose. I mean,
I guess I'll ask ChatGPT real quick.
It might be in. I don't know.
Do not forsake your friend or a friend of your family, and do not go to your relative's house when disaster strikes you. Better a neighbor nearby than a relative far away. What?
Yeah, you're probably best off not trying to decipher that. Get someone else to do it for you.
Yeah, no, thank you. These are just... Nope.
The Bible's written in King James is written grade 4 level. You know,
I don't read really the King James Bible. I'm not Western European or Protestant or American of that descent, at least. So we don't do that.
It's just an English Bible, dude. It's English Bible.
Who wrote it? Protestant wrote that. He wrote it in 15.
No, but it's English. It's the first English Bible.
It doesn't mean it's the good one. It could be terrible.
All the others are sort of watered down from that.
So what?
So
I could say that about my church. We have a 2,000-year tradition. This is what we've been keeping for 2,000 years. And same thing I could say. It's like this is what's been passed down.
Like Sunday worship.
Martin Luther took out like 4 books, and how many? 6 books? I don't know exactly the number, but a lot of books, and made some changes and all that.
Yeah, like the globe, adding the globe in.
I don't know about that. Well, I would have to look at a Bible from Romania, perhaps in Romanian, from like the 1500s or earlier, to see like
you said 2,000 years.
The globe model. When does it come? When did it about?
When was it first suggested, or when was it first introduced into?
Popularized.
Copernicus introduced it into the church, and the church got Copernicus to make a model, which was in the 17th century or something.
So that means in order to get see what the people, the Bible said back in the 1600s or whatever, or the 600s, you have to get a Bible from that period. And then compare it to something more new, see if there's a difference. But, yeah.
None of them will say anything about a globe.
I mean, they didn't believe in it anyway, so why would they? Does that mean they were talking about a flat Earth as well?
Well, they were describing it that way, yeah. Essentially,
the saints,
like all of the other ancient cultures. Yeah, if you look at the all the depictions of all of the ancient cultures around the world, right? They all had a very similar depiction of this place, right? Like a flat plane inside an enclosed system, kind of like a realm in a sense, where there was a firmament and whatnot, right? Like how in Genesis, how it talks about how God created the firmament to separate the waters from the waters, and how he placed the stars, the planets, the moon and the sun in the firmament. And he created 2 separate lights in the sky, one being the sun, one being the moon, one to govern the day, one to govern the night. And he talks about how the earth, is placed on pillars and how it cannot be moved, right? Whereas the globe model's telling you it's spinning out of control, millions of miles per hour through the universe, and all the planets are named after Greek gods and things like that. It's like a pagan sun worship cult, kind of the heliocentric model. But yeah.
Well,
there's tons in the Bible about flat Earth.
I'm sure Saint Seraphim Rose of Latina, California, spoke about this. I'll see what his writings say about it. I think I probably spoke about it. I've been to his monastery 4 times. I haven't. Obviously, a saint is not alive. He passed away, as I said.
I think it was like what 400 or 500 years ago, something like that. Like the Jesuits sort of went around the world, implementing this heliocentric system into the mainstream. It was even the church that came up with the Big Bang Theory. So, I mean, I think that there was some. Yeah, it was a Jesuit priest. I forget how to pronounce his name, but it's like Georges Lemaitre or something like that. And he was the first. They call him the father of the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of corruption, that's happened in the churches over the years.
That's the Catholic Church. We're not Catholic. We understand their problems very well. You understand, you probably know we were once in communion up until 1054. with the Great Schism. So we were in.
One of our good friends that comes in here is Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, he knows all about it as well. So it's a shame he's not here at the moment.
It'd be interesting to speak to. But
he's a really smart guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Personally, I'm retarded, but we gotta take our losses where we can.
But where Flat Earth is more about empirical evidence, actual like real world tests and things that can be repeated, rather than a belief system. Something that's kind of faith based. That's not what we're about.
Well, let's see what. I think I'll see. I'm curious what. I think he spoke on, as I said, the heliocentric versus a geocentric model. He might have been skeptical of the way we view things in modern society today, if I remember correctly, but I have to look. I don't trust the government. I mean, that's kind of my just move on with him.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does. But when it comes to what they tell you about the globe and outer space and things like that, then all of a sudden people trust them wholeheartedly.
Well, I've also seen the curvature when I was in a plane. I don't know if that's because
you wouldn't be able to, even if the Earth was a globe, right? That's not high enough. You would only see 0.1% of the surface area of the Earth from that height. I mean, I've flown all over the world myself. I don't know how anyone says they see curvature from a plane. I mean, I've only ever seen a completely flat horizon, but I mean, that's certain planes, a completely flat horizon.
No, it was slightly curved, but it was there. It was definitely there. I don't know if it was because of the atmosphere. Perhaps there was an optical illusion.
Well, some planes have different windows, right? Different shaped windows and different window designs. So some of them it's like a big, thick, round glass window. It has a triple layer glass. I mean, so you're looking through a big, fat, curved lens, basically, when you're looking out the window. Also, sometimes it's just people's preconceived worldview, right? Their belief system that makes them think that they see. Like sometimes I've seen pictures of a horizon, and I'm like, damn, I can see the curvature, and then I'll actually like draw like a straight line across it. I'd be like, damn, it's completely flat. But yeah, I don't know. I've never seen that in a plane. So I don't know. I've flown all over the world, never seen any curvature from a plane. But look, even if it was a globe, you wouldn't. I mean, there's tons of pilots, tons of interviews with commercial pilots, military pilots that are flat earthers. They'll say that they've never seen it. So I mean, but I get some people think that they've seen it. But you wouldn't technically be able to see it, even if it was a globe from that height. So whatever you were seeing wasn't Earth curvature. So even when we go up 4 times the height of a plane, right? Like we can send a weather balloon up with a camera on it, and if it's not a fisheye lens or a wide-angle lens camera, like a proper lens, it's a completely flat horizon, even from 120,000 feet. Tons of footage of that, and then we've had people go up higher than that, like even the Virgin Galactic went up to 300,000 feet. And even the Globe Earth scientist, you probably know who it is, Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was interviewed about it a bunch of times, and he says, no, you would not see the curvature of the Earth from 300,000 feet. It's not high enough. I did the calculations. It would be flat from that height. And then on top of that, then we had the Blue Origin. It went up to 350,000 feet, 60 miles. And, there was a trained astronaut on board that called Wally Funk. And she did an interview when she came back, and she said to Fox News that she was, disappointed. She didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth. She thought that they would go higher, and they didn't go high enough. And yeah, there's that. I mean, then you got footage, alleged footage from, the main cameras on the Chinese space station, which is the same height as the ISS. It shows a completely flat horizon. And then you do the math. And then even from that height, you wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature anyway, because it's still not high enough. You would only see 2.9% of the surface area of the Earth from that height. So,
yeah, I'm probably right in that sense. I assume you're right.
Doesn't disprove it, right? I'm just saying that, like,
that you can't see it from that point.
Our objective experience in reality is that we don't, we experience the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. Now, that's not proof that that's what it is, but that's kind of like the starting point, like the axiom, But then we go out and test it, right? So we can work out, like, if you go to a 10-mile body of water, if the Earth's a globe, there has to be 66 feet of curvature over that 10 miles. Has to be there, right? Just based on the mathematics and the size and shape that they tell us that the Earth is. And we can go and we can set up a high-powered laser or just like a super zoom camera just off the surface of the water. And we can zoom in and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be hidden behind the horizon, right? Behind the curvature of the Earth by like 50, 60 feet. But we can zoom in, we can see the shoreline, and then we go to another lake and a bigger lake, and then we buy a $30,000 laser and start shooting it over huge distances and not finding any curvature. So that's what we mean by flat Earth, by the way. Like at surface area, not having any drop over distance. Don't know the shape of the Earth, but it can't be a globe.
I'll see what the saints say.
See what says?
The saints.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a lot of the people in the world were indoctrinated by by what was getting around in the mainstream. Back in the day, right? Back when the Jesuits went around, implementing this heliocentric idea worldwide. India, like all of these cultures that had, or even the Christians, the Catholics, they all had depictions of the Earth as a flat stationary plane, and then all of a sudden it all changed after this period.
After the war was ceased by many wars.
Yeah, a lot of people will claim like the saints or the prophets of Islam or the Catholic Church. A lot of people will make these claims, but if you would actually ask them, it's like, okay, well, how did you validate that claim? What was done empirically? That's when you that's what this topic's about. Let's prove the claim in reality.
But I am an Orthodox Christian at the end of the day. I'm not purely an empiricist. If, let's say, what you're saying is true, I haven't looked at the evidence. I think I can just refer to the saints and move on.
What do you mean refer to the saints? Are you saying these saints are talking to you or something? What do you mean by that?
They have written things or said things that may have pertained to this topic. I believe, as I said, Saint Seraphim has probably spoke about it. I have to look into it as a starting point and go from there. That makes sense. The Eastern Orthodox Church, we highly respect our saints and they're holy people filled with the grace of God, and they would not lie about these things.
We could argue the Bible says that all Christians are saints. It's not a select few. Maybe in the end times, but
give too much power to these people, dude.
No, I'm not. This is 2,000 years of tradition. We've been here longer than you. What are you, a Protestant?
Tradition.
We've been here longer, 1,500 years more than you.
No, tradition is not scripture, though. Two different things.
Your beliefs.
Tradition is man-made.
700 years ago.
Tradition's man-made.
But your beliefs didn't exist 700 years ago. They were non-existent.
So what's this? Is this for your cube Earth? Are you appealing to like ancient people's holy and true that
ancient
said
and
that
contemporary? We have saints even in the 20th century. In the 21st century, we are still a living church. We're not the Catholics who unfortunately lost the grace due to their heresy and all that. So we still have saints even today.
So, and what do they say about the Earth?
I don't know. That's why I need to look into it.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And that's another thing with like the Catholics, in the West with Christianity. Unfortunately, Western Christianity lost grace, so there's no holy people in the West anymore. So it feels very ancient because it is. But when you go to Romania and the monasteries and you see the holy people who may even be clairvoyant, you would see that the church is still living as it did for the last 2,000 years. But
so apparently, according to the doc, the dome of the church represents the floor of the church is earth, and the dome of the church is the sky.
Are you even Orthodox?
No, I'm not.
Do you know how to interpret icons like this? Do you have certain?
I'm reading about it right now. That's how the
ChatGPT
is the sky in heaven, and the floor is the earth. It's literally that's
okay. Even if that's the case, do you see that they're at floor level? Like you wouldn't see, as we just talked about, you wouldn't see the.
That's how they built their churches. It represents their model of the earth. A flat floor with a dome overhead is what their domed church is modeled after.
Yeah, like it describes in the Bible.
Where does the flatness come from in that case? But again, I have to refer to the saints on this topic. But what flatness is implied?
Well, all of the ancient cultures, including the churches, right? They all depicted that, right? That's like they all depicted that, right? Like a flat plane within a contained system. Yeah, yeah, all of them. Yeah, I'll pop a graphic in the side chat for you.
Acknowledges that you cannot see the curvature when you're on the ground. I'm not.
No, you can't see. Like, let me clarify that quickly, right? So yeah, they say that you can see the curvature effects, the effects of the curvature, right? Like they will tell you that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline of a body of water, the horizon would have to be at 3 miles away. And something that goes beyond that would start to become obstructed behind the horizon, and you wouldn't be able to see it anymore because it's gone over the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so in that sense, we can see the curvature, even though you might see a horizontal horizon and not see like a curved horizon, you would still see the effects of curvature. Like I was talking about with the test earlier over a 10-mile lake, as an example. Things would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and that's what we've invalidated through real-world observations. Well, have a look what Travis just put an interesting little graphic in the side, right? All of the ancient cultures kind of depicted this kind of deal, right? Where you've got a flat plane and then you've got a contained system over the top. container of some kind. It's called the firmament in the Bible.
Well, I'm not sure how these people, Masonic, I'm not sure how these people found out these models and came up with these models.
Well, these are depictions.
All those ancient cultures, those primitive cavemen that were working with, riding on cowhide and had copper chisels and stuff that were building mega structures, huge stone blocks. Like, come on, bro. They were obviously more advanced than what modern society gives them credit for.
How much do you think the Earth curves across like a 5 or 10 mile wide lake?
Enough to not see a Rubik's Cube anymore.
So let me try again. How much do you think the Earth curves across a 5 or 10 mile wide lake?
As much as my heart desires.
Well, I told him just before, right? It's 66 feet. So that's like a
but I'm about to fall asleep.
6-story building.
I'm about to fall asleep. I just realized
you switched off your clown mode and had a decent conversation for a little while.
We did.
So we appreciate that.
Oh, of course. I really have to go to sleep though. I'm waking up at 8 or 9 and it's 2 a.m. So I'm so sorry. I have to go.
That's all right, man.
Have a good one.
Catch you later.
I'm glad we all don't have to rely on other people's opinions, so we can then just pass that along.
I just go whatever my leader, Mark Sargent, says. That's what I believe. Saint Mark.
Saint Mark. Oh no, that's so bad.
And Archer, we should win a debate.
Yeah, we had to shun Saint Jaren. He was my previous saint that I would look up to.
So that's why the Book of Witset's been removed from the canon.
The Book of Witset. That's hilarious.
Shit. Oh no.
Some funny shit.
Apologies to all those religious people out there. I'm only taking the piss. Oh man.
Yeah. Freaking hilarious, bro.
But in all seriousness, imagine having that kind of attitude towards religion. Oh, I've got to let someone else interpret it. So why bother even owning a Bible? Like, why bother reading it yourself? Why not just say, oh yeah, I've heard of it, but I let this dude over here interpret it for me because I'm not holy enough or I'm not good enough, or like, why not just say I'm illiterate? Sorry. I just think it's crazy.
Yeah. It's such a cop-out answer when they say that stuff. I'll have to refer to the saints or whatever. It's just like, man, think for yourself. Stop.
Come on, bro. It's 66 books. I don't want to. Can someone else read it?
Exactly.
Have you gone through the beget pages, man? It's like, Abimael beget Joseph beget Haggai beget such and such. Like, it just goes on and on and on. Like, I skipped through that. I was like, no,
Tell you what I would like to see one day, if someone's got the patience to do it and the know-how, is to go and grab a Bible, the entire lot of it, and align it in chronological order, as opposed to just Book of John, Book of Matthew, Book of Enoch, the whole lot of it, just helter-skelter. Just actually put it back in its correct order so you can use it as some kind of history book. Well, it still
like
is.
Like a timeline type thing.
So the timeline actually lines up properly, rather than just all over the place. Oh, that's cool. My uncle is over in Finland at the moment, and he's just pulled a third place for Australia in the teams event, and he's ranked as 6th in the world for shooting. Should ya?
That's a cool video. So it looks like those two suns are doing different rotation directions, which would align with star trails appearing to rotate in different directions as well. Pretty cool.
Yeah, a little like some crazy kaleidoscope motion. But yeah, there's I like looking at little things like this. It's even though there's probably a bunch of problems with it, but it's interesting. It shows that you can have one source light and have two rotating apparent lights in the sky. Because I think absolutely the sun that we see is an apparent light. And if someone starts claiming this is exactly how it works, that's when I'll be giving them an earful, but, just speculating, showing, look at this. This is interesting. I've got one source light, and then I can make it look like there's two circling suns in the sky. Interesting.
Careful, that's what Jaren said.
Yeah, I know. I was just thinking that. I was looking at the picture I posted of him when I was saying that. I was like, damn, did I? And Jaren. Interesting. Yeah. Dude, that I actually watched that Behind the Curve the other week. It's fucking hilarious. It's like the way that they make they film Jaren and make it like it's just mockery, like everything he says seems like the dumbest thing in the entire world. He seems like the world's biggest like goofball in that film. It's like a work of art in the way they make him seem so ridiculous but serious at the same time. It's really hilarious if you watch it. Just the way they've edited it. Really. I can see why people watch that and then think Flat Earth is absolutely ridiculous. They did a brilliant job at the mockumentary. And the actual test that Jaren does with the cutout cardboard things, and like it's 50 seconds of footage. It doesn't show anything. It doesn't show the setup. It doesn't show freaking anything. It's just close-ups of Jaren's dumb face and him making dumb statements.
Right? I know, right?
Yeah.
That's all it got. So where does this whole thing about there was a laser and all this, like, where's all that come from? Where's all this other shit? Like,
because quite often people don't watch they don't watch the documentary. They'll see an article about it, or they'll see a YouTube video that misrepresents it. And they'll say, "Oh, flat earthers used a laser and debunked the flat Earth," whereas the person that makes the video didn't research it properly, and then it's just a long line of misinformation. Like, it's ridiculous, man.
That's what I always reply when somebody is like, flat earther spent $20,000 and proved the Earth is a globe or whatever. You know what I'm talking about, on the ring laser gyro. And I always mention, well, the premise of your article is completely false. They didn't spend $20,000 on anything. The tool was loaned to them.
Yeah, it's they don't even care. Like, that's how easy it is. You know, we're living in the movie Idiocracy. Like, these people will just see a video and they'll just believe it, and then they'll go and parrot it to other people as if they know for a fact what the flat earthers did, and they definitely disproved the flat Earth, even though they didn't even watch it.
Like that one with the Asian dude. The one that talks like this, undisproved flat Earth in 50 seconds. Oh man, he's so cringe, I can't stand him.
I don't want to see it. I haven't seen that one. But the flat Earth debunking videos...
The commentary of the flat Earth debunkers. There's Creaky Blinder. I cannot stand... Oh, fuck me. That does my head in, that dude. Professor Dave, McBooger Eater. There's a whole... We all know the list. Like, seriously, if you stop and listen to them, they've got mental issues. Like, seriously. And they can't see it for themselves. That's crazy. Sorry, DJ.
No, that's...
You know I get wound up with this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I'll tell you one thing that shocked the socks off me today. My normal barber passed away about 4 weeks ago, which is a bit of a bastard for everyone. So we take the good with the bad. Anyways, hunting around for a new spot to get me ears lowered, and I find this joint downtown. I go down there, sit down, line up, as you do at a barber. Got me haircut, all good. And then it's time to pay for it. $44 fucking for a short back and sides.
Oh, that's ridiculous, bro.
My old barber, $20.
Even that's just steep.
Fucking crazy, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's slowly been going up over the years. I get that. I've got no problem with it. When I was a kid, it used to be $8. Dad's haircut used to be 10. And we could wear it, and then it jumped 10 to 15. That was still alright. And it stayed that for years and years and years. And that was when we were living down in Newey. And, I moved out here, and it was $18 when I first come here. That was back in 2016, and it has slowly crept up to $20. So this is tax included, the whole lot. So $20, get your hair cut, all good. And now old mate's gone. I go to this other joint, it was like $40 plus card fees. And it's like, man, this is bullshit. I'm thinking about getting me clippers and just crew cutting it. Fuck it.
You can easily like get clippers and look up videos how to do short back and sides. That's what I did. I've saved a fortune with my clippers. I can do the short back and sides and whatnot, you know, just as good as the hairdresser can. Super easy.
I just couldn't believe it.
I hate going there and listen to their shit talk. That's the main reason I don't look
good. Well, it's funny. When I went there, there's this... I don't know if he's an Arab or what he is. He's got a real weird accent. But anyways, that's beside the point. Sit down, short back and sides, number 1 on the back and sides, and just shorten the top up a little bit. Yeah, not a problem, mate. And he goes, sort of steps back for a second, and he goes, you want to know something really funny? My grandfather had exactly the same hairstyle as you. 2 or 2. And it sort of shocked him. And it's just like, well, being the fact that I'm white and you're not, that's sort of... But anyways, he sort of took him back for a minute, and he was like, yeah, my grandfather used to get there and part his hair, everything exactly the same as what you've got. He said, I haven't seen anyone do that for a long time. And it's like, okay, I'm only 47. It's not like I've been around forever and a day. But yeah, I was just blown away with the 40-odd bucks. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, that's highway robbery right there.
Yeah, I might have to, every time I do a trip down to Newey, drop into my old barber. Let's go, mate, I haven't been here for a while. Apologies. Do your thing.
Yeah, soon there'll be no barbers left. It'll just all be hairdressers.
Good evening.
Evening.
How y'all doing tonight?
Fantabulous.
Do I have permission to speak or I have to mute?
You've got permission to speak.
Okay.
Yes,
Is this
Is it fixed now?
Is Discord crashing?
Sounds like we're back.
Yeah, we're back. All right.
Excellent. That might have been a Discord thing. Everyone was freaking out. But that was one cool thing I did do today, other than spend a lot of money on getting a haircut, was ordered some grounding sheets. Something I've been wanting to do for a while. They turn up in the next couple of days, so.
Do you say grounding sheets?
Yes. As in for your bed.
Right. Okay, so I had made some of those a while back. I took, you talk about grounding like barefoot grounding, walking outside.
Yep. Yeah.
So I had cut off the power cord from, it was actually just like an extension cord, used a window screen, tied, like the window screen, wove in the wires from the cord into the screen, and then put duct tape around the whole thing, and then plugged it into the wall, took off the positive negative prong, and just had the grounding prong, and I slept with it, and it was great. Actually, I definitely remember having a little different dreams. I slept better, so yeah, I like that.
We're gonna find out soon enough.
Yeah, I had a good experience with wine. But if you're probably going to want to do what you did and buy a good one instead of making it yourself, because you're just going to end up rolling around and just tearing it apart if you don't make them really good. Depends how you sleep.
Well, I'm pretty random when I sleep. Some days, or some nights I should say, when I wake up in the morning, it's like as if I haven't moved at all. And other mornings I wake up and the fitted sheet will be dislodged. The pillows will be on the opposite end of the room. It's like someone's gone 6 rounds. So, yeah, I'm random.
Hey, Matrix, check out this video. I just saw it on Higgins storm chasing on Facebook. Apparently this was just 15 minutes ago in Rockhampton area in the sky.
What is that? Is that a meteor shower?
Is something crazy like that in the sky?
They're probably going to say it's a SpaceX rocket blowing up on reentries, what they usually say about those. I think it's some natural phenomenon, and they come up with these stupid SpaceX rocket destruction stories on reentry to cover for it. But that's what I think. It's just natural.
I've seen the Chronicles of Riddick. Look out.
Right, the underverse is...
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, who's this stupid one that said that?
In what direction did they say it? You know?
Let me check the book.
Oh, right, again.
It says, quakes morning to spectacular sight in first time spent 15 more an object burning opposite end of atmosphere. These videos were sent by Hudson and Emerald, Queensland.
Going on.
Okay, have we got rid of this stupid robot thing yet?
Yeah, it's good.
Excellent. As is were.
They can take it all the way. Steps out of the box.
For all those out there that are scared AI is going to replace you, just remember AI can't drink 6 beers before 11 a.m.
So you always got along with Jimmy Hart. Another guy I wanted to bring up. I remember I was his first guy. He brought him in. I was in Poughkeepsie and I was doing TV and I was exhausted. Just got somewhere that night and got in and didn't get much sleep. So I was down couches and stuff. And I was laying back, relaxing and sleeping.
Shway, diss your camera. We don't need to hear what's going on, bro.
Tells a story that I thought it was Gary Hart. No, I didn't think it was Gary Hart. I had never met Jimmy, but I knew he was a rock and roll guy, you know. He came in and we met and never.
All right, we'll have another go. Hey, Shway, drop the camera, please. It limits our channel.
Do it, Matrix. Oh.
I was just going to DC him, that was all. Why do all these princesses drop in here, put their video on, and then just sit back and listen to shit or do random weird things? What's the deal? Is this like 24/7 dating services or some shit?
I think that they're trying to show us that they're confident enough to be on camera. I'm a confident guy.
Okay. But yet they're not confident enough to put forward their argument.
Oh no. What argument?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like anyone's confident enough to be on camera. Except for me. I'll go on right now.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Because I might be confident enough to kick you out.
Just for going on camera?
Yeah. The reason for it, Brandon, is it limits our channel. So as soon as somebody goes on camera, it locks our channel down to 25 people. So if anyone else wants to jump in, it just says, sorry, you can't come in. That's it. And it's not very cool.
I understand.
Brendan, I was talking to you yesterday. And you just walked away. You just bailed mid-conversation while I was mid-sentence.
I might have, yeah.
You did do that. That's very rude.
Crap, I can't even remember what we were talking about either, so yeah.
It would have been something it was something to do with long-distance observations, most likely.
Oh, the 20-mile thing, I think it was. Yeah.
It was, yeah.
I'm not sure exactly why I left. I just did. Yeah.
It's like talking to someone and then you explain something for 4 minutes and then they just turn around and just walk away without saying anything. How rude.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, I apologize for that. I was stupid for doing that.
It's okay. Not a problem. But I remember when it happened, I was like, next time I see that guy, I'm going to bring this up.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. It's... Yeah, and I do that sometimes. It's... I don't know. It's not necessarily... Because I personally don't... I don't know why I do it sometimes, actually. But over 20 miles, how much curvature would you expect to see?
293 feet. Like a skyscraper.
Yeah, not even 1 degree.
Yeah, skyscraper. Like the shoreline would have to be hidden behind the horizon, right? And if the Earth was a globe and you had a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side, you would... say it was a 30-story skyscraper, you would only just be able to see the tip of it popping out over the horizon. So you can call it 1 degree, but that's a skyscraper, right? And that shoreline would have to be somehow lifted up 223 feet, right? And then everything else is also being lifted up perfectly. Everything to just make it all look completely flat. During the day and then throughout the night as well. So, yeah, that's... I
think I know why I left for the specifics. I'm not a big-time researcher, so I don't, have easy counters for these. If I was more of a researcher, I'd be able to know this stuff. And instead of saying, I don't know, I just left, I think.
Yeah.
And instead of saying, I don't know, which I should have just done. No, it's not 1 degree. Not even close to 1 degree. Under 1 degree. Way under.
So why the necessity to convert it to degrees, Brandon?
It's a coping mechanism.
So 20 miles. 20 miles is 200. What is it? 266.67 feet.
And 69 miles is 1 degree. So yeah, 20 miles.
We're not talking about curvature. We're talking about lack thereof. If it was curved, there would be 266 feet of curvature. The problem is of drop between the ground and laser. The problem is, Brandon, there's no drop. That's the problem. So your claiming of 1 degree means nothing because there is 0 degrees.
So standard, right, what the globe side claims standard atmospheric refraction. Why do you think they call it standard, right? What do you think something that's not standard, right? So let's say, standard, they say 7/6R, 16%, right? That would allow you to see 16% beyond the curvature of the Earth. Not that it would flatten everything out perfectly, but that you would see 15% beyond where the curvature of the Earth would be, essentially increasing the radius size by 16%, right? That's what that does. Now, what happens when you get it up to thousands of percent, not 16? It's not very standard anymore, is it? So when we're looking at these observations and we see zero miraging effects whatsoever taking place over an extremely dry environment being Utah. So what do you think's happening there?
In Utah, in what month?
January.
It matters. January. That's
January. Like average temperature. Andrew, average temperature is 38. Yeah, very, very cool temperature.
Yeah. Like going into another season, though, isn't it?
Does it really matter? What's the difference?
Well, the weather is getting warmer, if I'm not mistaken.
It's 2 degrees on average. It doesn't matter whether it's warmer or cooler. It doesn't really make much of a difference, right? If you have an inversion, right? If you have a gradient, a temperature gradient, a vertical temperature gradient, that's what they say is going to make the light bend, right? That's what their claim is of the bending light. Right, it's an optical density gradient caused by temperature, primarily, which in turn creates a density gradient. So, you understand?
Wouldn't the change of 2 degrees change the temperature gradient also?
What do you mean? The change of 2 degrees of what? 2 degrees. That's just the average temperature of. That's the average temperature of the air. So I was talking to a guy about this yesterday, and he's like, put it into his ChatGPT, and he said his ChatGPT says, yeah, there would be minimal refraction. It would only like really, really slightly alter what you're seeing in that location. It's not going to lift up a shoreline 223 feet and completely hide the geometric horizon that has to be there. Right, you know the geometric horizon, it has to be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer.
Yeah, and it changes based on elevation too.
Yeah, so depending on the height of the observer. So if the observer doesn't change height, for example, if you have your camera fixed on a tripod, the horizon's at 2.73 miles away on a globe. It has to be there. Geometric horizon. Physical, right? So over this 21 miles, there's zero horizon. Over the entire distance, it's just flat water. And then we can see the shoreline, which is the target's the shoreline, basically, on the other side of the lake. Right? It should be behind the horizon, hidden below the horizon. in the distance by 223 feet. So, like I said before, if you had a 30-story skyscraper sitting on the beach, you would only be able to see the top story of the skyscraper popping out over the horizon. But there's no horizon, right? There's no need for a skyscraper because we can see the shoreline. And it stays like that during the day and during the night. It looks exactly the same. Yeah, have a look at these.
You just said that there is a horizon, there's a geometric horizon.
No, if the Earth's because the Earth isn't a globe, there is no geometric horizon. If the Earth was a globe, there would have to be a geometric horizon at that distance. Right, we're testing for the geometric horizon to see if it actually exists, but there's no evidence of it.
So what is the limit to how far we can see, Colin?
The limit to how far we can see, it really depends on the height and the conditions. The weather conditions. So yeah, it really depends.
What
do you mean? Is there an end to it? I mean, we're using optics.
Name. So a name.
Well, the end to it is usually the end to it when you're using optics, like zoom cameras and things like that. It will be the visibility of the opacity of the air, right? The clarity of the air over distance. So eventually you won't be able to see things anymore because of that. That's like that's the main reason, if you can, negate things like physical obstruction and that kind of thing. And then you can negate the angular resolution problem by using like crazy powerful zoom cameras and telescopes. The problem will be the clarity of the air over distance. Like right here where I'm at, it looks super clear outside. I'm in the countryside in Poland at the moment, and I can look up the visibility rating, and it's like 16 kilometers. It's not far, but this observation, luckily, it's in a very dry environment, so you can see much further. So this is 21 miles, 34 kilometers approximately. And we can clearly see the shoreline and no obstruction, and there's no horizon. Right, here, I got some, have a look at this, Brandon. Okay, in the side chat.
Hold on, let me open the side chat.
Okay.
Did you just post that picture?
Yeah, so this is from Google Earth. Okay, so this is where he's standing there at the bottom of that yellow distance markation line. Okay, so that's the observation. Look at the one under it I just posted. That's the whole observation, right? That's it's like just over 21 miles across from one side of the lake to the other. Now, the image above it, that's showing where the geometric horizon must be on a globe. Okay, now I'll show you what it looks like from where he's standing. Right, I'll just post the actual observation clip below that. So that's just uploading now.
Looks like there is a little miraging going on.
No, there's no miraging going on. Let me show you.
There's a little bit. There's a little bit. I see it.
No, there's zero miraging going on. Okay, so have a look. Have a look at this. Right, so I've got some Right, so he's got his friend over on the other side of the lake. So this is what the target shoreline looks like from close up. Okay, take note of the shoreline. Take note of the smokestack, the white tower in the background. Okay, so second.
At this point, he is close to it. Yeah, he's not 20 miles away, is he?
Yes, he
no.
is
This
20
is
miles
this is
away.
no. This is his friend that's close to it on the shoreline that the observation's being taken to. Right. This is to show you what it looks like close up. Yeah. Okay, so this is to give you an
sorry.
Oh yeah. So this is to give you an idea of what it looks like close up when he zooms in, because when you're zooming over 21 miles, obviously you're going to have, it's not going to be like this kind of clarity. Okay, so take a look at that. Take note of the shoreline. Take note of the smokestack. Now, second. Okay, so this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. We don't see any miraging here. Okay, now this is what it looks like during the day, and then this is what it looks like during the night. Right, we basically see the same thing. So, take note, the smokestack, the shoreline, the bank of the shoreline from 21 miles away. Right, and then again from close up. Now,
I'm taking a look at the video here real quick. Sorry.
Okay.
It was looking fuzzy. Maybe it was looking fuzzy because, I think I get that now.
Yeah, so the target is the shoreline, basically, on the other side. Now, that should be obstructed behind the horizon by 223 feet. Like, that's a huge amount, whether you want to do it in degrees or in feet.
So you're saying that whole stack should be gone?
No. The stack's just for reference. The shoreline is the target.
But you're saying,
but you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the stack either.
Yeah, there should be skyscrapers worth of feet, and how tall is that stack?
But the stack is huge. It's like 1,200 feet high. But we see the same amount of the stack. The exact same amount of the stack from close up as we see from 21 miles away. So yeah, look, this is what it looks like really close up, right? So if you go there on Google Maps or Google Earth, right? This is the street view of the bottom of the stack. Right, that's what it looks like really close up. Here's some different angle views of the stack.
I'm definitely gonna have to go to some people that know a whole lot more than I do. So.
Yeah, there are people, right? Like I know a whole lot more about this this topic. I mean, in relation to atmospheric refraction and that kind of thing. But I don't think that you're going to want to hear it from me. So I mean, I could post a scientist talking about it quickly, right? So I'll post. These are just some really short clips. If you could watch these, that would be cool. Really, really short, like 30 seconds. Okay, so this guy was actually debating against flat earthers. Now, this guy's not like an anti-flat earther. This guy's just a regular scientist, a professor. Very, very nice guy. You know, super, super nice guy. And he was debating against David Weiss and this Angels of Light guy, who weren't doing a great job, in my opinion. But they were presenting some long-distance observations. Yeah, the unsecured app guy. But yeah, I'm not showing you this to promote the flat earthers. I'm showing you this to show you what an expert in the field, you know, on your side says about how much further you would be able to see if you account for refraction. And he gives you some limitations, right? Some maximums, some minimums. So just check out what he says quickly in those clips. They're very short.
I don't watch it. I might have to like Devin or something, so that if someone else speaks, they don't interrupt me watching. I don't know if someone else is gonna start talking, so I'm just gonna deafen while I watch these.
Yeah.
I won't leave though.
Okay. So yeah, this is the part where I like to make them have to throw one of their experts under the bus if they want to continue on with the conversation.
It could only reduce curvature by about 7 to 10% at most. That's gotta suck.
Yep. It's harsh for the Globies. They're forced to throw this guy under the bus or concede.
Hail to the bus driver, bus driver, bus driver. We can see what's going to happen there. Sorry, dude, I don't know who you are, but yeah, put a helmet on.
Hey, does anyone? Dragonfruit wants to join the VC here, but he's got a message saying you don't have permission to join this voice channel. Anyone know how to fix that?
He's been in here before.
Nah, he goes in English Hub.
Oh, right. He's only new in here? Or new to politics?
I don't know, he's in my DM, 1 second.
If he's new to politics and he's only like a level 1 or a level 2, then they jam up. If he's brand new, it might ask him for his phone number, because I think a few of us have had that.
It was doing that to me. I had to get Heretic to fix it for me.
He said he just joined, so
Yeah, he might have to go and sit in one of the other more boring channels and just get his, like a war room or some shit like that. Somewhere where there's lots of people where he can just sit back and listen, get his levels up.
I'll ask him if he can join other channels.
To get the levels up, he has to text as well in the voice chat or something. In the text chat.
Like in the general chat or something.
I wish I could remember how it works with me. Yes. I've been here way too long to remember how it works with me.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll get him to go test a few things. Did you watch the clips, Brandon?
Yeah, and actually there were other commentators that actually commented on this that said that on some of the subjects that physicists talked about, he didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so the anti-flat earthers have to throw these people under the bus to because they need, it doesn't work, right? They either have to concede or throw this guy under the bus, so they choose to throw him under the bus, basically. That's fine. I was expecting you to throw him under the bus, right? So that's, of course.
No, I didn't say I thought he didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't say anything like that about him. I said that somebody else did.
Yeah, so what this guy's saying is it matches up with the literature on when it comes to atmospheric refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. What he's saying is just parroting the mainstream definitions and limitations of how this works.
Yeah, the physicist said that reflection plays a small part, but I don't... From what I know about reflection, I don't think so. If you have a massive amount of reflection, it plays a massive role. Not just a minimal.
What do you think? What do you think happens when you have a massive amount of refraction? Do you think it still looks like a clear observation?
No, it wouldn't.
Once you start having a massive amount. Okay, so what causes like a massive amount, right, of light bending to be present is a very, very steep temperature gradient vertically. Say going from a layer of air that's 20 degrees near the surface going up to, say, 2 degrees a few meters higher, which is extremely unlikely. But what happens when you get these gradients is you start getting very, very noticeable miraging effects like Fata Morgana mirages or superior mirages or inferior mirages, right? And they're very noticeable, obviously, like super noticeable, and that's when you get floating ships and upside down city lines and all sorts of crazy stuff. And we don't see any of that, right? So we can go through the list of miraging effects and count out the ones that most definitely have no place here, okay? And that's all of the ones that require that steep density gradient, optical density gradient. Okay, so all we're left with is a little bit of looming or a little bit of sinking, because we don't have any towering or stooping, which is when it squishes or it stretches out an object in the distance. We don't have any of that happening because the smokestack and it all looks the same from 21 miles away as it looks close up in terms of dimensions and things like that. Okay, so we can count out most of the miraging effects. What we're left with is a little bit of sinking, which is it's like an inferior mirage, but when you only have like a very, very shallow, like a small gradient in the optical density. So you only have like, maybe some slightly cooler water, and then which is creating like a slightly cooler layer of air, and then it gets a little bit warmer as you go up vertically, and that will cause a little bit of bending, and it'll make the object look a bit higher or lower, depending on the inversion, whether it's hot to cold or cold to hot. So that is more what people are referring to when they're talking about like standard, adjusting a little bit for standard refraction, because we don't see any miraging effects. So all we're left with is some minimal, small amount of refraction to deal with, something that would be like what that professor said, 7%, 8%, something like that. It's not going to be thousands and thousands of percent like what we're seeing in these observations. I don't expect you to take my word for it, but you can look up everything I just said. It's going to match. I'm just parroting the mainstream. I'm not parroting the anti-flat earthers. I'm parroting the actual mainstream. Because once you start getting extreme conditions, like let me show you the kind of thing that happens. Now here's like the black swan location, right? And this is what I would consider very, very heavy atmospheric refraction, which is leading to a crazy superior mirage situation, Fata Morgana type thing, right? Fata Morgana is just an extreme version of a superior mirage, by the way. So see this? Right, this is heavy conditions here, but another thing you'll notice here is we don't see further, right? We don't even see the horizon beyond the oil platforms, right? Even though there's this crazy refraction happening, we don't see the horizon any further than in the what they call the white swan, where they say, oh look, on this other day, right, the horizon's near the platform Hill House, the closer platform. So the high refraction, low refraction, it doesn't work like that there's extreme refraction, I should be able to see further just because of that. Yeah, Matrix just posted it. So the horizon's is roughly the same distance in the crazy refraction above it as the one below, but what we have in the one above it is a bit of towering, right, which is when it stretches the object out. So we don't see any of this kind of thing, right? What we see in the one Matrix posted is textbook definition sinking, right? Something that would normally be visible on the geometric horizon apparently sinks below it. Happens on clear days. It makes the horizon appear closer than it normally would.
Now, that's something I wanted to bring up. Is that textbook sinking, or is that exactly what you should see due to perspective?
No, it's textbook sinking.
The reason I say that, where's my bastardized picture? Did I put it in that folder? Now, because the reason I say it, I grabbed hold of somebody else's image, and a few people are probably going to hate me for this, but anyways, I cut down in the original Black Swan, I cut out the quote-unquote refracted bits, and you wouldn't believe it, it looks like the White Swan. That's why I ask, is it just perspective, and that's what it should look like in reality, and the other one was towered slightly? But as we can see, heavy refraction doesn't affect the horizon, because yours is refracted to the shithouse.
Well, I think that's wrong when people say that.
It doesn't affect the horizon, it affects the objects on the horizon. No, the horizon stays.
Not according to the mainstream definitions of sinking and looming and stuff like that. It says it. Sorry, 1 second. It says it in the definitions. Like, it says it will make the horizon appear much closer than in the absence of the mirage, and then with looming it says it would make the horizon appear much further away. Like that's what we see. Like in this, we see the horizon is like much closer, and then it's much further away in the bottom image, because the horizon's
sinking apparent. And towering only changes the elevation of particular objects, not the horizon.
Well, not according to the mainstream definitions of what it what happens. Otherwise, the horizon should always be at the same distance, shouldn't it?
Well, the fact that a swell can change the horizon when you're across water, so yeah. I just thought it was something interesting. That's all. Yeah. That when I cut down the quote-unquote refraction, as we all get thrown at, whenever someone comes in, and then you compare that to the other image, the only thing that's...
Well, what you're cutting out is actually the bands of total internal reflection.
Correct.
Yeah,
but I just find it interesting.
That's I
just find it interesting that it brings them pretty similar in total elevation. So that's why I question, is it just a matter of perspective and they are at their correct positions due to the fact that one of them is also 3.5 miles, nearly 3 and a bit miles further back, assuming they're the same size, of course. Technically, it should look slightly smaller.
Yeah. There's, you can have you can have stooping and towering on the same object. Like it might look like the bottom half of the object is stretched out, and then the top half might be compressed, or the other way around. That's why I always say it's like a big soup of all of these effects taking place.
Things going on. Oh yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that.
I like the shorter distance observations, like 10 miles, better than the really long ones, because you could have at 5 miles.
Too many variables.
A completely different temperatures taking place than at 7 miles, and then 10 miles you might have the opposite happening again.
People like you. Sphere, no matter where you observe it, and just tell the people actually making observations of the sky and sailing around the world, hey, don't use your sextant below 30 degrees. Hey, don't use your sextant above 70 degrees.
Yeah, and the celestial sphere, it doesn't know that it requires a stationary Earth and geocentric Earth. So
okay.
He doesn't know that.
Yeah, anyway. He's not too bright. So, Palantir, I'm going to show you how irrational you are. Say you're inside your house, you've never been outside before, and you look out the peephole of your door. And you can look up and down your neighborhood, and you can see all the houses are brick. Does that mean your house is made of brick? In fact, you might not even be in a house. You could be in a fucking tent, or a jail cell, or anything. Well, listen, Palantir, we're engaging with you while you're muted. Because you don't address anything that's said to you anyway. So what are we going to mute you for? To hear you fucking screech?
There's another a whole bunch of baseless claims. Oh, hi, Dandy.
Oh, hi. How are you?
All right, 2 females. Impromptu ladies night now.
No, shocking. 2 in 1, and Over Fences is here too, so 3. It's amazing.
There you go.
There's no girls on the internet.
Yeah, and Palantir
I'm here too. I'm here too.
Palantir. Palantir's a girl.
Is he?
No, he's just crying like a bitch.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to say there's other people in here. I don't know if any of them have questions. Well, Frank's been talking in the chat. I don't know. Have you guys talked to Frank in the voice?
Oh, no. I mean, there's a few people who I don't recognize. We got Frank. We got Johnny Law. I mean, Steluna. Nobody wants to talk to Twanger. Tweet, whatever that name is, and a Palantir who is probably willing to talk, but I mean, you can unmute him if you want. I'm not talking to him. That's a waste of freaking time.
Guys.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah. Hello, who's talking?
This is Johnny.
Hello, Johnny.
Johnny Law.
I am a flat earther, so.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Well, we can still talk to you.
Yeah, that's cool. Been since 2020, basically. I've been in and out of here for, I don't know, I've been listening 24/7 since probably 2021, but just recently came on voice chat, so.
Cool, man. So what do you think of the locomotive train wreck that happens day in and day out, hour by hour?
I love it. I don't know. I like listening to like you and T-Dub, and I think it's fun. I argue with a lot of guys on Facebook, so.
Yeah, Facebook's kind of trashy, man. Those people on Facebook, there's a Discord Facebook page, but like, it's the same like 3 people all the time, like spazzing out. So I'm sure you've run into.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Facebook's so bad. I mean, you got people on there, they don't even know. It's bad.
Who was it, the McClellan guy that posts these memes that are like these giant frickin' text walls of nonsense? Stephen McClellan, I think the name is.
Yeah, I recognize that guy. Yep.
Yeah, he'll post like a neat meme, but do it, and it's like 3 paragraphs. Like, man, why didn't you just type that out into the comment? Like, why did you have to make a meme out of it and post it as an image?
So when is ladies' night? Are we doing that anymore? Or?
Yeah, we used to do it on Friday in the home server. Now we've been doing it on Wednesdays.
We could make it impromptu right now.
I caught you guys last Wednesday. I remember listening to it when I got home from work, but I didn't know if it was going to be a weekly thing anymore. Or...
It's supposed to be weekly. I was out of town, so I wasn't here this week. I don't know if it was done or not, but that's the idea. Most weeks we're here, in one form or another. 5 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah, I like it when you guys go on there and school these guys. I think they know.
Yeah, I think I was thinking it'd be nice to try doing one on the home server on Fridays like we used to, but we have to get enough participation. These days it's hard to get a quorum of ladies together, but we usually have 3 or 4, and that's like a large amount these days. What led you in 2020 to understanding that there's no globe, Johnny Law?
Well, I suppose I started like everybody is, just don't agree with the government, and when they started that whole thing, and just started looking into that, and then I got a hold of some of Flat Earth Dave's videos, and that kind of pushed me over to Quantum, and then it was Quantum Eraser and Nathan. I listened to them guys for a long time. That got boring because no Globies would come on there.
They're shit scared, man. I swear, they're shit scared. Like, they talk a lot of shit, but when it's time to go toe to toe, it's time to face the music, man. It's full spiral for them.
Oh, absolutely. Like some of Nathan's old stuff, like when he first started, he had a lot of guys on there, but then everybody kind of disappeared. But I got a phone call here. I'll be back in a sec.
So, Dandelion, what'd you think of that podcast?
I liked it. Yeah, I'll post the link in the chat. Indio uploaded a new podcast. Yeah, there's several things I liked about it. I liked Sporadic asking the person if they thought it was a space pizza. That was funny.
I know, right?
Yeah, and then
You said
he
casually too.
yeah. Yeah, I think it was just the way you said it was funny. And yeah, I think what is unique is highlighting the reason why NASA was established, to establish and further solidify USA dominance in the world. It's called Nature versus NASA. I put the link in the chat. It's short but sweet.
Yeah, it's short, yeah.
Yeah. Because I think it's so clear that they're tied to the military-industrial complex that you'll have people speaking out of both sides of their mouth. That's what I've watched over the years is used to be people who called themselves leftists who used to be anti-war. I guess they aren't anymore. They were all anti-NASA. It's a waste of money. We should feed people instead. Now they're like the biggest apologists for NASA. It's weird. Like they don't understand its origin or its clear continued link to weapons testing, the military in general. Just, whatever they're putting up there in the sky, it's all being used for the military. I mean, I guess it's because they have such clown show. Maybe that's why they pick clown show freaks like Don Pettit to be so-called astronauts, because they're trying to further confuse people. You know what I mean? Because they used to have it be military guys, or maybe it's because the military guys were just too sensible, like Gus Grissom. They couldn't have another Gus Grissom in there. Somebody who could reason their way out of a paper bag. Just gotta go full clown show.
I mean, I named it that because so Jin started off with hey man, we could do these measurements, and he's like, what about NASA? It's the same thing every time, right? Like, hey, you can go test it yourself. I can't do anything. I need NASA.
Yeah, I mean, the worship of NASA is just so blatant. I don't know, how a person could continue to argue that and not see their worship. That's what they're doing. There's no reason to it. They don't know these people. Their claims have been shown to be faulty again and again, widely contradictory, debunked multiple times, and yet somehow there's still just some great knowledge bundle in the sky that we're supposed to bow down to. Oh, Sporadic's here. Did he get to hear the podcast? Oh yeah, you heard your name. Oh, goody. It's here. I'll put the link in there again. Yeah, you're featured in this latest podcast that Indio uploaded. You did a good job explaining NASA's dubious origins.
You did a good job explaining the pictures, the imagery, how it just gets freaking wrapped around the ball.
Yeah, he mentioned Eisenhower. I didn't really. I just don't even think of. I guess I forgot that he was involved in that because I used to. I mean, Eisenhower's isn't he the one who made that one speech about how did he term the? How did he phrase it about the shallow state?
Military industrial complex.
Yeah, yeah,
The congressional military industrial complex. That's what he said.
yeah. It's interesting that he'd be saying that while also helping
Well, I find it
establish
interesting
NASA.
that when people quote that, they always leave out the congressional military industrial complex.
Well, yeah, the congressional, educational, military, industrial, prison, media complex. I mean, how many things can we throw in there? I don't know. They're all connected. Oh, and then Sporadic's given us some documents there about NASA's origin.
Rick found a weird ass thing about satellites. I mean, I can't even. We're both having problems even understanding what that meant. That there was connected to ground stations through some magnetic flux line or something. It's just bizarre.
Nice. That's something we could bring up to the Goopers who also worship satellites. I mean, I guess those are like the icons of their NASA church.
How can a satellite be connected to a single ground station if it's in orbit?
That's crazy.
That's what they're saying is happening.
And that's in NASA
ground station.
That's in NASA documents.
Yeah.
Uh,
We were talking about it on the other, what do you call it, in the other English hub in the morning.
have you asked a Globe believer to explain it? I mean, we know they can't, but
Oh, their mind is gonna melt when they hear it. It's not true.
He put the Tethers in Space handbook there, 857. 1997. Wow. Good find.
The magnetic sphere region occupancy and magnetic field line tracing the region query lists the entry and exit times during which specified satellites were in a particular magnetospheric region. The trace query identifies periods when one or more spacecraft are on the same magnetic flux line tube of force, or periods when one or more spacecraft occupy a field line which traces back down to a specified ground station. I don't even know how to even make sense of that. Because, you took the iron filings, right? With the magnet, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you've done that experiment, right?
Yeah.
And it makes field lines. They're saying that these satellites are connected to a ground station via these field lines.
Wow. Yeah.
Which
same magnetic flux tube of force. Wow. Tube of force. That's interesting.
I know. We'll get Charlie to explain it. Oh, Charlie, where are you? Where's Charlie? Only time I ever want to talk to him, just to watch him freak out.
I don't know. There's several people that just came in. I don't know if any of them want to try explaining this. Fallen, I remember you. Yeah. Brandon's here.
Well, I mean, Charlie says he's a satellite payload engineer, so he won't have any excuses.
Yeah, who's the other used GPS salesman besides Charlie's? Who's the other guy? There's another guy like that too.
Daz.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Daz. Hello, Brandon.
We do use magnetism all the time, every day.
Do we
Because
use it
of
to
tides.
lasso satellites? We're gonna catch them.
Well, then I guess gravity's out.
Electricity is
Tides.
Yeah.
Electricity is tides. Red herring,
that's not what
Brandon.
you said. Oh, that's what you were doing. Electromagnetism is a pretty.
There you go. That's right. The red herring machine.
Yeah, he's back. Yeah, he's back.
Oh, red herring, but not wrong.
Wish we could rename people in here. Who do we got to pay to get that ability?
I know, because he has that really nice Van Gogh image, so it's like throwing me off. Now that he speaks, I know who he is. He was here with some other lady one day being a complete melt. Yeah, I better put a note in there. Recalcitrant.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised you don't.
Not a mean person.
You know who this is. You've heard him plenty of times.
I do, yeah. I just was fooled by his cultured PFP there. He needs a cat. He needs he needs a more degenerate PFP, please. Thank you, Brandon.
Degenerate? Degenerate? How?
I mean, most Globers, don't have a nice painting like yours. So I do like it. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's just, it just doesn't go with your. Oh, I didn't call you that, did I? Or did I agree with that? I might have agreed. It's possible.
That's a degenerate.
I mean, we just assume that Glober. We just assume anyone who would worship a sphere, despite all evidence to the contrary, who just loves balls so much they can never get enough of them, and who refuses to use logic and reason that they might, make also illogical decisions in other areas of their life. I mean, I suppose it's possible. It's possible you could.
Sound Ross Perot was talking about.
So you're questioning my masculinity also.
Oh shoot! Did I? Gosh, all these things I'm doing, I wasn't even trying. Gosh, you want me to do that? I could.
And by what you were saying, liking balls so much.
Oh yeah, you could like your own. I mean, I wasn't saying you liked other people. I mean, you probably have a mobile with the solar system hanging over your bed, right?
Oh shit! You gonna let him talk
again?
Like that?
Again, questioning my masculinity.
I don't remember doing that. I don't remember doing that.
If I have had a mobile, would I be masculine?
No.
Oh, okay, so you don't wear it. You don't have it. You're saying you don't. Yeah. So you don't have a NASA T-shirt or a NASA hat. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Or a NASA water bottle?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Not at all.
Cap, bro.
Stop the cap.
But a lot of flat earthers have flat earth hats and flat earth.
What's a flat earth hat?
That's not a thing, sir. That's not a thing, sir.
It's a flat earth mug.
Flat earth convention.
Yeah, probably.
Are the walls made of ice? Are the walls of the mug made of ice so it can hold the water? Brandon?
You're funny.
I know I'm funny. Hey, do you know what a triangle is?
Ooh, get him. 3 lines of equal length.
All right, let's find out. So in the side chat, I went ahead and...
That's not what a triangle is.
I went ahead and posted a NASA,
wait a minute. It's not
a sample of a NASA IQ test. So go ahead and answer.
It's not.
This is from NASA. Go ahead and don't talk over me, or you won't hear the instructions. Go ahead and answer. Yeah, go ahead and answer that.
It's not 3 lines of equal length.
Wrong. That's not correct. Yep.
It can be. It can be.
It can be, but that's not the definition of a triangle.
Thank you.
It's equilateral.
Equilateral.
Or equilateral, whatever.
Right triangle, left triangle. The triangle can be several different.
Are you going to answer the question, or are you going to tell us what they can and can't be?
Left triangle. Professor Triangle. You let that slide by. You let that slide. He must not have heard it, Creation.
I didn't let anything slide quite yet.
Hell no. Pause. We don't let nothing slide. Pause.
Brandon, you going to answer my question or not? Which of the figures below are not triangles? A, B, C, D. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
A, B, C, D is, but the bottom line doesn't connect to the other lines, so I don't know.
So you don't know then? What?
The bottom line isn't completed.
Which of the figures below are not triangles?
A, B, C, on. D. Looks like one, yeah.
So A, B, and C are, and D is not?
You said which aren't. Not which all.
Okay, which ones are not triangles?
Yeah. Well,
A, B, and C.
Perfect triangles.
Or they're all not. They're all not. They're all not triangles.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, how's it going?
Hey, that I just asked a clarifying question. That's all. Perfect? Do you mean a perfect triangle?
Hey guys, do we debate like Earth shape in here?
You know we do, Fallen. You've been in here. Oh, somebody muted
Here we
you.
go.
Probably, 'cause
Interrupt
they're
Brandon like that.
yeah. They're finishing up here, Fallen, so you can be next. I will give you
Oh,
number
he's
two.
already muted by me. He's fine. He
I
can't
know,
talk anymore. Okay, so
you're tired
Brandon,
of him,
I'm going to have to
okay.
post the answer since you won't tell me, unless you want to tell me. Which of the figures below are not triangles? One last chance. Brandon.
I'm guessing your answer would be A, B, and C aren't actually real triangles, but D is.
Okay, so here's your answer. B is not a triangle because it has one curved side. D is not closed, so it's not a triangle either. So you don't even know what triangles are or are not.
So you're saying A is a triangle?
A is a triangle and C is a triangle.
I think it's pretty
how is
obvious
A
that
triangle
the guys
in
are
it?
calling you.
How is
can we
A
move on?
not a triangle?
Yeah, I agree.
What? What's going on with
Okay,
these low
so-
IQ idiots in here?
I know. I'd personally rather talk to Fallen. I don't know. Like, please, anything.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So I want to go ahead and put forward the proposition that the Earth is not flat, and the defense I have for that will come in the form of a formal argument with some visual aids.
I can guarantee he does not know what flat Earth is. I guarantee it.
He doesn't know what a triangle is either.
I guarantee you don't know what our position is. So all you're doing is debunking a ghost that you've created.
Oh,
go
so
on.
do you not take the view that the Earth is flat?
You don't
In
know
the
what that
sense
means, ding dong?
Okay, well, I'll just posit what I think that means, and you tell me if I'm hitting the mark or
go
not.
ahead.
All right,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
this ought to be good. This ought to be
I take
great.
flat Earth to be saying that the surface of the Earth is not changing angle over distance, that the average angle remains the same.
And what else? Anything else?
Angle what?
Well, is what I'm saying correct so far?
Is the Earth in the solar system, like in outer space?
Does he think the
I don't know if
surface
flat
of a
Earth
ball
relates to
is
that.
full of angles?
I'm asking the angle of what? Between what and what?
Yeah, I'm just talking about, if someone were standing up, what angle would they be if they pointed their hand away from the ground?
That would be 90 degrees.
Yeah, it's 90.
Yeah, but if there were two people far apart, the question is, would their hands be pointing in different directions by some angle?
Bob and Alex
And the
pointing at
answer
each other.
presumably is no, and that's what you guys are referring to when you say the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, if
No,
you stand on the beach in California,
Oh, no. So basically,
you stand on the beach in California and you point at Hawaii and somebody in Hawaii points at California, you guys will be pointing right at each other. You just can't see
I agree
each other.
with that. Good thing I didn't say point at each other, but rather point away from the ground.
I said, no, why would you be pointing at the ground?
I don't know, because that's not something I said you would do.
I never
said
said
if you pointed
anything.
away
You're
from the
pointing
ground.
90 degrees. You're at the beach pointing 90 degrees. There's
Look, I'll
Hawaii,
give you a
that
simpler
direction.
example.
And somebody at Hawaii, nope. Somebody in Hawaii says, hey, California is in that direction. You guys are going to be pretty damn close to pointing directly at each other. How do you like that? And I mean parallel lines towards each other, not curved lines.
Yeah, so you agree that if two individuals stand upright, that their bodies are going to, point in the same direction if we point an arrow away from the direction of falling, right? Like, you could just admit, yeah, I understand what you mean by flat Earth, and then we could start the debate instead of the pedantic game, right? And now that you've admitted that, we'll go ahead and move on. So I take it that the Earth is.
No, you're trying to listen, bro. You're trying to create a nonsense argument that we don't make. Our argument
We
is
haven't even started an argument. I'm just
Surface of
telling
the
you
Earth
that
is
I know
not
what your
curving.
position is.
The surface of the Earth is not curving. Not curving. That's our position.
Yeah, what I said is akin to that, but it's even more clear.
Why didn't you just say that?
Because I know that if I said Earth not curving, you would have said, "Well, no, mountains curve or something." That's why I use an example.
Say that,
Proof against that sort of thing.
We don't say that shit.
Oh well, the last person that I walked into the chat with and talked to said that, and then muted me.
It was probably one of no, that's not true. We don't say that shit. Bev and dumb fucks say that.
Okay, well, your word against mine. Now, let's get to the actual substance of the debate instead of acting like anyone is confused by what flat Earth means. So now I'll go ahead and it looks like I do have image perm.
So you came in here to tell us what flat Earth means.
No, you asked me what it means, and then I answered.
Like, why would we be confused? We're the flat earthers. Why would we be confused?
No, if you were listening, I said let's not act like anyone is confused as to what flat Earth is, because you asked me what
We
flat
were
Earth
never
is,
confused.
and someone said, "I'll bet he doesn't even know what the position is," even though I got it pinpoint accurately.
I guarantee you don't know what it is.
So now that we've established that I am aware of the position and that was a useless question, I'll just go ahead and deliver the argument against the Earth.
Is the flat Earth in outer space?
Distance. So,
he won't answer the
I'll
question.
just outline it like this, right? So I take it that if the Earth is flat, then the sun is carouseling above us, as you say, in a sort of Robotham flat Earth model. And in this case, throughout the day, we would expect that the distance that the sun has to us, if it's moving at a consistent speed, which you accept it does because there are multiple people viewing the sun from
He
different
didn't hear me
angles.
say incorrect twice. He's on like some type of place.
Wait, so you don't take it that the sun is always above us?
That's not what you said.
Probably in a sense, it's not the elevation of the ground.
Okay, can you just point out what part of anything I said you disagree with so far?
All of it. As soon as you said should.
Well, that was one of the things I said, and he said he doesn't agree with that, so it's not all of it.
You asked the question. Hold on a second. He asked the question, though. I'm going to answer it. Okay? As soon as you said should expect, I disagree with everything you said after that.
And you said model.
So you have no expectations about the world around you. There are zero predictions you make?
Yeah, the Earth.
Okay, if you make zero predictions, then you don't predict the Earth is flat, and then you concede the debate.
That's not true. You're trying to talk. You're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about the sun.
Wait, you said you don't predict anything.
You're talking about the sun.
Say that? Yeah, did you mean to say you don't make any of the predictions that I posited?
You talked about the sun.
Wait. I'm asking a question. Just answer with a yes or no.
Yeah, you're talking about the sun.
When you said earlier you make no predictions, was that just a misspeak and you meant to say you don't make any predictions about the sun whatsoever?
No.
So you don't predict that the sun will come up tomorrow?
That's not a prediction.
Come on, dumb fuck, dude.
You don't think that's a prediction? What the fuck?
I predict the sun will come up tomorrow is a prediction?
It's a cycle that happens over and over. You're not predicting something that you know is going to happen.
That's induction. That's induction. You're making a
cycle.
That just also sounds like a prediction.
That's just the same as predicting that it's about to be 9:15 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, that's also a prediction, even though it's a very obvious trivial
not a
one.
prediction. It's not a prediction.
He asked about the sun's speed. Well, he asked about the sun's speed. You said, "You guys think the sun speed's this, that?" Who said the sun was a physical object?
Ooh.
I don't know what you mean by physical object, but I didn't say anything about the sun being a physical object.
Made of matter.
I only said that clearly if you make some claim about the future, like the sun will be in this position in this future time, that is by definition a prediction.
That's not the future.
I don't know why you would
in the
deny
past
that. It's
over and
embarrassing.
over and over a gajillion times. That's not predicting something.
I'm gonna hold on.
This
So
is a mess.
I'm going to start this over. Now that you understand what flat Earth is, what's your argument? Why are we talking about the sun and what it does.
He has to build a strong
I was actually in the middle of giving the argument, and I don't accept the framing that I now understand what flat Earth was because I pointed out exactly what it was from the beginning, and no one disagreed. So now, getting back to the argument that I was already giving, I'll just shorten it up by posting an image in side chat. So if you
what do you mean? Hold on. No, hold on. No one disagreed. That's not what I heard. I heard like pretty much everyone disagree.
Okay, well, I'll restate the thing I said from the very beginning, which is that if two people stand in faraway places on the earth and they point their fingers away from the direction of falling, that their fingers will form parallel lines of pointing if we create vectors off the ends of their fingers. Do you actually disagree with that? Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyways,
where are the people standing? Where are they standing?
I'll go ahead and repost the image. I'll go ahead and repost the image now.
I guess I missed it. Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, because people are kind of spamming the side chat.
Your image
so now
is
that
just apples to oranges.
So now that you all agree that, yeah, I obviously got it right the first time, no one is confused about what flat Earth is. If you look at the image, it illustrates this sort of issue. So what we observe with the sun above is not what we would expect on the flat Earth. Because if it were the case that the sun is carouseling above us...
Right there.
Hold on.
No, not right there.
So can you just let someone finish the argument and then critique it after? Thank you.
Said that he knows
I get
what
that you have something that you believe is a critique.
So
just let me
since you know
finish
what
the whole
flat
thing.
Earth is, I'm going to kick it off for you. An elevation angle from the surface. So now debunk it. Tell me how you can't do that.
Okay, I'll continue to do. I'll continue to do that since I was already doing it.
So flat Earth is a measurement, and so debunk elevation angle from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm actually in the middle of doing that, and you'll see how that happens as long as the other randoms don't interrupt.
Did you know that elevation angles to Polaris is how they invented the globe? How could you debunk that?
Well, hold on there. So I'm about to explain. If you just let me get the argument.
How you going to debunk that? I want to know.
Well, he's trying, but you keep interrupting
I want to know how you want to debunk what created the globe. Go on, tell me.
Debunk what created the globe? Wait, what? How are we? Look, just let me finish.
Congrats to me. It always
Wait, did I come here to make a claim on what created the Earth? Or did I come here to make a claim about what the shape of the Earth is?
No, what created? He's talking about what created the globe mathematically. That's what he's talking about.
I don't know why I'd be interested in, getting cut off halfway through my argument to talk about something like that. Now,
getting back to say that you're going to debunk flat Earth.
Getting back to the argument.
All right, now I'm going to mute you.
Well, just hold on,
and then you can start over again, and then we'll see how that. So
okay, I'm just going to get back to the argument.
No, you're not.
No, you're
not. So anyway, elevation angles from the surface of the Earth. Now
that was a stupid mute.
How you gonna?
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, dude, you got a guest mod.
So how you gonna debunk that? Because
well, you made him leave, right? You couldn't control your emotions, and then he left.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
You couldn't control your emotions, and then he left.
Why you mute my brother?
All of that. How do you?
Moderation right there.
How do you?
Yeah, if you don't unmute him, the Earth is round. By the way, just to be clear.
All of that. How do you?
Wait, why are you still asking the question, Big Daddy? If he left the call, why are you still asking?
He's still here. He's still here. Isn't he still? No, maybe not. But it doesn't even matter. He can say what he wants. He can finish his point. So stop talking.
All of that. Now that we know what flat Earth is, I'm gonna debunk it. So in order to not strawman me, I'm like, oh, okay. So a measurement, because that's what flat Earth is, right? Does anybody disagree with that?
What happened to the guy? Why did you guys stop the guy from making his argument?
So debunk it.
Yo.
So that's what he'd be debunking then. So when he says, I don't know why I'd be talking about this, whatever, well, elevation angles, and he says, I'm about to debunk that, I'm like, okay, tell me how you're going to debunk what created the globe. That's why he started, what are you talking about?
Dude, he was trying to make an argument, and then you cut him off.
Bro, with the White Knight vibes, chill. If you got something to say, add in. But white knighting for someone that's not even here is just L, bro. Just chill out. The guy revealed immediately he does not know what flat Earth is. As soon as he said, "Well, we would predict something that doesn't happen on the Earth." Flat Earth is the Earth, so he doesn't know what flat Earth is, which is what I guaranteed was going to happen. That's exactly what happened. I don't know why you're white knighting, Twonker. Just shut the fuck up, bro. Honestly, he's not even here. Just be quiet.
Dude, listen, you go clowns, dude. You're lucky he left. Because
he would have got cooked even more.
If we ever got to that image, he was gonna get cooked. He doesn't understand how images are formed. This is low IQ shit right here.
It just proves my point. He was creating some sort of flat Earth in his mind to debunk that no one believes in but him.
Actually, he was either being intentionally deceptive or he's stupid, because to put the camera this close to the ground and that close to the person and try to make these equivalent, and then not like this, if he would have took this and put it on the left, right? So what he did was he took his camera and made it so that the sun moving is on the right hand side, but he pointed away so that the lights are on the left hand side. Low to the ground, way too close, and then goes, look, it's variable spacing, and this is even spacing. No, bro. And the fact it's even spacing means he doesn't understand how the shit is projected anyway. This is what happens when you don't actually understand shit. Like when you don't understand how images are formed.
Hey, Indio, he's in text. I'm gonna try to get him back. Maybe, hopefully, let's. If he comes back, let's try to have maybe you or Elijah or CB one-on-one to see to bring this to a logical conclusion, because these people think that because you guys were trying to explain that he doesn't know his own argument, and he left. He hasn't realized what his arguing for, and that's a win for him or something. So
why are you interrupting Elijah? Or not Elijah, sorry, Jemsy. My bad.
All good.
Oh, that seemed like a good excuse, except for it didn't. What's wrong with y'all, man?
Fallen is back. Fallen, go ahead and speak to Indy for a little bit.
Today or something?
Fallen, I'm out to mute you, and you can speak to one of the guys. Just have a back and forward, bro. Say what you gotta say and listen to the replies and address that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm expecting a mute anytime here, but I'll just formalize the argument so that there's, some attempt at mitigating confusion on what the argument was, because no one knew what it was. It's going to come in the form of a modus tollens, and it'll be this. P1, if the Earth is flat, then the sun will not have fixed spacing in the sky. Premise 2, the sun will have fixed spacing in the sky. Conclusion, the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, you are not proving the curve, man.
Yeah, why don't you post it? Type it out and post it in the chat, because that's a fucking.
Yeah, I'll type it out for you. I'll just type it out. Here we go. So let's do this.
I already typed it out.
And the sun has fixed spacing in the sky.
What is that? Okay, so let's talk about what is fixed spacing. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I posted an image to help explain.
Yeah, but no, I don't need it. I need you to tell me what you mean.
Calm down.
No, you're trying to play games already. Right off the rip. I'm not just looking at the image and
literally in the middle of explaining it. Okay, get it out.
Okay. I'm not letting you. We're not just winging it. Okay? I want to know what fixed spacing means.
Yeah, so you interrupted me as I was already explaining.
I'm only going to ask you this question.
Anyways, as I was already saying, okay, so you don't want me to explain?
No, I do. Bud. I don't want you to monologue and talk about muting or other shit. What does fixed spacing mean?
I'll just wait for you to get it out. Tell me when I could speak.
I'm going to ask you one more time. I said I'm going to ask you 3 times. This will be the last time. What does fixed spacing mean?
Yeah, so as I was already explaining, what fixed spacing is refers to how the sun appears to distance from itself at equidistant times, which, as I was already explaining, is supported by the image that I posted. Why did you interrupt? Yeah, if you don't understand what that means, that's why there's an image. If you don't understand what that means, it means over consistent periods of time, you get non-consistent distance of the sun from itself over time. The image I posted, as I was already talking about before you so rudely interrupted embarrassingly, was helping to explain that as a visual aid. Now, I will go ahead and repost
because
that
you
image.
can't use words to explain. Obviously, that was a fucking train wreck, so maybe we do just need to look at his cartoon.
I'm going to go ahead and post the image
He doesn't know what his argument was. Are you using somebody else's argument and you're trying to bring it here and you're the one running the trial balloon?
It's under the modus tollens that was posted.
Okay. Shut up.
Why prove that flat Earth would not have fixed spacing?
Wait, define modus tollens real quick.
No thanks.
Okay, can we get it together? Please get it together. Okay.
I
need to know what he means by fixed spacing. The fixed
Hey,
spacing.
can I get Amir following?
You're gonna get banned if you say one more fucking word.
Hey, don't soy out, bro.
I'm not gonna do this with you guys. I'm gonna just start dropping the hammer. Okay? You've been warned, all of you. Your little frickin' trifecta. You've been warned. So, I want to know what fixed spacing means. He went from spacing to timing, fixed timing. So, I take it to mean that at regular time intervals, the sun will look so far apart, projected onto a 2D plane, namely the camera sensor. I want to know how that don't work on a flat Earth.
So, as I was already explaining with fixed spacing, just to reiterate for all the confused people in the back of the class, what fixed spacing refers to is this. The distance that the sun will move through the sky is an equal distance over an equal period of time. So, for example, if 15 minutes pass and the sun moves from point... Hold on. And the sun moves from
you're
point A
saying
to
words
point...
and you're just saying stupid shit.
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding on, dude.
And the sun... Hold on.
No,
and the sun moves from point A...
Actually, Indio, let him finish because I'm just going to give up the ghost. Sunsets.
Interrupting doesn't make you smart, dude.
No, go ahead. Just finish.
He's saying words like distance and spacing. What does that mean? Are we talking in absolute units? Are we talking in angles? What are we talking about?
Are you saying the sun moves 15 degrees forward?
Not in this image, it don't.
Okay, so I don't know why I was muted and then he asked, but what is that? While I was literally explaining what it is.
No, you weren't. You're
as
a liar.
I was already explaining.
Don't do that again.
Right? Okay, just tell me when I'm allowed to
Try
talk
again, I'll
without
ban you.
Interrupting in the middle of the thing that you were already being given, that you're asking
I'm
for.
gonna bro.
Just give him a little more rope.
You just Mike. How come you just can't? If this is an authentic, truthful presentation,
This Indio guy is embarrassing. You guys did not send your best. Can I?
If this was an authentic, truthful
Is there like
presentation,
someone that's more competent? This guy is obviously just using.
Okay, if this was an authentic, truthful presentation, when I asked you what the distance is, you would just tell me.
He was telling you what the fucking distance is, then you muted him, idiot.
Oh.
Okay, so
let him fucking speak.
Oh.
Hey, hold on, Palantir. What was the distance in?
You did the same thing to me, bro.
Palantir, what were the units? What was the units he used?
Why don't you let him fucking speak?
What were the units he used?
He's right there. Let him speak.
So you
I'm
don't
gonna
know
speak
either.
for him.
He
Well,
wasn't
just to be
explaining
clear,
it.
He
Shut
didn't
up.
use units at all. He said it was going to be distance.
I know, but we measure distance in units, right?
It's a possibility. Sure.
It's a
units, fucking idiot.
But just let him talk for a solid 2 minutes, and then let's just let him get to the end.
I just want to have a regular conversation. I don't want a fucking monologue.
We know what he's saying, though. He'd have been done if we'd have just let him say it once. Then we'd have been able to justifiably mute it. You gotta say it.
We have to rip apart a bunch of bullshit, dude. I'm not gonna let it go on with a false premise. There's no point.
Which premise is false? Which premise are we?
It's already false. The first one where he says flat Earth wouldn't have whatever he says. How does he know that?
Wait, you're rejecting the first premise and you can't even restate the first
It's
premise?
just obfuscation, and you both know it. You're just obfuscating. You're buying time, dude.
Okay, so I'll get back to explaining the thing that the guy was asking for that I was already doing before I got muted. Again, flat earthers, you did not spend your best if this
You
India
monologue
guy is
one more
pleasing.
time about what's happening
Now,
in this
getting
chat
back
and
to
go
the
meta, you're getting
explanation.
kicked out.
Now getting back to the explanation. So, as I was saying, for there to be fixed spacing means that when the same amount of time passes, the same amount of distance will take place from point A to point B as there will from point B to point C. Now, this guy is, for some reason, asking for a unit. You could refer to it in degrees. You could also refer to it in, some sort of fixed unit on your sort of looking device like a telescope. The amount of degrees would be roughly 15 per hour, but, that's not even relevant. Because
yeah, it is,
the only
dude. When you
thing that
say
actually
fixed
matters,
spacing-
I don't know why you're interrupting because I'm not done still. So just calm down.
Because you haven't really
So as I
answered
was
and you know
saying-
it.
So as I was saying already,
He's almost there, Indio. I was already on the mark. He's
Dude,
almost there.
you're so full of shit, bro.
Let him finish. He's almost there.
Keep going. Go ahead.
So-
Keep going, brother.
don't say go ahead when you constantly interrupt. You look like a clown. Anyways, so
yeah.
the point
He
is,
says so.
if you're on a flat Earth, what you would not expect if the sun is moving above you and it's not following either some curved path or some other complex path, that it would have fixed spacing. You would actually expect it to have variable spacing on a flat Earth. And that's illustrated with the left side of the image that I posted. I'll repost it, by the way, so you could see what I mean. So it's pretty intuitive to a lot of people. If you hold a light, and you walk down a street, or if you look at street lights, you'll notice that as you look down and across, those street lights get closer and closer together, visually speaking. That is not the case for the sun. Throughout the day, the sun actually maintains fixed spacing over time. So there you go.
Okay.
All right.
You still never answered.
Can I respond to
Well,
that?
he still never answered.
It doesn't matter, man. Not to me.
No, he never answered the spacing of what in what units. He said angles. How do you measure the
I
angle?
actually
want to
did.
measure.
I said 15 degrees
Fallon,
per hour.
I want to
Just
measure.
calm down and let your friend take over. You're not doing well.
Fallon.
I asked him.
Elijah, just let me ask him one question, and then you can go.
Because
Okay.
it's not gonna. He's gonna keep going and going and going because you want him to do something that he. First of all, he already told you degrees, 15 degrees an hour.
Yeah, but that's not
He gave you
possible.
enough. It's enough. He gave you enough. I want to respond.
You go. You go ahead.
No friendly fire. No friendly fire.
Yeah, I know. I gracefully give the floor. Elijah.
And so that's actually incorrect. We have videos of during like just before sunset, and that's actually what you described not happening is what happened.
Okay, so the image I posted. Image I posted in side chat is a time lapse looking at the sun through a welding lens to remove glare, and you could see that it moves perfectly consistently through the sky. If you have a sort of time lapse video that shows that it's actually not going to have fixed spacing, I would actually be, surprised, because that would be contradictory results, and one of us must have a flaw in our methodology. So if you have that, I'd love to see it.
Do we have those memes on hand? Is Miguel around?
Which one?
Just the simple. Any of the sun, disappearing into the distance.
Oh, like Africa.
Yeah, basically.
He's comparing the terrestrial.
Because obviously, the closer it gets to sunset, the longer it takes for the sun to set. Hence, his whole argument being dog shit.
Dude, it's so dog shit in so many ways that ain't even funny.
Wait, have you guys rejected a premise yet?
We're cooking you.
What is with like all the fucking just audio fucking bullshit? Everybody just wants
No,
to
the
stick
first premise is right now what we're talking about. This whole.
Do you remember his justification for P1? Do you remember his justification for P1?
Yeah, it's not happening.
Not a true.
Yeah, what was his justification for P1? What was his justification for P1?
That there'd be fixed spacing and that's not possible on a flat Earth.
What?
What he didn't define was that he didn't define. He didn't.
Bro, idiot, do you have qualia, bro?
Are we just like gonna stop stuttering or what?
This guy genuinely might not have qualia, bro.
To be clear, Daddy Flurf actually didn't disagree with premise 1. What he was saying implied that he disagrees with premise 2. He was saying that the sun does not move. It doesn't move with fixed spacing.
Fixed spacing on what? The film?
Actually, I think I've quite well defined
fixed spacing
it.
on what? The film?
Visual aid.
So,
I posted a
your visual
aid.
aid, dude. Okay, I'm gonna refute this shit, and no one's gonna stop me. Now you, not your fucking buddy, and no one else. Fixed spacing on what? On the film? You think you can measure? If I take 2 points of light, 2 frames of the sun, right, in this time lapse, fixed spacing on what? Is it the same number of pixels apart? Because you can't measure an angle here. Is it the same distance? How far the sun traveled? What are you talking about? Define fixed spacing.
I like how there was like 5 seconds before I was unmuted after
you
the question.
say one more motherfucking comment, you're getting banned.
What fixed spacing means is that the observed distance, which you could use in the form of counting pixels
distance
on
between what?
Is not. I'm literally answering as you're asking. You can use the number of pixels. You could also use any other metric that's consistent.
Did you count the pixels?
You can measure inches on your screen. You could do whatever you want. As long as A is equal to B, regardless of the unit used, it will be fixed spacing. And again, the image helps you understand this.
No,
and by
that's
the way,
not necessarily
even
true,
your
dude.
friend,
That's
even
not
your friend
true.
Big Daddy Flurf here understands what it means, because clearly he says, I understand that, but I disagree that that is
said one more meta comment.
right?
You're
So
banned.
you're the only one
you
that's
had to do it.
confused.
Bye.
You're holding back your friends. You're the weakest link.
Yeah, that's a cool story with your meta comment. But I told you one more meta comment and I'm banning you. Remember?
Okay, I just won't call the person anymore.
Nobody's triggered. I'm not going to tolerate nonsense. You're not addressing what I said. The spacing of what? And you said
all
it
right,
doesn't
I
matter
won't
that
give
they're
any
all
more
equal.
meta comments. It's probably not necessary since your friends agree anyway. So
You
now,
just did.
as I was saying,
that
as far as the
just
spacing
now
is
was
concerned,
also a meta comment.
as far as the spacing is concerned, I already explained that what's taking place is going to be.
You don't know how an image is formed.
From
And I'm
point
trying
A
to teach
point
you, and
B,
you're trying to
whether
run away
measured
from it.
in pixels. Yeah, again, so whether measured in pixels, whether measured in arc minutes through your eyes as you look at it in the sky through a
Measured
welding
in arc
lens,
minutes through your eyes.
or if you want to use degrees, right, standing from the ground and using your finger and pointing towards the sun and seeing the difference in number of degrees every hour as your arm raises to keep your finger facing the sun, will be about 15 degrees per hour. All of these are apt.
No, it won't.
The only thing that you need to know is whatever metric you use, that from time A to time B, the amount of distance.
Okay, that's enough. Everything you said is factually wrong. From this angle, the sun will not appear to move 15 degrees per hour. It only appears to move 15 degrees per hour if you're looking at it, say the sun is passing south of you, right? And you start filming it on the horizon from one end to the other till it sets again, right? But facing south, where you're facing, where solar noon would be, then it will appear 15 degrees per hour. It doesn't appear 15 degrees per hour when you're looking at it across its path. So you just made that up, okay? The one before that, you said, hey, it doesn't matter the units, you can measure angles, your eyes can measure arc minutes, you said all this crap. No, you can't. Not in a projection. You can't measure angles in a projection. And even if you did, you'd have to measure it radially. Okay? So I don't know how you're going to measure the radius for the center of the fucking lens to each one of these points of light. Don't know how you're going to do that. Never heard of a method from which you could even do it. Okay? You're making shit up.
You're literally the definition of the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Shut up,
you are
dude.
the
Shut up. Okay? Shut up.
Yo,
you don't know how images are. So another one.
Sorry.
None of you people know anything about image formation and what an image is. A photograph. It is a projection of the 3D world onto a plane. You dumb fucks are thinking about the world orthographically and have an expectation based upon your orthographic imagination of what it should be. But this is a projection. It's a projection of the 3D world onto a 2D plane.
Yo, Fate, John made you, buddy.
Did you say something? Did you say something? Okay. The image on the left, right? This is a trick, okay? This is not even spacing. Now, what if this guy was going faster? And he was taller, and he was further away? If you did those things, the spacing would look more and more quote-unquote evening, meaning the pixel distances would be closer, right?
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, dude, it was nice meeting you. Bye.
Can he help you, sir?
Yeah, no.
The hell's going on?
So, I know, like, dude, I'm like fucking mad irritated because, like, now interrupted again. Now I got to fucking start over. So, because you placed your camera very low to the ground and close to the person, and they're walking, right? Their spacing is going to appear a certain way. Now, you could obviously change this by changing the orientation of the camera, changing your camera height, changing the height of the light, the size of the light. You could do all these things to change how many pixels they were spaced apart. Okay, this image, in comparison of image, in my opinion, is intentionally deceptive. Intentionally deceptive. That's why you kept saying, "Oh, just look at it. Oh, just look at it. Oh, just look at it." We don't need spacing. We don't need distance. Just look at it. You're not clever, Fallon. Now, if you don't address what I said with specificity and you met a comment, okay, you'll just stay on mute. I'm sick of you and your fucking butt buddies in the game you're playing, okay? So here's a chance to adjust what I said with specificity. Fallon.
Oh, you unmuted me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I was muted for so long, and you're wrong. No, it doesn't matter what angle.
We're gonna try one more time. If I open your mic and you try to poison the well and say some meta shit, you're just gonna get muted again. Address what I said with specificity and just don't say nuh-uh. Okay?
I didn't say nuh-uh. What I was about to say, though, is that it doesn't matter what angle you use the camera to film the sun with through a welding lens, you're still going to get fixed spacing because the angle doesn't really change.
It's not true.
Yeah, it's a geometrical truth. It's a very simple concept in mathematics.
It's a geometrical truth.
Yes. Do you understand what truths are in math? Analytic truths?
So that would be...
You do.
Time out. A geometric truth in math, you're talking about an observation. How did we get the geometric truths in math? When he said it's not true, where is this observed?
Because what he's talking about is changing the so-called angle of perception on fixed spacing.
Angle of
which, as anyone who's familiar with very basic stuff in geometry, would not change the perceived spacing of the object in question. It's a very simple idea, and I could explain why. So imagine that I have a set of blocks.
You don't even know the right words. How are you going to explain it to me?
Imagine that I have a set of blocks in front of you.
Alan, you aren't even using the right terminology. You can't explain it to me. You are not educated enough. Okay? You don't know anything about image formation. Okay? I'll tell you straight up. I helped develop Oculus Rift. Do you know what that is? I did development for the Oculus Rift. Do you know what that is? It's a VR headset. I know everything about image formation, especially stereoscopically. Why? Why are you interrupting? Why? God damn it. You just show your body into the fucking gears, dude.
Yep, I posted a video on Sir David Attenborough of a shrinking sun, so even his optical thing was incorrect as what he said as well. So I don't know what he's going on about, man. He's got it wrong.
Oh, this guy says he is like, totally sure that I'm using terms the wrong way, and he's like someone who developed Oculus Rift. Can you tell me what term I misused?
Perception.
How was that term misused?
Because that has nothing to do with perception. This is purely a geometric argument. Doesn't matter about how you perceive it.
It actually unironically does. When I say perception, I mean the expected visuals from a certain vantage point. So no, you actually don't know these terms, and I don't believe you worked on an Oculus Rift, bud. But let's be honest, right?
Want me to show you some
just said
emails?
that because you're trying to get
Want me to show you some emails? I'll just show you some emails that I corresponded with them. I'll show you some of my emails.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to fabricate.
You don't know what you're... yeah, I can do it right now on the fly? That would be amazing.
And by the way, it's fascinating how you talked about, not caring about meta comments, and now you're talking about how you worked on an Oculus Rift, like, buddy.
No, that you don't know what you're talking about, dude. Image formation is typically done in something called homogeneous coordinate system. There's no angles, there's none of that shit. Okay? That's how it's modeled in a homogeneous coordinate system.
There are obviously angles.
No, there's no angles. Okay, listen. Okay. You have a 2D plane, and you have the 3D world projected onto the 2D plane. What's the angles between 2 points on that plane?
The angles between 2 points
I'm going
on
to
a
take
2D
two arbitrary
plane?
points on the projection plane. What's the angle between them?
It depends.
It depends
I
on
don't
what?
know what the angles are going to
I
be.
know. You don't have any angles. That's the whole point, and there's no way to derive them.
Wait. Imagine this. I tell you, hey, I have a triangle. What is the angle of side 3?
That's not how it works.
You didn't fill in the numbers. Of course, I'm not going to be able to give you a number for the angle since you didn't fill in any of the variables. Did you actually think that was supposed to go somewhere? Even your buddies in chat see that's like an embarrassing attempt at rhetoric, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, it wasn't rhetoric. How do I find the angle
to be
between
clear,
2
how am I
points on a
supposed to
plane?
answer it if you didn't fill the variables in with numbers?
Oh.
You're really going to claim that wasn't some embarrassing attempt at rhetoric? Really?
Wait, numbers? You don't need numbers. You think you can measure an angle?
Tell me what the angle of side 3 on the triangle is.
That's the fourth time I tried to talk and you interrupted me.
Side 3 on a triangle. Go ahead.
Colin, you gotta relax. Relax.
Okay.
What? I have to relax? Did you hear your buddy over here?
He ain't my buddy.
Again,
I don't even know who this guy is.
What is the angle on side 3 of a triangle?
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a projection.
It doesn't matter that that's not what we're talking about. Can you answer that without me giving you some numbers to work with?
You're trying to reference Euclidean geometry to talk about projective geometry.
Yes
They're
or
not
no?
equivalent.
Can you answer that question without filling in the blanks?
Yeah, but there's no angles in projective geometry.
Wait, you can? Okay, what is the angle of side 3 on the triangle?
Of what?
What do you mean of what? What's the angle of side 3 on a triangle, dude?
I don't know.
Okay, does that
How is that
mean
equivalent
that the
to what I'm
triangle
doing?
doesn't have angles?
How is that equivalent to what I said?
Does that mean that the triangle doesn't have
How is that equivalent
angles?
to what I said? How is that equivalent to what I said?
I'm explaining. Answer the question. Does that mean the triangle doesn't have angles? Yes or no?
No. No, that's irrelevant.
Okay, cool.
That's a red herring.
So you agree that just because you're not aware of what a given angle is, it doesn't mean that there are not angles in the thing in question. In the same way,
but you can measure the angles. Dude, you can measure the angles.
You gave me did not come with any inputs for any variables. So what number was I supposed to give you when no numbers were
My God, dude, your word count is starting to get off the hook. I've given you the benefit of the doubt.
I need to
No,
moderate.
Elijah. No, dude. Can you let me just finish this, dude, please?
No, we
Dude,
are.
he just said a bunch of trash, dude.
You gotta trust me, man. Like, I only heard one thing. Because right now the point in contention is you keep saying that there aren't
He
angles.
says he can measure angles in an image, dude.
Listen, he keeps on going on this red herring attempt, and it's like, here's the point. I'm reading right here in an AI overview. It's saying, no. I asked, are there angles in projective geometry? It says, no, angles as defined in Euclidean geometry are not a concept in projective geometry, like you said. So what's his response?
Yeah, so my response is there does not have to be some notion of specifically using projected geometry to formulate angles of reference.
You're using an image
to the object in question.
There is if you're using an image.
When you say using an image, right?
Using an image. An image is created.
What part of the image do you think is being referenced?
Okay. Anywhere in the image, doesn't matter, could be any part of the image. An image is created by the 3D world being projected onto a 2D plane. It's projective geometry.
Okay, it seems like you're confused because I already said I don't have to use projected geometry to formulate angles from an image. For example, if I show you an image of a triangle, literally, you can tell me what the angles of the triangle are.
No, I can't.
You don't.
Not from the projection.
You can't tell me what the angles of the triangle are. I literally just show you an image of a triangle, bud.
Okay, because I don't know, brother. Because I don't know the orientation.
Hey, I've never been a pilot that's a flat earther. I know like a couple.
Okay.
Are these like your buddies that keep coming in and trying to obfuscate?
No, dude, I don't know who that is, bro. Just
why don't you shut up? I don't know who that convinced me you do know who it is. Is this like a game you're playing, Fallon, that you have in person after person? So, Fallon, okay, what if your triangle is, the orientation is sideways to me? What does that look like?
Orientation.
Well, I'm looking down. Yeah, it doesn't even make sense, does it?
Well,
so I'll give you an example.
Not, unless there's some like semantic buried in that weird nonsense.
Okay, if I drew a parabola,
in any case, you agree.
I'll give you an example, Fallon.
If you look at a triangle, right, you can tell me roughly what the angles are of that triangle, even if it's on, quote, an image.
Well, it depends. Depends on if I'm looking at it down the side. But if I can make out 3 points, yeah.
You mean like if the triangle was in some 3D space and we twisted it around or something?
That's what we're doing, a 3D space, isn't it?
Okay, so to be clear, do you remember what the example was that I put forward to you for measuring the angle?
Oh my God, dude. You're not getting it.
Okay, I'll remind you. You could just say, no, I forgot. Can you refresh me? And I'll say,
no,
so
you're
obfuscating. The example given is if we film a time lapse of someone pointing.
Okay, you're obfuscating. Okay, I could take a rack for a pool, right? And I could take a photograph of that. And depending on the orientation that I took the photograph of the rack was at, and I measured the angles in the photograph, they're going to equal 180 degrees. But the angles I measure in that triangle are not going to be the ones that I measure on the actual physical triangle that exists in the 3D world. Okay? This is what you're not understanding. I don't know how you don't understand it. It's freaking very basic.
What you said was not even related to what I was about to say. So as I was about to say, right, I talked about there being a time lapse of someone pointing at the sun, right? And then having a perfectly straight arm. They just extend their arm as straight as they can, and their finger points at the sun, right? And they keep their finger pointing at the sun. You could also do this with a machine, something that tracks the movement of the sun, right? And what you'll find is every hour, if we draw a line over their arm, and then another hour we draw another line, there will be about a 15-degree change in the angle of their arm. And this, you disagree with that?
That's not true, dude.
Oh, how much will it change then?
True, dude.
How much will it change?
Bro, depends on which way you're looking at it from.
What?
Depends on where you're measuring from.
Are you talking about which way you're looking at the person's body?
No.
Are you talking
But
about
you're
which
looking
way
at
you
the
look
sun.
at the person's body?
I just told you. Depends on which way you're looking at the sun.
What?
Okay?
Oh no,
This is what you guys don't.
That doesn't matter. We're not looking
I'm
at the
about
sun.
fed
We're
up
looking
now,
at
and
the
you're too
person's
stupid
arm.
for this conversation. You don't know your own
No,
model.
I think actually you are, because I said
No,
we're
you're
looking
just
at the
too
person's
stupid.
arm,
I've
not the
had it.
sun
I've had
itself.
enough, dude. I'm sick of
We're
explaining
looking at
shit
the
to a
person's
retard.
arm, right? And their finger points at the sun.
Yeah, and you said
as the
15
sun
degrees per
moves,
hour.
their finger stays pointing at the sun, and their arm is pointed straight, right?
Yeah.
You're telling
Fantastic.
me that you don't understand what it means to say that their arm rose by 15 degrees over the course of an hour? You don't understand that?
Dude, because it hasn't. You're just making
Yeah,
that
pretend
part up.
not to understand that. That's a bad
I
look.
do understand it, but that's not how it would happen in reality.
Oh, what is the amount of degrees then?
The sun moves 15 degrees in its arc. Okay? In its arc.
Wait, but can you tell me about the arm?
Can you please?
How much will their arm move?
Okay, if you don't understand what I just said, you're cooked. Okay, if you don't understand what I just said, you don't know the globe model. There's no point in talking. You're just like making it up as you go on. That's enough. Enough's enough.
Hey, so what does arc mean?
It's a segment of a curve.
In relation to what you were just talking about.
What do you mean in relation? So the sun makes an arc across the sky. So if I measure a segment of that arc along its path, right, it averages at 15 degrees per hour. It's not exactly 15 degrees per hour, but it averages that, the mean value, I guess. But
you measure
say
it?
I measure north, south, east, west, right?
What do
and
you
I just
measure
measure
it
from. Oh my God, dude! Please learn your shit before you come here. I'm pretty fed up with your like how stupid.
What do you measure it with?
How do you measure the sun? It's an arc. How you measure the sun's arc?
You measure it. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, what they would do is so this is.
Just finish your point, Andy.
My God, dude. Okay.
How do you
So say I
measure
took
it? That's all I'm asking. You can't tell me. how
I'm
you
trying to
measure
tell
it.
you. So why are you talking more?
After you've measured it.
I'm trying to tell you. Why are you talking more?
Okay, go ahead.
Because here we draw a circle on the ground like a compass, and then the degrees of that compass where the sun rose, right? We get it rose at
The degrees
90.
of that compass where the sun rose. What does that
Oh
even
my
mean?
God!
That sounds like
The
word
direction of
salad.
the sunrise when looking at the compass. Okay, let's say we draw a compass on the ground, north,
When
south,
you're
east,
looking,
west.
but so when you're looking down,
You do this one more time, I'm muting you. I will not tolerate
no, you're
this
just
shit,
saying
bro.
word salad. It doesn't make any sense.
So you don't understand what it means to draw a compass on the ground?
See which direction the
I
sun is
told you
rising.
not to respond to him, Indio, but
So you don't know. Hold on. You don't know what it means to draw a compass rose on the ground. Yeah, he left. Little bitch.
Tried to tell you to continue to point.
He doesn't understand the gold model at all. He's like he just heard 100 times the sun moves at 15 degrees per hour. Yeah, measured how? That isn't necessarily the way you're going to see it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like any of these people have any refutation.
Spatial awareness?
Yeah, so many things they don't have, but one other thing would be any proof of curvature or explanation for why the drop over distance is never measured. Just stories about the sun.
It's pretty bad.
I'm like stubborn. I almost want to unmute him again. It's really fucking hard not to. Thinking I'll talk sense to him, but I know it ain't gonna happen.
But like, why don't you stare at the sun for all the answers, though, Indio?
No, so here's the problem with your 15 degrees per hour. If I measure the arc, along the arc it'll be 15 degrees per hour. But if I just drew a compass rose on the ground, right, and didn't measure the arc and just measured when the sun lines up a particular degree, it will not be 15 degrees per hour. Depends on how you measure it. And as far as looking at it, you don't see 15 degrees per hour because we don't see in degrees. This is very simple shit. I just explained it in 3 fucking sentences. It doesn't take hundreds of words of nonsense to explain it, Fallon. If anyone wants to talk to Fallon, dude, Elijah, you still here?
Fuck no.
Yeah, I don't want to talk to him either.
Hell no.
Okay,
I found
Fallon.
it quite annoying.
What we're going to do is we're going to take a parabola and we're going to draw it on the ground, and we're going to do it mathematically, right? We're going to draw a big grid on the ground, and we're going to freaking do the formula for a parabola. In the arms of the parabola, we're at the root of the parabola, like the curve where the curve changes, and then we're going to draw the arms all the way to the horizon. What's that look like to a person standing there? It looks like a fucking ellipse. Now, if we did the formula for an ellipse, it wouldn't match the formula for an ellipse, but it would look like an ellipse. Now, if we took that 2D plane it was projected on and we did Euclidean geometry on that, it would match the formula for an ellipse, but it wouldn't match the formula for the ellipse in real life. You guys you don't understand that, like, we see stuff one way, and then orthographically, it's another way, and you can't just willy-nilly jump between the two because you feel like it. That's why I asked you, measured how? You're sitting there just making declarations of measurements, man. Like,
You know
measured
you
how?
want to meet him.
Hey, B, was that you?
Yeah, it's about that time, man. I gotta come in with some.
Is the parasites? The parasites.
It's a parasite.
I'm gonna basically keep doing that, yo.
You guys gotta mute that guy who's doing that.
He has parasites.
So, Fallen, did you hear what Indio said? Fallon, whatever the fuck your name.
He's in his DMs. He's rallying the troops.
Am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
I am muted.
What are you doing? What are you doing every time that you are? What are you doing?
I heard what he said, but it doesn't address the point that indeed, if someone's arm, right, is aimed straight and their finger is pointing at the sun, that the precession of their arm would be 15 degrees per hour. And he's embarrassingly trying to act like anything he said disagreed with that.
You mean the rotation of their arm? About their shoulder?
When you say rotation,
you don't even know your own argument. That's so funny. Who sent you that in
change, then yes.
The rotation of your arm? Is that what you're talking about? You don't even know.
But it's not
Who's
like
in your
the arm
DMs
specifically that's rotating. It's technically the shoulder that's rotating.
Oh my god. Is your shoulder part of your arm?
But in either case, why did you say you mean? As if the precession is not an accurate terminology.
It's like a head of your arm that's called the shoulder. It's like a fucking bone that's connected to your arm. That's different.
The point is, you agree that if someone stays pointing at it, the angle of their arm changes by 15 degrees an hour, right? Or are you going to quibble over, like, your preferred semantic?
Well, I mean, it depends. Depends on where they are in the world.
Wait, what way is there for you to point at the sun and it be not a 15 degree change per hour?
Well, because that's only a mean. It doesn't change 15 degrees per hour in the globe model. That's how much the Earth rotates. That's not what it looks like.
Okay, what does it actually look like? What does it actually look like?
Well, I mean, didn't you know that, like, when you see a sunset, the sun's already set? You didn't know that? In the globe model?
Yeah, what does it actually look like, though? Like, are you just going to say, oh, the actual number is about 14.7 degrees?
No, it's actually longer or something.
It's longer. What does that mean?
So the sun rises earlier than it's supposed to and sets later, but then it's like there's like an extra 7 minutes or something per sunset. But that's assuming a bunch of things because how high it is, depending on where the arc is, right? So say the arc is very low on the horizon, 40 degrees. These times are different. So that's the average, right? The average observation time, the mean.
Yeah, the extra 7 minutes is actually expected for two reasons. And let me get this all out without an interruption, please. So for one, if the Earth is a globe, then you can actually see slightly more than 50% of the sky, right? The second thing is, and this is probably more important towards the overall calculus, is there actually is, just at the very edges, some atmospheric refraction. And this is denoted quite obviously by the way that the sun slightly stretches toward like the horizon, towards the very end of its descent, to which I could send a video for. Now you might think, but wait, now like on a flat Earth, right? You would also expect that it slows down towards the edges. Well, not in the same way. And the reason why is because there's a consistent way that the sun should be having unequal spacing, right? The variable spacing would look like streetlights down a road, not streetlights that are all somehow, from your view, equally spaced, and then suddenly the last couple are like slightly closer to each other. That's like not even close to what you'd expect on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's really cool. You're just regurgitating your same claim. But if you're going to say...
Wait, do you disagree?
Yeah, I do disagree. If you're going to demonstrate... Why are you interrupting me? If you're going to demonstrate what it's supposed to, quote-unquote, look like, you need to do it in the appropriate geometry. If you were listening while you were unmuted, right, while you're muted, did you hear me talk about the parabola drawn on the ground?
Wait, what part do you disagree with? Do you disagree with what I said we would expect to see if the sun was moving through the sky?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You disagree with that?
I disagree with that, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll again post an image to show you.
Yeah, the image like. With no measurements. Great.
On the left,
fantastic.
Yeah, on the left you can see, right, as the person walks down the street.
Okay, that's enough out of you, dude. Like, literally, that's enough. Fucking why did I even try? Why did I even try? What the hell's wrong with me?
I don't know. It's weird. He changed his whole argument. I guess somebody must be helping him because the first time was clearly malformed, and now he's completely changed it.
Yeah, I banned him. He's done, dude. I've tried to get something out of him that was useful, but it's fucking impossible. He's a fucking snake.
Oh, did y'all boot that fallen guy?
God
he has
damn
a
right.
following as well.
He tried to hit me with some sort of modus tollens about the sun. I'm like, bro, why are you looking away from the ground, right? So you give him the modus tollens of, the horizon not being where it should be.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about that, do they?
All I was trying to do is get him to substantiate what his prediction was. He's saying, well, it wouldn't work on a flat Earth, and it would be this on a globe, but look at my picture. It's just like the picture, so that means it's not a flat Earth. Okay. If you're going to make some sort of prediction about what some image should look like, you need to substantiate it. But here's the funny thing is, how did I just talk to him for fucking an hour and a half just to get to that, just to say what I just said? He was doing everything to obfuscate from being demanded to substantiate. He didn't want to have to substantiate.
I think you're just denying reality, bro. Sorry.
Okay, can you substantiate what he said then? Can you substantiate what it should look on? Like on? Hold on.
What he said was.
Okay, now listen. Quiet. So, can you substantiate?
Hey, how about this? After all the insults, I'm going to say
can you?
How about fuck you?
Can you substantiate what it should look like on a flat Earth and what it should look like on a globe Earth? Can you substantiate that?
He substantiated, and he was crystal clear. Everything he said.
What did he substantiate?
And everything he said made sense. And listen, if you're going to treat your users like that, fucking insult them all the time, then mute them whenever you don't like what they say. No, I don't see any reason
doing
this
the same
fucking room
thing he
needs to
did.
go on. Like, this is crazy.
So you're just doing the same thing what he did. He didn't substantiate it. I asked him to. He just made the same.
He did multiple times.
No, he just reasserted the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and everything he said made absolute sense. Nothing wrong with what he said.
Okay, where did he post the mathematical substantiation of his claim?
He even told you the degrees.
Where did he post
the time?
Where did he post it? Where did he post it? Where did he post it?
He told you.
No, he told me, right? He just told me. He just told me.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because it's not substantiated. If you're going to make some sort of prediction of what should or should not be seen, and your claim is geometric, you need to substantiate the geometry by demonstrating either mathematically
Well, why
or
don't you
geometrically.
substantiate your flat Earth model? Where's your map? I'm waiting for it still.
Oh, so you don't think there's a flat Earth map?
Completely ignored
You
me
said
earlier
there is
about
none,
maps
so
and
I'm waiting
models.
for it. Where is it?
No, screw you, dude. You completely ignored me earlier about maps and models.
No, lady,
When I said
no,
we're
I
not
will
going
not
to
take your
claim a
offensive
model
insults and arguments.
Because
Nope.
we're not going to claim a model, because we're not
Nope,
going
I'm
to claim a
talking
model.
to
We're
the
not going to make
gentleman
something
over
up
there.
so that you can have something to
You're
bash
not allowed
on.
to say another thing till you address what I just said. How did he substantiate it?
He gave you the measurements. He told you that
No,
this
he
is not
didn't.
possible.
Where are they? Where are they? Can you repost them for him? The measurements. What units were they in?
Yeah, but he can't show you that.
Hold on. What units were the measurements in, dude? What units were the measurements? What units were the measurements in?
He told you every hour you could draw a point. As you see, you can.
I know he
point at
told
the
me. We've
sun.
already established what he said. We want the substantiation that what he said is true.
Well, why don't you take a telescope, substantiate it yourself, since you're denying reality, bro?
You're pathetic.
Is it that difficult for you to point your finger at the fucking sun and take your watch and count the fucking hour and make a fucking line? Is that too difficult for you to do?
Hold on. What we're trying to do is substantiate the prediction of what should or should not be seen. Do you understand that?
Okay, take a pencil. When it's sunny outside, go touch some grass.
That is not a
point the
substantiation.
finger at the sun and do it yourself, and then prove it yourself that the world is round, bro.
Prediction. You're just telling me to fucking look at the sun. We want the geometric.
Go substantiate it yourself.
Oh my God. We want the geometric prediction, not your Ipsy Dixit nonsense. We want the geometric prediction, dude. We want the geometric prediction. Do you have that? Just admit you don't have it. You guys are so fucking cowardly. Oh, you don't hear me again? I think every time like they get muted, they talk to each other.
Since you're such a truth seeker, take a paper, pencil, point your finger at the sun, take your watch, and start substantiating
Hold on.
He gave you a point. He gave you a point.
Okay,
go
fine,
prove it
fine.
yourself.
Fine. Okay. What am I proving? What does that prove?
That you could substantiate. You want to substantiate it, right?
You don't even understand what I'm saying.
Substantiate it. You wanted some.
No, that's
you want
not
some
what I'm
actual empirical
talking about.
evidence.
I can barely
correct?
draw. I can
That's
barely
not
draw
what
a
I
straight
said.
line.
Okay, that's not what I said. The prediction, right? The geometric prediction of what should happen on a flat Earth and what should happen on the globe, what an image should look like, should. And this picture that I took, this part should match a globe, and this part should match a flat Earth. I want that substantiation that should is a justified true claim. Got it?
What part of to go take a piece of paper and pencil and go substantiate it yourself?
Oh my God,
don't you get?
you're just a fucking snake.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with what I said?
I can do that, but then I do that, and then what? How does that substantiate the claim?
Then what?
How does that substantiate the claim? How does that substantiate the claim? How does that substantiate the claim?
My opinion, we're all on a turtle's back.
Proving his point as it's factual, and you're just denying reality because you're coping. Stop coping, please.
How does that substantiate the claim? 10 times now.
Go outside and do it
What is the claim?
Okay, I went and did it. Now I want to compare what I did to the gold prediction. How do I stop it? Stop.
Yeah, stop messing with him. You don't want to see his bad side.
So I'm going to say it again. I do the observation. Now I want to compare it to the globe prediction. Where is that?
What globe prediction? He gave you an image
prediction, buddy.
position of the sun at a certain period in time.
I'm not predicting, buddy.
And
I'm
now
a cat,
you're
and I know
misrepresenting.
that.
You're misrepresenting everything he said for the past hour while we were all listening to.
Goodbye. Any other fucking peanut gallery clowns want to chime in?
Just some peace and quiet for just a second.
My God, that was fucking horrible, dude.
We had like 4 of them trying to talk over you and
Yeah, I know.
railroad you.
I mean, I could handle it, but like, you know, it's fucking takes too much effort.
Has the axis of rotation
Where's that at?
vis-a-vis the stars in the southern hemisphere? How does that? Work?
Do you need you need a sphere for a hemisphere?
Okay, yeah. So when we're south of the equator, we see if you take a time lapse.
Equator? What's that? What's the equator?
Okay, when we're.
Yeah, I want to know what the equator is.
Okay, when we're in the south, we see an axis of rotation with the stars, right? With
The south of what?
Differs. Okay, when we're.
I'm trying to demonstrate something to you, dude. You're trying to presuppose a globe. Okay? There's no such thing as an equator. There's no equator that exists on Earth.
Okay, it's a question. So when we're
South Dakota,
at a certain point south, we see in a time lapse an axis of rotation where the stars. If we take a time lapse, we can see this. There's a point at the southernmost point where the stars rotate.
It's an imaginary point
that differs in the north.
Yeah. So.
Well. So we have to make some assumptions.
Does that mean the ground's curving?
No, it just we have to make some assumptions. Well, it would be.
No, we don't. No, we don't have to make any assumptions.
Why is there a point that differs? That would make more sense. That
first of all, your point is imaginary. Okay.
It's not imaginary. Is it? We've done people.
Oh, it's really there. What's it look like? What color is it? What color is it?
Okay, but
what color is it?
Okay, people have done time lapses of the.
That's great. And you think they make circles, don't you?
No.
They rotate. Okay, let's cover this. Hold on. Don't talk for a second. We're going to cover this. You said stars rotate about a point. Oh, do they? Do you know what a rotation is?
Yeah, okay. We can assume that the stars are rotating or the Earth is rotating.
They're rotating. Making circles. Making something that appears to be circles is a rotation now. So if I draw on a piece of paper a circle, that's a rotation.
Okay.
So you're inserting your explanation into the description. How do we just talk about what we actually see? Let's do that.
But that's
so what we actually see is when we do a time-lapse photograph, right, of the stars, some stars overlap the star trails of other stars, and they look like circles, okay? But they're not actually circles, because in the heliocentric model, they would be a bunch of spirals. You know that they'd be a bunch of spirals. So if you did it like a 365-day time lapse, because the constellations process, you'd see a bunch of spirals across the sky.
Okay.
So we don't see that, do we?
No, but that wasn't what I was talking about.
I know what you're talking about. You're trying to insert your explanation into the description. Why don't you just describe what you see?
I'm starting from scratch. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to describe.
So what do you see the stars do?
Well, there's 2 points. So what we can observe is there's 2 points of rotation.
There is not 2 points, dude.
Well, that's what we observe. We see if we
really. What color is it?
Time lapse in the north. There's a point of.
You're just stuck in your rhetoric, dude. What color is these points?
They're not really there, but we can.
Okay, thank you. Jesus fucking Christ, was that hard?
So I should use a certain language. There's a point at which the stars seem to rotate.
There's a place in the sky where they seem to be equidistant from. How about that?
Yeah, okay, fine, yeah. And in the southern hemisphere, I use that term because I don't really have another term. You're just banning me from using any form of like scientific.
So painful.
Linguistic. Yeah, but you're banning me from using any topic.
We must assume it's scientific linguistic.
No, I'm not assuming. I'm trying to.
No, we start with accurately describing reality, and then
it's a serious question. I'm not for the globe Earth.
Yeah,
look, but you can't. Question.
I understand.
Why we
and I'm trying to show you. Yeah, I understand. You're trying to ask a serious question. But I'm trying to show you that your mind is contaminated because your explanation you think is the description.
Well, why? No, but I mean, why do
you said the stars rotate?
Okay, but I'm just trying to use the language that we normally use.
Do you think they rotate?
Well, it depends on what kind of model you're going to use for.
No, it doesn't. They don't rotate, bro. If I take a chair and I flip it up in the air, listen, bro, stop. If I take a chair and I flip it up in the air, it'll flip end over end, and that's a rotation. You don't see the stars do that, do you?
We see the stars move.
Was that so hard?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
We see the stars move. We see them trace arcs across the sky. If we do a time lapse, some arcs intersect into other arcs and appear to make circles. That's what's actually seen.
Okay. But we see. How do I describe this without using that language?
Just describe what we actually see.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, we see the stars move differently in different places on the Earth.
Okay, yeah.
We see in the quote unquote north that it appears to rotate around an imaginary point in the sky that's
we just go back to that
north, and then in the south we see that it rotates around a different point. How do we explain that with the?
How did you go back to the rotates?
Well, because I'm trying to think of different.
Yeah, I watched a car race, and I was like, man, look at those cars rotate around that freaking middle of the track.
Okay, yeah, but it's just a.
No, it's not.
You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just finding it difficult.
Okay.
So we see.
You're asking me to explain.
We see the stars move around a different imaginary point. Appear to move around a different imaginary point.
Yeah,
in a different part of the Earth. To another part of the Earth.
What does that got to do with? The whole point is, you're having almost all of you guys have a difficult time even describing reality because your minds are contaminated with explanations, and that you don't even see reality anymore. And B, what does that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
To you.
Well, what does that got to do? Any of that got to do with the shape of the Earth? This isn't the astronomy channel.
Well, it should tell us something about.
Should? Why should it?
Well, it tells us that something is amiss here because if I assume a model, I'm not allowed to assume models, are we?
No, you can assume whenever you want, but like
if I
you're sure like
flat Earth
you're never going to know anything if you assume things. That's the problem.
The flat Earth model that was based on the that map. I can't remember what the map's called.
I think of the AE map, which is just the projection of a coordinate system. Yeah. See, this is the same problem we have all the time. And
I know that might not be the map that you might not assume a model at all, but if that map is obviously impossible if the stars are rotating in that way in what we call the southern.
How is it impossible?
Well, because it's not impossible.
Mathematically impossible with a model, impossible in physical reality. Like, what do you mean by impossible?
Because
you can actually make a model that using a four-dimensional hypersphere.
Yeah, fourth-dimensional hypersphere. Yeah, fine. But that seems even more absurd, right?
Is it more absurd than string theory?
Maybe not.
String theory is what? How many dimensions they have to now? 64 or something?
So I just accept that I see those things and I don't know what they are, and that's what I should do.
Yeah, you're never going to know. Do you think you're ever going to know what a star is?
No.
No, it's a serious question. Do you think that ever in your lifetime or any of your heirs' lifetime is ever going to know what a star is?
Can you really know what anything is in that respect?
Well, I mean, I have access to the Earth. I can smack it right now, and I can know what that is. Yeah, but a star, that's supposed to be, light years away.
Which can interpret an object, but it never really gives me.
You can tell if something's a Chevy or a Ford.
Yeah, but that's a concept. I mean, like you can
cars or concepts.
This is more of a philosophical Yeah, well, I guess that's the point. Like, you can never really have all the information.
That's like this wasn't the argument I was even making.
I know, but
I'm saying you're never going to know what a star is because they're so far away in your worldview. They're not accessible. They're not physically accessible.
Well, I don't
in any lifetime of yours or anybody else.
I like the idea that they're closer. I like the idea that they're.
Well, I mean, they say that if you went to speed of Voyager.
I like the
Well, they say if you went to speed of Voyager, that it would take you 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Yeah.
How convenient.
My preferred model is the geocentric model with the stars rotating in like a tent.
I mean, that's fine. But all that, right, about the sky is conjecture. Okay? Because why would we rely on that when we can actually just measure the ground and see what it is that way? Why would we look away from the thing that's in question?
I don't know.
It would be like wanting to know like what your neighbor's house is, right? And what your house is, and then you go across the street and look at your neighbor's house to try and figure out what your house is.
Well, once you establish what you're on, if you say it's flat, then that's fine. You might want to.
Yeah, we have established.
You might want to. Yeah, great. You might want to explore.
You might want to have an answer for everything.
You might want to try and figure. No, you might.
Tomorrow's lottery numbers.
Well, it's
no, wait, like you know what the ancients thought.
Without that inquisitiveness, the flat Earth wouldn't have had a resurgence, would it?
Well, I mean, do you know what the ancients thought, right? They didn't think that the sky and the ground were controlled by the same rules, and they had good reasons to think that, such as the fact that there's no parallax to any object in the sky. Okay, so that's a problem. Every terrestrial object has parallax, but there's no parallax to any object in the sky, even the ones that should have parallax. I'm talking about naive parallax, not parallax created by calculation. I'm talking about just looking in the sky. So what they did, all they could ever do is say, well, if we assume a certain geometry, then we can get the ratios of distances, right? So from the moon, right, the phase of the moon, assuming the sun was illuminating the moon, and the other part was that they could get the ratio of the sun's distance to the moon's distance using that method. They were wrong.
It's practical.
But they were wrong, though, using that method. But I'm just saying is, there's a fundamental assumption of universalitarianism, right? That, like, this is all the same. And, like, if we measure the Earth flat and the sky behaves, at least a portion of it, as a celestial sphere, if it doesn't, like, just because it doesn't make sense to us doesn't mean it's true. Because to us in our minds, well, it has to be one or the other. I can't be a flat Earth because the sky does X, Y, Z. Well, we can prove the Earth is flat by measuring it. And nobody can prove anything about the sky, no matter what they do.
We would know we would have those two invisible axis of rotation on a sphere. We know that we would have that. So it makes it, because we can observe that under a time lapse, it makes that slightly more likely.
No.
I mean, that's a point to support, but it's not. It doesn't mean that it is. It could be a fourth.
Look, nothing the lights do.
It could be there's some weird.
Nothing the lights do can falsify a direct measurement of the Earth.
No,
because that stuff is inference. Well, I'm just saying, like,
model.
Look, bro. If you measure a kitchen table, that's what it is. Doesn't matter what the lighting above it does. There's nothing those lights could ever do to falsify that measurement. Ever.
Do you subscribe to any model or not? Or you just don't?
A model of what?
Bother?
You guys just throw that word around willy-nilly. A model.
I mean, do you imagine the Earth to be a certain way?
I don't imagine. I imagine the Earth is the way I see it.
Okay. So you don't...
I don't believe in the third-person point of view.
Yeah, but you can do that.
Why?
Hey, do you understand? I don't believe in the third-person point of view that you can go outside the Earth and look back at it like you're in a video game. I believe in an observer-centric world, and I think that's the problem, is that we've discarded. This is going to get a little philosophical. Is that our reality is observer centric, so it only appears from a viewpoint, right? And we always try to like do things from viewpoints that are outside of our own and imagine the world from there without actually assuming we're in that viewpoint. So it's like a third-person viewpoint, but third-person viewpoint.
But it's only by using multiple points of perspective that we can actually measure anything. I mean, that's what your eyes do. That's why you have two of them. Yeah, but you have to assume some commonality between all of that, right? That perspective view isn't unique, and that your perspective view isn't unique, and that your perspective view and that perspective view have something in common, as if your geometries are linked in some way. You understand? Neural network behind it.
Yeah, so like how we actually like measure
network to
but the reason I bring this up
and therefore it is.
Well, the reason I bring this up is because this is how we actually model things in reality. So anytime you want to calculate like where the sun is, like where's the sun, like when's it going to be noon? What time? We're going to make a model that's observer centric. You're at the origin of coordinates, and we're going to go, where's the sun in relation to the ecliptic? And what time is it?
That's an imaginary point of perspective.
Yeah. Well,
you're breaking your rule.
But that's how we do it everywhere. No matter where you are, we're using this model.
The person.
Why are you interrupting me? Like,
okay.
Like, dude, like seriously.
Go on then.
The model we use is called the equation of time, and this is how that model works. Every calculation is done uniquely from the observer's viewpoint, and there's no universality between viewpoints.
Yeah,
and we know this because if people try to map this on a 3D globe, the lines, like if you take the line of sight to the sun, like the azimuth and elevation angle, they won't intersect in 3D space. Some will actually be negative; they'll even be behind the observer. This has been done in AutoCAD and in Blender. So this is what I'm talking about. If you take time and date or SunCalc, right? Those used in the U.S. Naval Observatory, the equation of time. So if you take that model and then you plot it onto a globe, like the azimuth and elevation angles predicted by that, it doesn't work in 3D space because the calculation is exactly observer-centric to each person.
Is that part of relativity true then, that time?
No, this has nothing to do with relativity.
Well, it kind of is. There's some kind of differentiation in perspective.
You have this universal view that everything is just like a universal collective, and that might not be true because our models don't work that way. The mathematical models are perspective based. They're not from a third person point of view. Even a map. Any map, even like freaking Cater map, whatever, cylinder, anything, you have a point of projection. So you have like a dot, right? And then all the freaking grid lines meet at that freaking point. So even that, like a fucking sphere. Spheres, you got a point, and then everything is relation to that point. There is no we're not actually doing anything from this outside orthographic third person geometry. We always have an origin of coordinates, and everything is projected out from that point.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what I think the problem is, because there's this other
you're saying
problem.
that most people are insane. It's just insanity.
No, I'm saying we have models that work. Most people are insane. Well, that's another question.
Delusional.
Delusional, that's better. Well, everybody observes a flat, motionless Earth, right? That's what we all observe, and other people come around and say that's not true, and they just go, "Okay, I believe it."
I mean, you could say that the foundation of our thinking is wrong, and so it's just what's led to this. It's not even a ruse. It might not even be a conspiracy. It's just that we took a really awful misstep a long time ago.
Yeah, I feel it's a tradition.
All of our logics become contaminated by that misstep.
Well, I mean, we stopped using logic freaking with David Hume. Fucking abandoned that shit a long time ago.
They think it's too big to fail.
Oh my god, dude! I should make that T-shirt. The globe, too big to fail.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'll take like penny checks every month. You can have 99%. Yeah, bumper stickers. I think there's a real market for bumper stickers to have a renaissance.
Do people bring that up a lot with the stars, or not so much?
It depends.
I don't hear it as much.
I mean, some people do. Some people, the thing we hear the most, other than trolls, probably ships over the horizon.
But that's been refuted for a long time, anyway.
That is like, at this point, it's so destroyed. I don't even know why they keep bringing it up. But it's like some people haven't gotten the memo.
Yeah.
Typical Globe Earther, they abandoned the Horizons being 4 years ago. So like, fucking Horizon's not physical. What's the ship disappearing behind? An optical illusion? Okay, yeah, go with that. Then it's not a globe. And you can't say, hey, ships over the horizon are proof of a globe if the horizon's not the physical edge of a globe.
What's the term? Angular
resolution?
Angular resolution.
I mean, this is a very simple concept, right? Like, say you had a table, right, and you brought your eye down so that you're looking at the table parallel. You know, your eye level is parallel to the surface of the table. Now, if it's absolutely parallel, obviously you can't see the surface of that table.
Yeah.
Right? But if you go up, say you could go up minutely, a fucking nanometer or something. Because now you're not parallel, you're going to see some of the surface, but not all the surface. The horizon is created by that small angle, right? The limit of your vision, that limiting angle. And we know where it would be. We know what it is based on the acuity of the eye, and that's where it is in reality. So based upon an angular resolution of the human eye of 0.02 degrees, the horizon should be 3.24 miles away from somebody. Guess where the globe distance horizon prediction is? 3.25 miles. That's very weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that is quite weird that it's the same. But then you could, I don't know. It's almost as if we weren't supposed to know.
Or it's
I figured this out by accident. Oh, go ahead, sorry. I'm actually going to take a break for a second.
No, I was just going to use the Nathan Oakley term hijacked. It's crazy. I don't know. The boats go over curve thing, that only works if you've never watched boats.
Yeah, they're getting that from, there's still some, if you just do a preliminary Google search or something, that's still a myth that's out there, but you can always tell when that's somebody's globe proof they haven't had any time spent in the argument because it's absurd.
Yeah, you can see what if you see land beyond where the boat disappeared? I mean, that should have put this whole boats go over curve thing to bed a long time ago, but I don't know. Benevolent.
Well, you can see land because it raises higher above the horizon.
Well, what if it's not that high?
Then you...
And it's way in the distance.
Then you probably couldn't see it.
Oh, what if you could? That's what I'm saying. Why don't you people go out and watch boats? Another thing you can do is, like, you can watch a boat disappear.
I've been at sea a couple of times.
Okay, well, have you ever seen this? Have you ever seen a boat disappear at dusk? It gets dark, you're echoing back. But then when it gets dark, the boat turns its light on, and you can see it again. And then you can see other fishing boats way beyond that boat. They have different lights on.
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, well, boats aren't going over a curve.
Yeah, I never said they were. I've seen some of the videos with the enhanced optical zoom lenses that showed that the hull of the ship reappearing.
Yeah, but that is an argument people still make.
But you think there's a curve, Benevolent?
I've never observed one, not even from an aeroplane.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been on 96 flights, never seen it.
So why are you so concerned with the stars then? Why do you think the stars lend credence to the globe?
Because that's one that would fit the model of a sphere, and it's something I've never heard.
But the ground isn't curving.
I know.
Oh.
I just thought I'd bring it up because I never really hear it, and I just want.
Well, maybe someone recognized that and added that to the story of the ball.
Yeah.
Reverse engineered. Yeah, the whole thing makes sense if you just take their word for it.
I mean, if we don't talk about fourth dimensional hyperspace, it would mean that there's some other.
Yeah, what?
Some other.
Fox Mulder, everyone.
Does this guy think he's Alex Jones?
There's some other point somewhere. It's hard to imagine, but then we're not allowed to use third person. So yeah, it really puts me in a bind where I just can't.
What does fourth dimensional hyperspace mean to you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the interdimensional.
No, it was.
Coming.
It was something
in the water
to try and explain why we observe this. The two
what deja vu
of rotation.
No, the stars go east to west, no matter where you are.
Yeah,
Indio join FU.
But there is a point of rotation in the southern hemisphere that we can observe, which is different from the one in the north. It doesn't revolve around Polaris. It revolves around a different point. There's 2 points in which the stars rotate.
Okay, and the Earth's surface isn't curving to form a ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's an interesting phenomenon because it doesn't. It's hard to imagine how that would work.
Yeah, and they want to tell you Halley's Comet comes back every 72 years. Or if you were old enough to remember seeing it, are you going to be alive again to see it the next time?
I mean,
you're going to be in a small.
I've been to Australia. I've seen this. I've seen the different stars. I've seen the point of rotation. It's just interesting. But I'm not allowed to build a model.
Are you questioning the globe model, Benevolent?
I just know that I'm a man, or whatever that means, and I live in a place, and I try to do the best that I can. It doesn't really concern me, those things. What concerns me is living right.
You're here.
Good Lord. You're good enough, you're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you.
Well, I mean, if the... Oh, sorry, Creation Bear.
I just want to tell him to join FU. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I was just going to tell Benevolent, you know, to me it seems like if a massive fraud is being perpetuated across the earth and that children are being regularly lied to and miseducated and their entire worldview is based on based on a lie, that seems like a concern. Don't you think that would be a concern, Benevolent?
Yeah, that makes me think that maybe I do have a responsibility to do something about it.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Only so much time in a day.
Oh yeah, I mean, nobody's gonna save the world single-handedly. I mean, yeah, that's why we're here having the discussion. But yeah, any of those things about the stars or the sun, what we were talking about earlier, they're irrelevant to the fact that the predicted geometry of a globe is never observed in reality. That's why you see people in here obsessed with the sky, the sun, and you get a reaction to it. Because these people are, some of them are like, I would just say, ignorantly stuck in this mindset that because they think it's a globe, that not these other things can't possibly work on any other model, which is just patently false. You can easily come up with multiple models to describe all of these things, including how the stars move, how the sun moves, and so on. But other ones are just dishonest in their argument style. Yeah, that's what we saw earlier.
Bias.
Yeah, for sure. But that's cool that you're questioning it.
I followed it when it first sort of surged around 2015, 2012, 2015. What led me there was there was just like an explosion on YouTube of people talking about, was it the Michelson-Morley experiment? And then there was like a whole thing about whether it was the geocentric model or the heliocentric model that came up again. Flat Earth kind of spawned. I did try and talk to people about it, but I got laughed at mostly everywhere for even bringing it up as a suggestion. Maybe we have been lied to.
Yeah, it upsets people.
Well, it's not surprising, if it's like a very deeply rooted belief that your entire paradigm relies on. I'm not surprised at all that people defend it, even if they don't really know whether it's true or not.
Yeah, people don't even like entertaining the idea that they've been fooled. Too much pride.
Well,
it's a lot of work.
Psychology. Yeah, the psychology behind that is like they defend it because it means they might have to change something. What does it mean to people? That's what interests me. If the Earth was flat, why? So it's obvious that they would have to change their life. It makes them feel like they would have to change their life. That's what I get from it. Which is strange, how it's connected neurologically to ideas like that. And I think that's because it makes it seem as if this place here was put deliberately, and it kind of connects to religion in some way, which I'm not quite sure exactly how that works, but it seems.
Isn't it funny there's such a common reaction and source of that reaction?
Yeah.
I mean, they did a bang up job in academia of convincing everyone that they're pointless nothingness. Brilliant work.
Yeah. So yeah.
And on top of that, not only is everyone brilliant, not only is everyone just worthlessness, nothingness, they're also to blame for everything, all the wrongs of the world. They're nothing and everything. Yeah, they tied people's mind into a knot.
Nothing really.
And they tied.
Anyone can see.
Yeah. Unfortunately, something tells me Lenin would be a globie. That's another discussion. All things come to pass.
Maybe Bohemian Rhapsody is a song about flat Earth.
Well, there you go. Freddie would be
caught in a landslide.
No escape from reality. Fred would be able to come to grips with it.
Open your eyes, look up to the skies, and see. It actually fits perfectly. Oh, mental. Never thought about that before.
And people bring up Fool on a Hill every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
Thinks the world's spinning around.
How do you move the world? You tell everybody it's moving.
Yeah, that's all it takes. Power of suggestion. Yeah, you said, is everyone insane? They're delusional, but they're delusional by way of hypnosis. Because you hear people say, you even said it. You said that strongly suggests that we're on a ball. That's the same language of a hypnotist.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be funny that all these trillions of years of evolution from pond scum nothingness, that we're living in the age of where it was all figured out? And what are the odds?
So the Earth is flat. What's next?
Yeah, we're not hurtling through outer space, spinning on a water ball. Stuff of TV and books. It's the modern day religion.
Satanism.
C of E, Church of Earth. That's funny. I mean, I won't even say it.
Yeah, the psychology behind that as well. You know that there's a way out.
Yeah, the way out is to realize it's a fairy tale. And that all the answers, there is no easy path to having all the answers. I mean, this isn't like you turn into a beam of omniscience now that you know the Earth isn't a ball.
Has it transformed your other ideas about life? Or did it just click one?
No, I mean, I knew a lot of things were rotting, and I found the source of the stink prior to this.
When did you first hear about flat Earth?
Well, apparently just after in the same era you did, right after. And funny enough, I was watching NASA tether films when I stumbled into it. I was watching NASA propaganda, or just
Well, I know the moon
space films. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that prior.
Can't lose the telemetry data. Who does that?
Well, there's all kinds of
what kind of an excuse is that?
Yeah, the most monumental achievement in mankind.
Oh yeah, we did.
I don't know.
Disappeared in some basement somewhere. Yeah. Well, they have been, but yeah, they're not in the last.
Well, I mean, I lived through there when they made everyone not. I shouldn't say the term everyone. They made people who were like empaths or whatever you want to call them feel really bad about what was going on in the rainforest, or feel bad about global warming, and they're tweaking people's emotions based on that's what a religion does, I guess. They tweak people's emotions. They play people
to move people in certain directions.
Yeah, or to move them into a spiral. To have them at their mercy. And they do it emotionally, and they do it by law too. I mean, hell, your family's been breeding and harvesting mink pelts for 8 generations. Well, not anymore. It's weird. But it's powerful. I mean, the imagery of the globe is just so powerful.
You think we'll see a nuclear disaster in the next 20 years?
Oh, Lord. Haven't we already seen several?
True.
No, I think everything would be fine. What do you mean? Like, I don't believe in that kind of weaponry. I think that's all just fear mongering. I think people do more damage to themselves using microwaves in their houses.
True. I don't have one.
Oh, good for you.
It never really tasted right anyway. That was the first thing I learned about potential damages, and I just thought I'll never get one again.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we're off topic, but they've created a golden brick road or whatever, a path to thoughtlessness. And it helps to tell people that they're on a ball going through outer space.
Yeah, because then who cares?
How could you?
You can lie to yourself and say that you do, but the foundation of your morals and your ethics have no meaning if you're a nihilist. The common one is, well, it's for survival of the species, but then what's the point of that? Yeah. Well, thanks for engaging with me. It was pleasant. I'm still gonna
Yeah, it's 24/7. Someone will be here.
You see, I think the people who come in here would get a lot more out of it if they were just a bit nicer, a bit more.
Well, there used to be a tag in the old server that was not here to learn. A lot of people, they don't want to hear what anyone's come to realize. They want to say, well, don't you know that we're orbiting around the sun and we're the size of Venus, and that's why we have seasons? They want to try to fill us in on the story they think we never heard. They're not here to learn.
Can you imagine it would be obvious, seeing as you've been here so long, that you've heard every single possible explanation?
And yet you stay.
Yeah, and I think that's why they've started repeating themselves. Back to boats going over curves and things like that. I know you acknowledge that as being ridiculous, but it's very popular.
What are the other ones?
Seasons, time zones, sunset.
And time zones are just mostly fictitious anyway. I don't know much about it, but I know it just sort of it's just decided. Like,
well, yeah. I mean, China has one.
You cross an invisible line somewhere, and you're in a different time.
I used to live on the border of a time zone.
Must have been fun.
No, yeah, it's an endless excuse to be late if you're going one direction. Yeah, it cut my apartment in two. At least the sign outside next to the road did. Exoterics is here. Josie, Light, Lucas. Was it you, another thing that happens is people, they acknowledge the assumptions that it takes for the Earth to be a globe, but then they sort of like exalt those assumptions. That was even you. You said, we have to make assumptions. Was that you?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what they're counting on people doing. Just agreeing with the assumptions that they made. I mean, that's kind of how the whole thing started.
I guess we're so used to using that language that it's hard to like even break out of it.
Yeah.
Or using those ideas, thinking about things in that way.
Yeah, everything you see is what you see, but we have to assume it is. I don't know. The power they've given to the stars, though, these stars that are so drastically distant from one another, and here they are every night for us to see in the same constellations.
There was a trend about sonoluminescence a while back that seemed to provide some sort of explanation for a smaller scale universe.
Yeah, somewhere along the lines didn't like the idea that we were. You know, you keep saying geocentric, but when we're here on Earth, we're right in the middle of whatever's we're seeing in the sky. They didn't.
Yeah, that's the crux, isn't it? We're either important or we're not.
Yeah, and they chose. Yeah, they chose to ignore the idea that we're special. I mean, I think there's a Hubble quote where he says it's terrifying. That option is. They don't accept that option. Which, I mean, it's so strange because it's. You look at all these names of these people that have been dead for half a century. How people don't see all the parallels to religions, I do not know.
Yeah.
Everyone's been spooked out of religion over especially the last several decades.
But it's still.
And here they get sucked into another one. Yeah, the outer space ideology is definitely a religion. Is Scientology not a religion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a barely watered down version of that.
But it doesn't have a deity, so to speak. Well, I guess.
Well, the deity is the whole kit and caboodle. Mother Earth?
Money.
Well,
Money is the deity. Mammon. You could say.
money. Okay. Well. No, I don't know. I think the whole universe in its totality is their God. The ever expanding,
Material world.
mysterious. Israel D. Welcome.
Good evening, guys.
Hello.
Did I interrupt?
No. 24/7.
Okay, good. Has there been much of a talking here tonight, or what? You guys doing all right?
Lots of it.
Really?
Talking, listening, more talking.
So what are we talking about here?
I'm talking about practice. We're talking about the hypnotic state of the masses that allowed them to think they're living on a ball in outer space. The power of suggestion.
Is anybody in here disagreeing with that?
What? That we're on a ball hurtling through outer space?
Well, no, disagreeing with what you said. Like, so
that the people who believe they're on a globe are in a state of hypnosis?
Yeah, that. Yeah.
No, that's what we're talking about.
I'm asking if there's anybody here like disagreeing with that.
I don't know. I don't know. Ask.
Okay.
You? Do you think the whole idea of us living on a ball is a product of anything other than hypnosis?
It's a tough question, you know. Is hypnosis? I don't believe.
Do you have any evidence you can point to in reality that shows us that the Earth is a ball?
Maybe, but I mean, first of all, like the hypnosis part, that's not true, though.
From a hypnotic state.
Oh, there's no such. I mean, you can't get hypnotized. I mean, try it out. Try to get hypnotized.
Yeah, people get hypnotized. You have to be willing to be hypnotized. But yes, people get hypnotized.
Yeah, well, I've been trying that my whole life. I can't get hypnotized.
You're probably focusing on it too much.
Well, what do you do then if you're not focusing on it too much?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think you're living on a water ball hurtling through outer space?
Maybe not so much. Maybe not so much a water ball, but like.
Do you think you're on a rock ball covered 70% of its surface with water? Do you think you're living on that, spinning, hurtling through outer space, orbiting a dying star?
I don't know what I'm living through exactly, but
okay. Do you think you're living on the ball that they show you on the textbooks? I'm trying to get to the bottom of whether you've been hypnotized or not.
But even if I did think that, it doesn't mean I've been.
You would be hypnotized.
I don't think you know what hypnotized means.
Okay. Can you point to anything in reality that shows us that we're living on a spinning ball?
No, I just use my own We all.
No, I don't know.
We all. Yeah, I think you do, man. We all think a certain way. I mean, it's the same as what you think.
You've hypnotized yourself.
I mean, are you thinking? Where in the textbooks are you pointing at? Whatever you're talking.
No, you can just go to reality and see that the surface of water at rest, when contained, is level at its surface. That's an impossibility if we're living on a ball. So, anyways, yeah, you have been hypnotized by your own wishful thinking.
No, I haven't. I know I haven't. I've tried to.
Okay.
Definitely haven't been hypnotized. Are you mistaking that word?
It sounds like Israel D that you'll be the guy that enlightens us all to the reality of ball earth.
I'm just trying to get grammar down here. Like, are you trying to say brainwashed instead of hypnotized?
What's the difference? One and the same, yeah.
Well, there's a little bit of difference. I mean,
no, if you're hypnotized from an age before you're able to reason, you call it brainwash if you must. Yeah, it's a brainwash.
But there's a reason it's two different words to begin with. You know, like if it was the same thing,
they're synonymous.
The process is the same.
Yeah, they're synonymous, dude.
I mean, it's almost
someone could get you to think something that is not real. That's what is brainwashing then.
Exactly what you just said.
Hypnosis. Yeah, it's hypnosis.
Almost. And you guys know, and you know the difference.
Splitting hairs. So what do you think? So what do you think? How did everyone think they're living on a ball in outer space? Brainwashing or hypnosis?
Maybe brainwashing. I mean, you can't say it's hypnosis. I mean, that's not how.
If you're hypnotized, if you're so deeply hypnotized, how would you know?
There's no such thing as that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's people on TV that hypnotists that try to do shit, but they're always proven wrong. Obviously, it's wrong.
No, you're talking about Randy, the guy who tried to move pieces
James
of paper
Randi?
from a book. Yeah, James Randy.
He tried to. Yeah, he proved that other guy wrong, but he proved a lot of people wrong. Though it wasn't just that one guy. He proved a lot of people wrong. There's no such thing as a fucking hypnotist. If you were a true hypnotist, you would be the fucking king of the world, man.
No, people. I hate to break it to you. People go around as a parlor trick and hypnotize willing participants all the time.
And people can get lucky, and you can learn to be a hypnotist. It's a fake thing, but you can learn to be one and fool a lot of people.
Well, okay, it's the power of suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how the globe came to be. The power of suggestion.
I don't really. I mean,
okay. So, can you point to anything in reality? Can you point to anything in reality that substantiates the ball earth?
Substantiates what?
The globe.
Oh, you're saying it was just like the power of suggestion that.
Yeah, it's mass hypnosis, a brainwash.
Oh, I mean, it's not the brainwash thing. Yeah, maybe you're right, but it's not a mass hypnosis. I've already said that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, brainwashing is more damning than hypnosis.
Just in semantics.
Yeah, I don't get it. Why he's so upset at the idea that he's been hypnotized? I have no idea. Is being brainwashed any better? I'm not hypnotized. I'm brainwashed.
I'm sorry. Are you still talking to me?
No, I'm just talking to myself. Apparently.
Why are you saying that I'm upset?
What? Well, you're splitting hairs over the terminology I'm using. Why is it so important to you that the term Okay, why can't the term, when you're agreeing that it's hypnotist, a hypnotist uses the power of suggestion?
Right, and I never agreed that's what it was.
Okay, so can you point to anything in reality that can substantiate the globe? Or are you a victim of, or are you, and many of others like you, just the victims of the power of persuasion?
No, I wish you would let me answer. Without talking.
You don't have to wish, just answer.
Okay, like I said before, I think I already said it. I just use my own judgment on it. Nobody's fucking like convincing me.
Well, thank you for joining the chat. Would you like to walk us through your steps of judgment that led you to Globe?
I guess that it would just seems like I've seen.
You would just what would happen? You would highlight that you're just repeating shit that's been strongly suggested to you.
Hold on, would you let me end?
All right, Ross Pro.
For fuck's sake! All right, and like,
can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish?
Are you gonna let me talk? Do you even want me to respond? I mean,
you will do as you're told. Your shoes are on fire.
All right. So you don't want me.
Just spit it out, dude. You seem to take issue with the idea that people are not hypnotized, but they possibly could be brainwashed. And why is it important to you to rule out this idea of a mass hypnosis?
Bro, I've already told you it's not important to me at all.
Oh.
I've already said that, like, I don't know how many times.
Okay, well, snap out of it then.
It's not important to me. I'm just here having a conversation.
Okay, Israel D, let's start over. Do you think you're living on a ball in outer space?
I don't know what I'm living on. I don't know if I'm in outer space. I don't know what the fuck I'm on.
Well, do you have any evidence of the Earth's surface curving?
Do you know? But hold on. What do you think we're on?
No idea what the entirety of Earth is. I know it's not a ball. So therefore, the whole story of it being a ball circling a dying star is all fairy tale.
Oh wait, I thought you said you do know it's a ball. So you know it's not.
Yeah. Well, the Earth's surface isn't curving.
It's not curving.
And you would sort of need that for it to be a ball, wouldn't you?
But why do you think it's not curving?
Well, have you never been outside?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
I don't know if I'm in the mood for Israel D playing dumb, but Hal 9000's here. You've been here before. Yes. Welcome back. $9,000. What do you think about everyone sort of being obsessed with the movie Barry Lyndon all of a sudden?
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of it either, but apparently people are watching it at rates higher than ever before in the past.
What is it? First, I've heard of the movie.
Well, it's a Kubrick film.
Oh, okay. Man, how did I miss that one then?
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, it has its magic. It's the only movie I know that. What's the guy's name in it? Something O'Neill. Like a movie star of that time is in. But it's a strange movie. It's sort of a movie where all the elements of film class are mastered.
Yes. Cinematography,
Right.
because he needed the lens from
cinematography.
NASA, didn't he? Yeah, he needed that special lens from NASA And that's why that makes that film very special, because the lens he used set the movie into this kind of magic, kind of special mood that he was looking for.
Yeah, it has all these unique zooms, and I was just asking the Kubrick's computer what he thought about it. But yeah, it's one of those movies that's hard to watch all the way through. But I've watched it in halves, like 14 or 15 times. You know,
It was a great artist. Some of his approach, I definitely didn't appreciate, like how he treated Shelley Duvall on the set of The Shining. Like, I get it, you have a vision, but that doesn't mean you abuse people.
Come on, don't. She was a movie star. She was being paid handsomely. She'll be fine.
Sure. I mean, she passed away now, but.
Can't we blame Jack more than Kubrick for that?
Probably. Jack really fell into that.
These people are movie stars. They live in the hills. They drink fancy drinks. They'll be fine.
So what was the topic before I showed up? Were you guys just in a lull for now?
Yeah, Israel D took issue with me calling the situation of the people who think they're living on a ball mass hypnosis. He didn't like that. He said brainwash maybe, but not a hypnosis. Hypnotism is not real.
It's not that I didn't like it. It's just I don't think it's true.
You took issue with it. That's all.
Yeah,
you couldn't show what's the difference. You couldn't delineate the difference. You took issue with it.
Yeah, but I never bothered me. Never did.
You disagreed with what I said, sir. I don't know. I mean,
I believe that we are living on a globe. I think there's enough evidence to suggest that, given.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's strongly suggest, and we were pointed out that the term of hypnosis it's strong suggestion.
Do you think that there could be any nefarious motive, or like?
I don't know. I mean, maybe the people who cooked up the idea thought it was benevolent. Have you ever seen the movie The Villain?
I don't think so, but I mean, like, behind the idea of flat Earth, like, do you think that, like, applying that same level of skepticism to the flat Earth paradigm that we're in right now, where a lot of people are like,
that's just the way it is, though.
You don't think that you can
I mean, the surface of water is level. It is flat. It's not curving.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny because
this could also be like applied the opposite direction.
No, and I just explained why not.
Because of water being flat?
Yeah, a simple acknowledgement of reality.
Well, I think that the globe model can like make predictions and has better explanations for the phenomena we observe.
Yeah, does it have curved water?
Like two hemispheres and stuff like that. Like,
okay, HAL 9000 does the globe model, just because there is a globe model, does that make water curve in reality?
Sure. We just at our tiny minute scale can't observe that curvature.
No, not dewdrops.
No, it conforms to the surface of the Earth.
Right.
That's correct.
No.
Brenda said.
Oh my lord! So it is a hypnosis.
Well, no, I mean, like, I'm wondering because I can't hear any solid explanations for the things we observe, like two hemispheres, for example. What would be the explanation the flat model would give for that?
Where do we observe two hemispheres, dude?
When you go down to, like, say, Australia, you're seeing a whole different set of constellations that spin in the opposite direction.
They spin east. They go east to west, dude. They don't spin the opposite direction, moron.
To our observation,
come on, HAL 9000.
That's the truth.
No,
it's
Australia, dude.
When you cross the equator, did they start going the other way?
Well, you got to get eventually to part of the southern sky where you can see it.
Facing the other way, yeah.
If the Earth is flat, then yes, they do spin the opposite way.
I'm just curious what the explanation would be for that absurd phenomenon.
They don't have one.
does go west to east in Australia today.
Say we're on a globe.
Is that what you're saying?
If you're spinning a globe and you're like looking at it one way, and then you look at the bottom of it, you're gonna have the observation that it's spinning the opposite direction, right? Like
it isn't.
Sense. Globe.
This does go east to west in Australia, you moron. Don't go west to east. I can live here, dude. No, it's just dumb. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
You've been hypnotized, bro.
Well, it's not just dumb. It's really a cop-out. You're copping out a lot. You're not really addressing the points that my colleague raised. He made an accurate summarization of the situation of humanity, and that is at least 85% of humanity is under a mass hypnosis because they think they're on a globe. They haven't checked it to go and find out whether it is or not. They're carrying the belief through the trust that the so-called experts and their education is correct. That's a massive hypnosis in my book, all right? And what you have to do to prove whether it is a globe or not is to measure the curvature. Now, I know you haven't done that, because if you had done that, you would be a flat earther instantly like that, because there is no curvature. As simple as that. Okay, don't go to the stars, because when we're talking about the surface of the earth, we're not talking about the stars. And I know you haven't done that. You have not gone out to measure the curvature of the earth to confirm it for yourself that you're living on a spinning ball. You haven't done that yet. Okay?
How long the distance do you measure that, though?
Well, it's quite simple, isn't it? If they've given us the circumference of 24,901 miles, the radius of which is 3,159, with those two numbers, we can do some quantitative measurements. For example, if I see miles away, I shouldn't be able to see that because Earth's curvature of 66 feet would be blocking my line of sight. But yet I see the object. Let's extend that to 20 miles. That should be 266 feet of Earth's curvature blocking my line of sight. That hump, the curvature would be blocking it. And the last one, hang on, and then there's 30 miles, which is 600 feet. So the further we extend the distance, the more curvature there has to be. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's not there, sir.
Well, I hate to hurt your feelings, but I mean, the Earth is round.
It's not round at all. You're not hurting my feelings at all. It's another cop-out. Look, you can't say it is round. He cannot say it is round without actually going out to measure. A man who hasn't measured the Earth cannot say 100% categorically that the Earth is round. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tread on your head and jump on your bones. I'm sorry to jump on your show and rain on your parade and piss down about it. Tell you, Sonny, unfortunately, sir, you are coming from a false premise. You haven't measured, and therefore you cannot make that statement. You cannot.
You don't think hold on, Jen. This is the guy who's hypnotized.
I was gonna say, you don't think that you've been hypnotized by this whole flat Earth thing? Like, if you have this level of skepticism, why not apply it to what you believe?
It's beyond skepticism. Who are you talking to, Hal 9000?
Just the person who said that people that believe the Earth is a globe are under some kind of spell.
Okay, can you point to anything in reality that substantiates the ball Earth?
Yeah, settings and risings of objects. I mean, there's no other explanation.
You're pointing in the sky, dude. This is how you guys got in this kettle of fish in the first place.
You can apply many other things, though, like again, like the two hemispheres, right? There's many ways that we can corroborate this.
Oh boy. Okay, if you're in a giant warehouse, you can see different lights based on where you are on the ground. You can see a Mylar balloon from last week's birthday party.
Sure, you can catch a sunset and then go to a higher elevation and catch that same sunset again.
Yeah, well, that's excellent evidence of flat Earth.
How?
Well, if you go up higher, you see further.
Yeah, but then it goes away again. So you're able to...
Okay, go up higher.
That, right? Wouldn't you? I mean, if it was a globe, I'm just saying, if it was, wouldn't that make sense?
No, because if it were a globe, the sun would be going beneath the geometric horizon, going bye-bye.
You observe. And then the night sky comes. Like,
no, you don't observe it. If you go up higher and you see it. And besides that, you can watch a sunset in the light, depending on where you are geographically. But in parts of the United States, you can watch the sunset and watch it move. The light A faint light moved north across the sky for hours.
Things like the 24-hour sun that we can predict would happen if you go to the southern pole. And the fact that you guys concede that poles exist, how does a pole exist on a flat Earth?
Well, dude, how does a pole exist if you don't have any Earth surface curvature?
Center. How would that exist on a flat Earth? What are you guys considering the pole to
be? Dude, you're getting yourself deep into circular reasoning. Just focus on the fact that there is no Earth surface curvature. That's what you would need for us to be on a ball.
He's saying, bro, you're saying look away from the thing in question, the ground below your feet. Look away from that, and determine if it's curving or not by looking at the sky. Come on, dude. That doesn't logically follow what you're proposing.
And HAL 900 hasn't measured the curvature of the Earth. He hasn't done that. So he doesn't know what he's living on. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, another psychological situation here where you're seeing the spiraling of a glober that has no idea what he is on. And it doesn't take much to go and find out to confirm this. That's the problem. Go and check it out.
Eventually you're going to concede to something like, I don't know, right? Like,
that's when I don't know. Like, how far is the sun? How far is the sun? I don't know. What is the sun? I don't know. What is the moon? I don't know. How far is the moon? I don't know that. How could I know that?
Have you ever used a telescope?
Ladies and gentlemen, looking through a tube with two lenses on one end, two lenses basically, ladies and gentlemen, I can determine nothing. In the makeup of what I look at, the makeup with what I look up, and then whatever I hypothesize or think isn't the truth unless I go there and confirm. So if I see the Eiffel Tower with my telescope, I know that's the Eiffel Tower. I've been there.
HAL 9000 short circuiting.
Yes, exactly.
HAL 9000. I saw a meteor. Listen, HAL 9000. I saw a shooting star meteor, whatever you want to call it, go over my head. I could hear it crackling.
Right. What is that?
Like it was some sort of electric charge.
If space isn't real, what is that?
Who knows?
Exactly. So you guys don't know. Incredulity.
Well, isn't it funny? You people think you've evolved from pond sludge from 300 trillion years ago, and now you think you just landed plop in the middle of the era where everything's explained.
How weird. You should not build a course based on incredulity.
No, dude, we just now figured out that the Earth isn't a ball in space, and now you want the answers to everything?
Yeah, well, the thing is listen, again, the model that we understand, the consensus around the globe, pun intended, is that we are in space on a ball. And
okay, so why would a rock be going over my head?
Exactly, because there's bits and particles in our solar system that come through. It's not hard to explain. A meteor.
Why was it crackling like it was some sort of electric charge?
Okay, it's an electric charge then. What's creating that?
Huh?
What's creating that?
Who knows, dude?
Exactly. That's not. So you can concede I don't know. In many cases, when it comes to observing the phenomenon,
mysteries abound. I'm not.
Right.
Go to the Omniscience 24/7 server and have someone lie to you there.
Wouldn't you want to know what that is?
No, I'm not that greedy to want to know what everything is.
Yeah, why doesn't he want to measure the surface? Why doesn't HAL 900 want to measure the surface of the Earth? Don't talk
That's
about.
what I'm
Don't
saying.
talk
It's
to
like
me. Talk you into your grave, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask again, ladies and gentlemen. Why doesn't HAL 900 want to measure the surface of the Earth so he knows that it's flat like us? Why doesn't he want to do that? That's the question. Not what's going on in space with the solar system. That's not going to prove the curvature of the Earth. That's what we're talking about.
HAL 9000, not 900.
Well, I've demoted him to 900. He doesn't deserve to be a 9,000.
He's been demoted.
He's been demoted to 0. HAL 900, ladies and gentlemen, he's a very poor quality human being at the moment because he doesn't seem to be coming with integrity. Okay, and all he has to do is measure the surface of the Earth. What's the problem with that? But that's how you're going to know.
So you're telling me to go measure this?
It's Brendan, not Brenda.
Yeah, don't know interested. So go ahead and go and measure the surface of the Earth. That's all you got to do, and all flat earthers will pack up.
Hold on.
We'll pack up.
Bro, hold on. Are you telling me to go measure it myself? Is that what you want me to do?
Of course, absolutely, of course.
So why would I think? But even if I think that I saw something like crazy, like that changed my mind, why would I think that I'm right over like thousands of scientists in the past?
Again, ladies and gentlemen, you see those scientists who are getting paid by taxpayers' money.
Not even scientists.
We're not hypnotized, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know what?
Of hypnotists.
I'm trying to, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I want them lined up, ladies and gentlemen, and give me a leather glove, and I'm going to whack it across all their faces.
So I would be right over.
Don't you get paid? Don't you get paid by taxpayers, Jen?
Yes, I do get paid by the taxpayer. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And I give them the best news, the best information, and the best education. Don't stop being silly.
Don't.
Brian,
You tell your students lies.
Brian, don't come with that nonsense here. Okay, Brian, don't engage.
Are you gonna?
Just because you have the inability to learn, Brenda, doesn't mean that Jin puts out information that isn't good.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, Brian. Don't be messing with me. I'm not in a mood. Yeah, exactly. I know what he is.
Brandon.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just for the last time to just totally level this out, they need to measure the curvature of the Earth. That's all they got to do. They need to go out to the door. They need to go out of their house and measure the curvature.
Look in the chat real quick, Jen. I put a photo of the moon in there. I took that very photo myself, and look at up close to the craters.
Ladies and gentlemen, does not the truth make at times, and you would still need to confirm. You look at the photograph, you cannot tell what that moon is. You don't know what it's made of.
But you can tell
don't know what it looks like, shape, right? And you haven't measured that curvature to know it's 100%.
You can see that it's a ball.
I know. Look, I'm 63 years of age. I'm telling you from a position of integrity. I do not know what the shape is of the moon 100%. I don't know that, so I cannot say the moon is this shape. I can't. I cannot.
Do you know the shape of the
shadows in the craters?
I do not know the shape of the Earth either, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's not a spherical object like an oblate spheroid.
I'm going to go eat some dinner. I'll be right back.
I know it's not that. But as for the shape, I'm never going to know that because I cannot leave the Earth in order to find out its shape. That's the way the Creator has created and designed the Earth because it's a test. How are we living on the Earth is the test. And we're living on it badly at the moment because a 1% to miseducate us, misinform us, poison us, set us into wars, divide us. That's what's going on. God is very, very upset with our behavior thus far. There we go. Thank you. And like I said, go and measure the curvature of the Earth. Stop looking through telescopes because you don't know what you're looking at. Stop pretending.
I mean, if you point it the right direction, you probably will know what you're looking at.
No, I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at an object that was called given a name by a human being. That's all.
So if there's a house like a mile away and you can't see it with your eyes, but you do use a telescope, you don't know what you're looking at? I mean, you know you're
like I said, ladies and gentlemen, bad straw man, because I'm talking about the stars, not about houses and buildings, talking about the stars, I said. I know nothing of what they are with the telescope. I don't know their makeup. I don't know what they are at all. How would I know?
They're burning suns.
Can I go up there?
Suns, just like we have.
They're burning suns.
You don't even know what the sun is.
Every sun is burning. So don't be surprised.
We don't know what the sun is. We know what it does in some aspect, but we don't know what it is. That's a fact. We do not know what it is.
Fire.
They've been burning for a long time, haven't they?
We don't know that. We don't know that. Sorry, no one knows that.
I mean, we could guess though. I mean, most
the
people
party never
guessing
stops.
is not telling the truth. Guessing is not telling the truth. Assuming is not telling the truth. Theorizing is not telling the truth. Telling the truth is when you've gone there and you've confirmed by touching, examining, measuring, and now you know what the sun is. You can't do that. So it's a theory. Nobody knows.
Yeah, hold on. And you're not guessing. You're repeating the claim.
Yeah.
Me?
You.
No,
Israel D. There you are. You came up with that idea that this, dude.
Dude,
how long is it gonna? What's burning up there that's lasted this long and is so strong?
I would think it's a ball of fire, but I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it's a ball of cheese.
Okay, yeah, there you go. You said it. You could be wrong.
I could be wrong. Maybe it's not fire. Maybe it's something else that makes heat. Who fucking knows, dude?
There you go.
How do you have heat transfer through a vacuum?
We all know it's fire because we use fire to grow plants.
Yeah, it's fire.
Yeah.
It's fire beyond like any heat we have here, though. It's like torch.
It's a different fire that grows plants.
Yeah. Crazy ass ball of fire.
Yeah, and once you get closer to the fire, when you get closer to that fire, it's colder, not hotter.
Really? Who's been closer to that fire than me?
Yeah, whenever you go up, have you ever seen the top of the mountains? Go higher and higher, it gets colder and colder.
Oh yeah, so that's how the sun is too. The sun, yeah, I can see that though.
Yeah, it's a fire that gets colder.
Yeah, I can see how you get closer to the sun, how it would be cold, because obviously when you get closer to a fire, it's colder.
The Earth is on an axis of rotation. It's not perfectly aligned with the sun.
Either way, I mean, the closer you get to the sun, the colder it gets. Everybody knows that.
So if I take an angled block of wood,
any evidence that the Earth's
a ball of fire, is the part angled towards the sun going to catch fire first, or is the part angled away from the fire going to catch fire first?
Whichever side is the coldest, that's the side that'll catch fire the first.
Oh shit! Wait, you're on to something.
Oh, everybody knows that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my Duolingo real quick. Hold on.
And everybody knows that the ground is in motion because it's not moving.
Right. Yeah.
So when you ride a train to... Oh shit, hold on. This guy's yelling at me. When you're on a train, the sheet flies out from under you, right?
You mean you're like on top of the train or under the train?
Yeah, wherever you are on the train, it just flies out from under you, right?
So you're on the side of the train, you're outside on the side of the train walking.
Are you touching the train?
I mean, on the Earth, on the globe Earth, you will be under the train or the side of the train.
You're in the train essentially. You're touching the surface of the train.
You're on top of the train.
Yeah, if you do you not see in India and stuff when they ride on top of the train, they fly off.
Well, they tie themselves there. Yeah, they hold on for dear life.
You're under the train.
Well, either way, I mean,
have you ever been on the train?
You don't want to be under the train.
So in Australia, imagine flipping the train upside down. Now where's the center of gravity?
That would be nonsensical, huh?
No, it wouldn't, because the center of mass of the Earth is at the middle.
Another baseless assertion out of many.
Baseless assertion? Do you know how gravity works?
Do you know what that word even means?
Yeah.
Let me guess. Your hopes and dreams of gravity are tied to a molten iron core?
No, actually, anything with mass has gravity. That's the magnetic field. Holy shit, wait, I'm actually getting rage baited right now.
Define mass.
Can I shake your hand, dog? This is a great rage bait.
I just don't understand why they don't go into the curvature.
In the box.
Of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's all they got to do. Step out with their friends, get some quantitative numbers, and start measuring. They can't do it. What's the problem?
Well, he thinks that he saw a cartoon somewhere that shows the core, and he thinks that's the ground he's standing on, the cartoon.
Yeah. Everybody who has researched this knows that when you melt a magnet, it loses its magnetic property. So there's no way an ball Earth, if it were to exist, could have magnetic properties because it's
actually a giant ball of molten sodium that has a proportionally equivalent magnetic field as the Earth.
How would it have magnetic properties? It would be lost. And anyway, how would they know what's 4,000 miles deep into the Earth's surface when they got it wrong? 26 miles. Yeah, they were drilling for 20 years, Russia. They made their predictions as to what material they were going to encounter during the drilling process. 20 years, they were wrong for 20 years. And
so when a plane is flying in the sky and they use radar, notice how the radar gets exactly where it is? Same concept with sonar.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget the telemetry data that records the pitch angle as being horizontal for off the land. But the duration of the flight was level, and the pilots themselves say straight and level flight, they say. The pilots are saying that. They know what they're talking about. They know when they're flying over a flat Earth. Yes.
All right, so check this out, right? I have a pool ball. I take a molecule of dust, and I put it on top of the pool ball. The molecule of dust is going to think the pool ball is flat. Is the pool ball flat?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, exactly. You're the same thing as the molecule of dust. You don't have an ounce of brain, so.
Ladies and gentlemen.
How do you know what dust is?
I can measure the curvature of the Earth if it's there. It's just that
it's
simple.
been done, dumbass.
No, it's never been done. You're the dumbass scumbag.
So look up the experiment with the flat earthers and the lasers where they proved themselves wrong by accident and documented it.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're losing the argument now. Now they're throwing insults. But I'm the best at that. Because these scumbag, toxic, maggot Americans, they're going down and they're staying down. Believe me, don't go down that road, mate. Because you've been losing it. Okay? That's right. You're a toxic maggot from your toxic GMO food, fluoridated water, and
Americans
9/11.
Shit,
this is a top tier rage bait. Holy shit!
Poisons in the food, poisons in the air. What a toxic maggot! Healthcare ranking 79th in the world. The country with the highest death of babies on the first day of life. Do you want some more of your actualities of your shithole toilet?
You think I like the state of this country?
Shut the fuck up, you mug. What a mug you are.
We are better.
What a mug you are. Measure the curvature. Shut up and measure the curvature, you mug. Shut up and measure that curvature, you mug.
You can't even deal with the fucking Irish.
Shut up and measure the curvature, you mug.
I can go outside and do it right now with a laser.
Go ahead. Go measure it.
You want to come with? I have a 20-watt laser.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, that's great. So we got a few people in here. Benevolent is in here. I think he's the guy you were talking to. I don't know if that looked like he was lighting up. Benevolent?
No, this is Schrodinger. Yeah. Benevolence might keeps lighting. But this charming gentleman is Schrodinger.
Schrodinger. You think that the Earth is a globe, sir?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
All right. What was the evidence that you brought forward to Gen CBR?
So we're going to start off with the ancient Greeks, right? All they had to do was take some sticks, put them down, measure some angles, look at the sun, and they could predict that it was a globe. Also, why do the stars in the night sky?
No, you don't get to leave from the first point yet. You haven't proven the globe with angles.
Prove me wrong.
You haven't proven the globe with angles. Keep going on that.
Yes, they have. You want me to draw it out right now? Let's draw it out right now. Give me a whiteboard.
We know it better than you, Ding Dong. We don't need that.
Yeah, you haven't actually followed that to a logical conclusion. We're still waiting. So don't switch it up before you've done that. I can hear that you're trying to do a shit and run, but I'm not going to let you do it.
A shit and run?
Yeah, you just dropped a pile of shit and then you ran away from it. So the two angles.
All of trigonometry is a pile of shit. You know, the stuff that created how you're speaking to me right now is a pile of shit.
Yeah, so far you've got two angles. You're going to have a horizontal plane of reference for those two angles. There's no curvature involved so far, no globe proven at all. You just asserted that and then ran away. So stick with that one until you get to the conclusion.
You presented 1% of your argument, therefore it's false. That's all I'm hearing.
Speaking in your true voice.
Okay, so I guess no conclusion of globe from the two angles.
These diagrams.
Gravity is bullets.
Wow, this is actually a great rage bait. But I'm nominating you guys real quick for Rage Bait Award.
Just look at
this image I've posted of a lake that shows nothing on the other side.
Why is that debunked in the side chat?
Yeah, let's see the debunk then. Explain it since you're so infinitely wise.
The quote unquote Greek guy that assumed a bunch of things assumed that the light rays were coming in parallel. As you can see here, they most certainly do not come in parallel in reality. So, debunk.
As I can see where?
I mean, are you looking at the side chat, bro?
What part of it? I see 3 YouTube links and a GIF, and that's it.
There's an image at 49 minutes past the hour from Creation Bear. I took this today at the beach. And you can see the light rays are most certainly not parallel. They're very, very diverging. So.
Have you heard of scattering?
You ever heard of parallel light rays in reality?
Why is the sky blue?
Why are the parallel rays not existent? I guess that would be the question.
Why is the sky blue?
Creation Bear was getting fucking dicked on in the other chat, and he ran away and came in here, bro.
Not really. It was.
Yeah, now that makes sense. Yeah, what other?
Anyway,
why is the sky blue? All
does it have to do with
answer that question? You're walking around
it. When it comes to Eratosthenes, it doesn't have anything to do with the sky being blue. It has something to do with.
No. We're on parallel light rays now. Why is the sky blue?
Exactly.
All you need to do is answer that question.
That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing.
It actually does have a lot to do with the question. Why is the sky blue?
No, that doesn't make the rays parallel, though, my friend. So.
No, it does because they're scattering, right? And if they're scattering, they're different.
So, does the blue sky make the light rays parallel or no?
Does what? Yeah, absolutely. It's scattering. Spamming an emote doesn't prove your point, by the way.
Where do you experience parallel light in any part of this reality?
Coming into the atmosphere.
Where?
Coming into the atmosphere. That's
do you have any images? Do you have any way to back this up? I mean, I have actual photographic evidence in the chat I took today.
I mean, you don't believe space is real, so I'll pull up some pictures, but you're just gonna say, "Oh, space isn't real."
Sure, let's take a look at your pictures. Because as far as I'm concerned, and the research that I've done, there's no such thing as a collimated light source. All light rays, even laser beams, diverge. So if you're saying that you can prove that you have light not diverging in any way, shape, or form, I certainly would like to see that because I don't think that exists in any shape or form.
Give me 1 second here, getting the image up for you for the side chat. So real quick, we're also going to start with a little formula here. Formula for intensity of light as it comes out. So for one instance, right? Why is this a logarithm? Do you know what a logarithm is?
Why are you jumping all over the place?
We just need to see
parallel rays.
We just need to see the parallel sun rays, bro. I mean, that would be the case closed right there.
This thing does not like pasting.
You said that the scattering of light proved parallel rays? That was stupid as fuck.
I know, right? The light is scattering, therefore it's parallel. Holy.
Yeah. Oh, that doesn't amount to that. Nice try. Next.
So just real quick for that angle in the sky, right? That's about a 15-degree angle coming in off the middle. In order for that to be true, we'd have to be about 10,000 meters from the sun, and at that rate, the Earth would be 40,000 degrees Celsius. So. You want to explain that real quick?
That's garbage.
You haven't posted
it. It's not garbage. Not garbage.
10,000 meters from the sun is incorrect.
All right, prove it with Trig then. I'm waiting.
It's incorrect.
No, go ahead.
Prove it with
you
Trig.
Make the claim of 10,000 meters. You go ahead and prove that with Trig. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you.
You haven't posted anything.
All right. Well, we'll just accept that was
exactly
a false claim. You made 10,000
my chat doesn't exactly
because usually in math, you'll just actually be able to prove it mathematically instead of do a burden reversal. So we'll just hand wave what you said about 10,000 meters. Thanks.
Server muted me to let me finish my point. That's funny.
You get a temperature of
point. Well, he's just pre-assuming that it's going to be the 93 million mile distant sun, but he's putting it 10,000 meters away because he's an idiot.
Nah, that's how angles work.
No, it's not. That's just another incoherent statement out of your blowhole, like everything else you've said.
Yeah.
Like the time where you said the blue sky and the scattering of light equals parallel rays. That doesn't make any sense. You came in here.
Yeah. 10,000 meters, 6 miles he's talking about.
He made
Okay.
Which one of you guys in here is the
What a
mod?
joke.
Wondering.
What a joke.
Yeah, too bad for you. It's not your business.
Right. If you can't post anything, you can DM it to somebody, or you can DM it to me. I'll post it for you if you're having difficulty posting things. But I'd like to see. I mean, so far you haven't backed up.
Talking about the server meeting.
Yeah, we're talking about the evidence that you're supposed to post.
So it's kind of hard to post it on me.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
It does. You can definitely post when you're server muted, my friend. You don't need to be unmuted to post things in the side chat. I can promise you that. So that was a weird cope. But if you need help posting, just DM it to somebody.
I think he needs help shutting up because everything he says is embarrassing for him.
I'm still waiting for an answer.
You said that the scattering of light proves parallel rays. Is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Then, well, I mean, the first thing you said was really stupid, which is you got two angles to the sun, two elevation angles. You're already practically referencing the Earth as a horizontal plane to even do that. And then you say that proves a globe, and then you just want to skip past it and say nothing more. That was stupid, too. What the fuck? Everything you said has been just dumb as
everything anybody says.
Verbal diarrhea. That's what it was. Verbal diarrhea. We're using a lot of tissue here. Can you clean up, please? Blimey.
Yeah, it's just pathetic. That's why I don't want to hear you. Your ear cancer, dude.
Stupid.
I'm still waiting for an ounce of any proof on Trig from you guys.
We're still waiting for you to post your evidence in the side chat, brother.
Wait a minute. So your mathematical proof for your claim of 10,000 meters is a burden reversal? Really?
It's not a burden reversal.
Yeah, it is. Why? You are the one who made the claim that trigonometry puts it 10,000 meters away. Then you started going, let's see your trig, let's see your trig. That is a burden reversal. What's the matter with you, dude?
Are you my cousin?
Copy image address, Control V, and nothing comes up. There
Okay, yeah, just post it to my DMs, and I'll post it for you since you're having technical difficulties.
I'm trying to find your username on the logs on the side.
I just tagged you.
Alright. That's the logarithm formula here. Give me 1 second. Right here. Go ahead and take that image there for me, real quick. Let me find you, right?
When he stops talking, make sure to don't forget to pick on me. I'm still here.
There you go. Yeah, wait, pick on this other guy for a second. I'm going to do some math for you and then send you a picture.
Oh, shit.
What kind of IP grabber is
I didn't
this?
really mean that. All right. Okay.
Okay, so you won't click
You don't
on
have
it
an
'cause
image
it's
or
IP
anything?
grabber.
What, I mean, you have an image? Because you're supposed to show us parallel rays, so...
There you go.
Okay. Wow. Guys, chat, look at this shit. This
Proves my
really
point.
right here.
You can't dissect
Actually, it proves my point. It proves my point, actually. Chat, look at this.
Explain why, chat.
Oh my god, this guy's low IQ. Okay, I posted what he sent me.
It's
You guys
actually
seeing
the
this?
opposite.
Okay, well, what? Okay, clearly we see the sun there having diverging rays where they're going all out different. And this is a cool cartoon, by the way. Nice cartoon, by the way, where we have the sun rays diverging in every direction.
Yeah, notice how the further
to say that they're parallel.
Notice how the further. I speak louder, so I'm right. I speak louder, so I'm right. That's what you sound like right now.
Brother, you just posted a cartoon, by the way, where you have the sun with diverging rays going in all different directions, not in a parallel direction.
Define parallel real quick? Can you define parallel?
Brother, you see how one's going an angle up, one goes an angle down. One goes in one direction above, one goes in direction down, back the other direction in an angle. These are diverging. Hello.
So look at the Earth balls for me, right? See how when they move away, the lines become flatter and flatter relative to each other?
Do you see how they are diverging? Oh my god.
So that proves the Earth is flat because you're thinking.
No, ding dong. We're debunking his bullshit where he's saying that the sun rays are parallel. Even in the cartoon he's posted, they're diverging, bro.
I'm old. I don't know shit.
Holy fuck, bro. And this is a cartoon, by the way.
You don't want to address the fact that when you zoom in more
we just cooked you on your own points.
I don't think he did. I'm still waiting for you to prove that he did.
One more time. Chat. Are you seeing how the rays are all blasting out in different angles? This is called diverging rays.
Zoom in for me on the orange rays.
Keep zooming in. What do you mean zoom in? Zooming in is not going to make them parallel.
It does actually. It's called relativity.
No, it doesn't. All right, dude. I don't know how you cannot be helped. You can't be helped.
That's what your parents saw when you popped out of the womb. God damn.
Dude, I mean, if you're saying that these are parallel rays, I don't know how to help you.
Ich kann nicht sprechen.
So no proof of globe was found.
Sorry, finishing my Duolingo lesson. My little brother's yelling at me to finish my Duolingo lesson.
He didn't prove anything.
Okay, and then chat, I posted an image I took today at the beach, sun rays diverging. He goes, no, that's not real. Here's a cartoon where the sun rays diverge, and that means they're parallel.
Notice how they appear more and more parallel the more you zoom in?
They don't appear parallel at all.
They do, actually, they do.
They're all diverging. Wait, I don't... Dude, this is what you posted.
Don't assume just because what you heard is like correct. You could be way wrong.
I don't know why you're chiming in. Unless you want to tell us whether the cartoon in the chat is showing us parallel rays.
Okay, my bad.
You tell us, Israel. Do you see the side chat?
No, I haven't even looked at it yet.
All right, look at the side chat.
Hold on, let me check it out. Which one?
Yeah, the most recent thing posted.
Thanks. I have to scroll down. Okay, with the sun and the earth.
Yep, the cartoon. Yep.
Oh, it's a cartoon.
So we have a yellow line, we have an orange line, we have a red line. Do you see how they're all flaring out in different directions?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens in reality.
Real quick, do me a favor, draw a few thousand more of those orange lines.
They're all going to be diverging still. Like, bro, I don't know how to help you.
No, draw them, you won't.
You cannot be helped.
I don't need to be helped.
Yes, you do. You need help bad. Bad.
By who, buddy?
Whoa, anybody at this point.
Notice how also, where's this picture of the beach at?
Yeah, Costa California.
Yeah, no, notice how you can't see Japan.
Why would you? Okay, well, you might just be the lowest IQ person in this panel right now.
Put that out there.
We're cooking you in your own point. Yeah, in no reality can you see Japan. That's
because the Earth is fucking round. It's that simple.
Okay, retard.
Stop projecting.
Flat Earth doesn't involve you being able to see across the ocean like Superman, dude. Holy fuck,
It
bro.
involves denying every ounce of scientific evidence presented.
No. We're denying the bullshit you've posted, basically, where you're saying that the sun rays are parallel, which they're not. In reality, they're very diverging, as I posted in my image of reality, and you posted a cartoon that backs me up.
Wait, you want
nice
to
try, though.
Beach pic. You want to send the beach pic one more time quickly?
Sure. Yeah.
What is it? What does that have
So I'm not exactly sure how to, pull this up for you here, like to be able to draw over it. Do you know if there's a way I can do that?
What, are you gonna just draw the rays diverging, or what?
No, I'm gonna draw a little angle for you.
The angle? Wait, I thought the sun rays are parallel.
No, I'm gonna draw a little angle for you on your screen there.
But
show you an
wouldn't that back up? That would back up my point, though.
I want to prove a point about distance real quick, So you want to say, right, that these are the direct rays coming right from the sun, shining through the clouds there?
I mean, it's not coming from like a laser beam.
Oh, so that's your point, that it's coming from the sun,
Yes,
right?
it's coming from the sun. What else would it be coming from?
All right, so do me a favor and look at the ones in the far left and the far right of the image, right? So
yeah, how they're diverging. Yeah, I see that.
If we draw a straight line down, yeah, actually, hold on. Can I? How do I? Should I do this real quick, just for you? I want to be able to visualize my point.
Here, I got you. I just drew it for you. This guy's technically challenged.
Yeah, I'm not chronically on Discord, so.
I mean, it's just knowing how to work a computer, but you know, there's that.
Not really. That's not really ain't that my
Well,
job.
if you think you should be able to see Japan from the USA, maybe you should spend some more time there.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's ludicrous for you to think that you should be able to see Japan. What in Japan are you hoping to see?
Just a nice little landmass. I can't respond to my point. Just a nice little landmass.
Snap out of it, thinking that because you can't see Japan from your backyard in the United States of America makes the Earth a ball. Get over it, dude.
All right, perfectly proves my point. If the Earth's flat, I should be able to see a landmass over there.
Excellent.
False.
Not false.
Okay, Mr. Trigonometry, I'll ask you a question about that then. What's the angular size of Japan from your position?
Angular size.
Okay, never mind, Mr. Trigonometry. I guess you don't actually know any.
With respect to what, bud? Because it would take out about 5 degrees of your vision.
What? 5 degrees. The sun is about half of a degree. What about
where? So Japan is less than 4,000 kilometers away from the United States. The sun is over 86 million miles. That helps.
What the fuck is this guy on about? Sorry, dude, you understand things reduced with angular size with distance, right? Right, so that's what I was asking you. That's the angular size of Japan.
7, you just spoke at once. I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, you don't understand many things, do you? Things get smaller with distance, don't they? So that's why he asked you what the angular size of Japan is from America.
Yeah, considering on a map of the globe, it would be about 5 to 10 degrees.
No. Just the distance. The angular size when looking horizontally across the Earth. What would be the angular size?
That's what I'm saying, from about 5 to 10 degrees.
About 5 to 10 degrees?
You're demented, dude.
No.
The sun is half of a degree. You're saying that Japan is going to take up 5 to 10 degrees of my field of view from the USA. You're on crack,
You're
dude.
accounting for the entire latitude of the Earth, yeah.
I have the entire latitude of the Earth. I have a specific answer for how long or how large Mount Fuji would be from New York. That's the tallest land point in Japan. It would be 71.6 arc seconds from a viewer in New York. That's less than an arc minute, which is about what the eyeball can resolve. So it would be smaller than a pixel on a TV screen from 10 feet away.
Okay, Mount Fuji is less than 0.01% of Japanese landmass in terms of length.
Do you understand what angular size is, dude?
Yeah, exactly. If you're looking out...
No, not exactly. Can you tell us what angular size is, just so we know that you understand what we're talking about?
So if I'm standing in the United States and on my field of view looking at...
Just tell me what angular size is. I don't need the United States. Just tell me what angular size reduction with distance is.
It's how many degrees it will take up of your vision.
Okay. What's the angular resolution limit of the human eye? That is, what's the smallest angle that the human eye can resolve before something is too small to see?
This about an arc minute, like this guy just said.
0.02 of a degree.
Okay, that's the minimum, right?
No, that's the minimum that you can see before it becomes unresolvable to you.
Right,
you can't
Japan
see
would
it.
be ridiculously larger than 0.02 of a degree. And
sorry, what is?
To prove me wrong.
Sorry, what is?
The entirety of Japan would be less.
Yeah. From how far away?
From how far away? The Pacific Coast. Where this guy
listen to what I'm saying. Angular resolution loss with distance, because things reduce in angular size with distance, don't they?
Right, and I'm telling. Well, if Japan was right there, it would be 100%.
Yeah, if it was right there, if you were standing on Japan, you could fucking see it. It's a fucking island. But we're talking about the elevation profile when looking at it from a distance. That's why Mount Fuji's brought in, because it's the highest point. Dude, but I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Don't get involved in conversations that you don't understand.
No, I understand this perfectly. You're just refusing to acknowledge my answer.
So, what's your answer?
Considering Japan would take up about 5 to 10 degrees of your view, 5 to 10 degrees is a lot more than 0.02.
From where?
From the Pacific coast.
Yeah,
what of America? So the math has just been done for you.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't.
2,400 miles away. 2,400 miles away, you're talking. That's the distance.
About 5 to 10 degrees. That's how that works.
It's going to be bigger in your field of view than the sun. It's going to be bigger than the sun to you.
Well, look at so
That's what
if
you're
you're
saying.
2 feet away, if you're 2 feet away from a bus, the bus is why is the bus so much longer than the sun?
Are you an idiot?
The bus is a billion trillionth, even further smaller in magnitude than the sun.
Dude, please stop talking. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Not embarrassing. You really can't debunk it. You just say,
Oh, it's embarrassing.
You're getting cooked. You're getting cooked.
5 to 10 degrees.
Oh, you said it. Therefore, it's happening.
Just work it out on paper. You think it should take up 5 to 10 degrees of your field of view. Just work that out on paper. Give us the math. Post it.
Yeah, right now.
Fuck.
It's so embarrassing. It's
Brain-dead
cringe,
idiot.
man. He doesn't know his own error.
It's going to be 10 to 20 times the apparent size of the sun, he thinks Japan is from the coast of California or wherever.
Yeah, just silly. All that weather he's got to look through as well, ladies and gentlemen. 2,400 miles, and he wants to pick out the outline of Japan.
Yeah, I didn't even go to that point yet just because he's so bricked on this one.
Oh,
That was going to be the
crazy.
next one, but I mean, I never heard anybody say 5 to 10 degrees of Japan from California. Never heard that until now, so.
I mean, I'd like to see the fucking math. That'd be interesting. Show me the math that's based on.
You told me to take 5 to 10 minutes to write it out, so I am.
Now, all this time he's spending here, ladies and gentlemen, he could have taken his friends and got out.
I heard that giggle. You know you got me.
You could have confirmed the curvature of the Earth. All this time you wasted it.
Check this out, right? So, if you take the distance from Seattle to Tokyo, take the angle, which is about 2 times the arctangent of the ratio of the distance of Japan, which is 500 kilometers from Hokkaido to the whatever southern city uses reference, you get about 7.4 degree angular width, which is right smack dab in between 5 and 10.
Angular width?
300 miles.
Yeah, you just asked me about angular width, bud.
No, angular. No, dude. Height. That's why the mountain was brought up, Fuji. Angular height. Width.
Mount Fuji, 3,771 meters. I've climbed it.
Why are we bringing up Mount Fuji? You're really beating around the bush here.
Japan, the largest thing on the fucking island. It's what makes the island the fucking volcano.
Yeah, Mount Fuji.
Okay, I never brought up Mount Fuji. I'm talking about the entire island.
You brought up Japan.
The entire island. What's the angular height of
The
the
entire island.
14 times.
The angular height?
14 times. I know it.
So
I know Mount Fuji.
Hold on, I got this. If Mount Fuji is 71.6 arc seconds.
Why are you so obsessed with Mount Fuji right now?
Because that's the tallest point in Japan. So if you lined up 300 arc Mount Fuji next to each other, it would be like looking at almost like an invisible line. You wouldn't be able to see it.
Wow.
All right, real quick. So you want to say we take let's take all of Japan, right, and raise it up to Mount Fuji. I'll come to your argument here. So we're taking all of Japan, raising up to Mount Fuji's height. That entire island would take up 7.4 degrees of your vision and be perfectly visible to the human eye.
Sorry, is that a horizontal or vertical angle?
Or horizontal.
No, we're talking about vertical. Can you keep up?
The vertical one doesn't mean shit. When we're talking about a flat
Sorry, why do things in the distance? Sorry, excuse me. Why do things in the distance appear to get closer to the floor? Like when you look down a corridor at your ceiling, you notice that it appears to go down. Why is that?
How does that have anything to do with my argument?
Because it's angular reduction with distance. Even your horizontal angle, we'll call that the walls. You'll notice they get closer the further you look down the corridor. Angular resolution reduction with distance.
If you look out at the Pacific Ocean, right, are you looking down a corridor?
Are you an idiot?
No, this guy.
You sound like you are.
We're dealing with an object that is going to reduce with angular size with distance. Now we've made up the entirety of the horizontalness of Japan, made up to the vertical height of Mount Fuji. Angular resolution isn't going to be able to be seen at the distances that you're talking about, especially through the atmosphere, which is not transparent.
What you're saying. So we have this thing called lenses, right, where you can zoom in.
Sorry, this is why this needs to be brought up. Do you think the atmosphere, the thing that we breathe, do you think that's transparent?
To a very large extent, it is.
Yeah. How large?
Visibility on any day can range anywhere from, to the human eye, 2 to 30, 40 miles.
Okay, well, welcome to Flat Earth on that. Welcome to Flat Earth on that, because the thing that should be obstructing your view in your idea should be the Earth curve. So being as we can see, as you just said, 20, 30, 40 miles every day, welcome to Flat Earth. But the atmosphere becomes opaque about a distance of about 250, 300 miles, which is going to cause a problem when you're trying to see something thousands of miles away. It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. The water's not completely transparent, and the light from the sun can't get down there. So you've got two problems.
Take any of humanity's devices meant to zoom in and look across things like, the Atlantic Ocean, the English Channel, whatever, and you'd be able to see Japan, you'd be able to see Europe.
Sorry, did you not listen to what I said about the atmosphere not being transparent?
Give me one second.
Maybe he doesn't know what that means.
Do you understand what transparent is? Hello?
I know exactly what transparent means.
Okay, so you understand the atmosphere isn't that. We've just discussed it. It's up for a distance. It is. Yeah, for a large extent, but it has a limit.
Well,
that limit, I told you, is about 250 to 300 miles. Why are you talking?
He gave a shorter limit. He gave 30 to 40 miles, and he's talking about seeing Japan in that span.
No, exactly. And when he said 20 to 40 miles, it was welcome to Flat Earth.
Did I not just say to the unassisted human eye? Assisted, you can see much further
with
than
an
that. Even
optic, then there's going to be a limit, and I'll give you the maximum limit for the third time. It's about 250 to 300 miles.
With what? With what optic?
Maximum optic, because the atmosphere is going to end up being like a brick wall that the light isn't going to be able to go through, so the optic, no matter how powerful it is, isn't going to be able to see it. It's like looking through fog. Now, you might be able to get an infrared camera, but that's still going to have a limit, and it's most definitely going to be welcome to Flat Earth when you use an infrared camera.
Well, so how come all these
you
videos
can point a telescope at the ocean and just look down and see the bottom with the telescope? Yeah, that's just...
Oh, so the atmosphere is made out of water now.
Sorry, does the atmosphere have moisture in it, like clouds and rain and weather?
How much?
Is the water evaporating from the sea that we're looking over up in to the atmosphere above, turning from one state to another? Are you stupid?
How much?
How much?
Yeah, you go ahead and answer that. It'll tell you exactly how it affects.
How much? You want to go and look at the humidity? Go and look at the fucking weather.
Yeah, less than 0.01% of the atmosphere is water vapor when you're looking straight out.
Now talk about humidity. What's that? Is it more humid?
That's what I just told you. Humidity is water vapor. It's still less than 0.01% of the atmosphere.
See, the thing is, I don't even understand why you're arguing. It must be something to do with your pride and ego.
So
right? I'm just pointing out two things to you that you seem to think it's a good idea to talk through me.
See, it's very fitting that your name is Jedi, because you love dancing around and jumping around and dodging.
Dancing around, dude. I'm pointing out that the things that you haven't considered when trying to see Japan from very far away. One, the angular resolution limit of optics, and two, the very thing that you're looking through that isn't completely transparent. Do you understand what I've said to you?
Yeah, no, I do, and I understand why there could be confusion there, but if you use proper optics, you
Sorry, you understand why there could be confusion. Please explain.
Because you think that at a certain limit, the atmosphere just puts up a large black wall that allows no light through.
Yeah, would you like the mathematics?
Yeah, go ahead and send them,
The
because
extinction limit of the atmosphere.
there are forms of light that penetrate better through the atmosphere, and we have turned
I'm
them
going
into
to refer
cameras.
you to what T-Dub said. Do you think that you can get a telescope and look down to the bottom of the ocean? It's a fucking medium that isn't completely transparent, much like the atmosphere. Now, you'll be lucky if you can see down to the bottom of the ocean at about, what, half a mile? 50 meters? But you're talking about looking through the atmosphere at thousands of miles. Shut up.
The ocean, right, is pretty murky. You know, it's not always clear. Pretty murky. How much mud is in the atmosphere?
Stop talking, dude. You're just embarrassing yourself.
You've now, this is 7 points you've dodged. How much mud is in the atmosphere?
How much mud?
Yeah, that's what makes water. That's what makes it so you can't see the bottom of the ocean. Sediment.
Oh,
the fact that water is there.
Come on, man. What about the weather forecast?
I can't answer your point.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What about the weatherman? It gives you the visibility distances.
He already admitted
what
to
about
this.
that?
You see, this is the thing, Jen. Jen, this is the thing. Jen, this is the thing.
Yeah.
He brought this up. He said that, you can check the weather, about 20, 30, 40 miles. He said he already admitted this, but now he wants to dance around.
What am I dancing
He doesn't
around?
want us
I
to
just
remember
told you.
that there is a limitation to how far that you can see through the atmosphere. You can get a weather report on about it.
Yeah.
The fuck?
So what are the weathermen used to see the clouds that are further than they use radar, right?
Yeah, this guy's coping.
Yeah.
Coping with what? You're just refusing to answer any of my questions.
You're coping with, dude.
Dude, I can answer your question, dude. You must be coping, dude.
There's a storm somewhere, everywhere, all the time. And you want to see Japan?
Exactly. It's just mad.
Did you miss the day of transparent, translucent, and opaque? Did they not teach that anymore?
So storms are up in the air,
did you
right?
skip
Storms are
that
up in
day?
the air, right? So in order to look at Japan, I don't have to look up.
Have you ever been on the ground when a tornado moves into the area?
How many tornadoes are
like
typically over the
nighttime.
Pacific Ocean at any given time?
He's an
0.8
idiot.
dodged.
Yeah, he is an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a shame.
Number 9
I think
dodged.
you're going to look through thousands of miles of the densest air.
Yeah.
That's just absolutely brain
The
rotted.
densest air.
Crazy.
Source?
Rayleigh
Have you ever
extinction
been out of the
coefficient.
box?
Told you like 3 times. It's the Rayleigh extinction coefficient of the atmosphere. Would you like the math?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me a
And then
minute.
for each wavelength of light.
Yeah.
And then tell me what optical instruments you can use to look much further.
No, you can't look much further.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, you can you?
So real quick, what is a radio wave?
Oh my god.
Point number 10 dodged. What's a radio wave?
Sorry, are we just asking random questions and then when they're, nothing to do with the subject, we're just going to claim some kind
You
of
don't
victory?
answer it, so of course
Because
I'm
no
gonna ask
one's
a different
going
question.
to answer the relevant question.
You don't answer it. I ask a question, you don't
What the
answer
fuck,
it. I ask
old
a
are you?
question, you don't answer it.
What colour's your hair? What'd you have for dinner today?
Hair?
That's
Hair's
3
brown.
things you've dodged.
Hair's brown. Just answered.
That's
Just
called
a prick,
dish galloping. Dish galloping.
That's called dish galloping. Answer my fucking question.
No, you don't get in control of this conversation, dude. We're going to move on to someone else. What we'll do is we'll stick you on mute,
can't
and
answer a
if we
single
get
question.
bored, we'll come back to you, clown.
Answer a question.
What is this prick doing?
Yeah, that's usually what the person losing the argument does, is move on casually. You know,
No,
like Charlie
this is
Kirk
what
and
happens when we get bored of a conversation. It's
move on.
like arguing with a woman. Sometimes
No,
it's
not
best to just walk
considering you
away.
can't answer a single
You're
question.
obviously emotional about the
You don't sound pretty
subject.
cool.
You're not going to take any accountability for what you've said.
So you have yet to debunk a single thing I've said.
Really? I'm trying to get
You
the
said
math
you could
for
see
you.
thousands of miles over the ocean. That's what you said. So you're on the face, like
Yeah,
just
with proper-
patently
with proper
retarded.
optical
dude.
instruments. With proper
Oh,
optical
which
instruments.
ones? Which ones are you going to use to see thousands of miles? Tell me. Post
Can
it
you
in
use
the
an
chat.
infrared camera? Can you use an infrared camera? You can use
Okay,
infrared
which
laser.
one? Which one are you going to use? Yeah, an infrared.
Oh, I've got an infrared
thousands
camera
of
for
miles
you.
of air.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see an observation too from the Pacific coast out to Japan. Let's see it.
You know why you can't? Because light shoots out straight.
Oh, you
It goes
can't.
into space
Oh, you
because
can't
the
now.
Earth curve.
You said you can't now. Okay, I guess you
Because the
can't.
Earth curve. No, we're assuming your scenario here.
Sorry, hold on.
The Earth is
You
flat.
debunked the Earth curve when you told us when you look at the weather, you can see about 30, 40 miles. The limitation to your view would be the Earth curvature to a 6-foot observer, which would be 3 miles away.
Oh, would it now? I'd like to see a diagram.
A diagram, now, would you like the math based on the radius of the Earth and the
You haven't
height
given
of
me
the
any
observer?
math yet. I've given you plenty of math.
It's 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, that gives you a geometric horizon of about 2.48 miles away.
Now go ahead and show me a diagram of that too, because that math is incorrect.
Diagram?
Yeah.
You understand what a tangent is?
Yeah, exactly. I know what a tangent is.
Okay. What you can do is you can Google Earth curve calculator.
Okay.
You'll have lots of diagrams there.
Yeah, that
And
still
some
uses the incorrect formula.
How big is the Earth? How big do they say the Earth is, Schrodinger?
8,000-kilometer diameter.
Incorrect formula. What are you talking about?
Circumference, sorry. 8,000-kilometer diameter, 40,000 kilometer
What's the
circumference.
correct formula?
What?
You said it was an incorrect formula. I'm asking you what the correct one is.
Give me 1 second. I'll get it up with the diagram.
Thank you.
This is brilliant.
What was the
You gotta
incorrect
love
one?
when they start saying.
Tell me what was the incorrect one?
The one where you just said 1.22 times the square root of the height of the observer?
Yeah.
Why is that incorrect?
It's just
For what? What's that for? What's that
Correct
for?
formula.
What's that
You said it's
for?
for geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's incorrect. How?
I am pulling it up right now.
Pulling it up.
Wait.
I don't
Let me-
know. I'm
Let me throw something in the mix
when I
here.
Google search.
Let me throw something in the mix here because he's only saying it's not true because a flat earther said it. This is a globetard. Hold on. This is a globetard saying it. Hold on. Schrodinger. Relax. This is a channel called Brain Stuff. Yo. Just pipe down for a second.
You guys mock me
60
for
seconds.
speaking, You guys mock me for
pipe
speaking, so.
Yeah. We're just gonna meet you. How does the horizon work? Brain Stuff, how stuff works. From 11 years ago, this is not a flat earther.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked down on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right, and you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon.
Okay. Great. Now, Schrodinger, hold on. Schrodinger, I want you to do us a favor and go to Google and search how far can I see. I'll do it for you if you don't want to.
I just want to get his correction. He said the formula's wrong. What's the correct one?
Yeah, well, I'm going to post this in the chat right here. Just to show him that this is not flat earthers saying these numbers. This is not flat earth coming up with just random numbers. This is based off of the globe that you believe in, Ding Dong, which you're throwing under the bus. Just played you the video, posted it in the side chat, matches exactly what they're saying, and the 1.22 lines exactly up with what the video just told you as well. So nice try. You're not debunking anything except for your
Well, that's
own
like
worldview.
plugging a number into an equation once and then saying it works every time.
Hold on,
Let's just
Twanger.
get his
We're cooking
correction.
someone else right now.
I want his correction. 1.225 is wrong, he said. What's the correction? Schrodinger, hello. You said you were pulling it out of your ass a minute ago. Hopefully it's ready now. What's wrong with that formula? What needs to change? I'm not going to see 1.25 or 1.225 at a 1 foot height. That's wrong? What should I see at a 1 foot height? What distance? It's not 1.225 miles, you said. What is it?
Honestly, this ought to be good. I see where you're going with this. This ought to be great.
It's just not talking anymore. All right, guess he's cooked. Never mind.
Oh no.
He also thinks infrared can cut through thousands of miles of air as well. This guy said a lot of stupid things in a short time. I guess he thinks that infrared is immune to absorption and scattering or something. I don't know.
Well, if he wants to get the infrared out, he's going to be mitigating the atmosphere, which should, in his view, show us a geometric horizon closer to where it's mathematically supposed to be because of his claim of fucking refraction, probably. So he's just going to have problems when he starts speaking about infrared. I wish him luck. He should look into it.
He's going to see further. Uh-oh.
That's going to be a problem.
But, I mean, thousands of miles across the ocean, I don't think so.
Yeah, that was crazy of him to say that.
He should be introduced to a Jay Tolan video.
I'll find one.
I wonder why he's gone all silent. It's cute though when they're like, no, you flat earthers are wrong what you're saying, even though we're just repeating back exactly what Google would tell you based off of your own globe. This is that BYOB type stuff.
Check twice. I'll measure it again and have a look. If it's 6 foot the second time, I'm pretty happy that it's 6 foot. That's all good, DJ. Done it. He's good to go. Thank you. Nice. Aussie jokes. There you go, Spaghetti Boss. You're booked in. You're good to go. So anytime you want to pop over to that server and have a look down the channels, feel free to do so, mate.
So it seems I was verified already, or what?
Correct. We move quick around here.
Okay, thanks.
Nah, all good, mate. And like I said, scroll down to the bottom. You probably appreciate some of the channels that you can look through and get some information off of. And the good part about it, you can do it at your own time. There's no pressure. So if you want to sit there for 3 hours today and look through it, up to you. If you want to look for 3 minutes tomorrow, all yours, man.
Okay, I will check.
Happy days.
My friend is over there. Oh, what are you doing here? Oh, when are you leaving?
I do apologise. You do not sound old enough to be in here.
Why not?
You sound like a child. There's an age limit, so I'm going to ask you very politely to yeah.
No, please.
No,
Okay,
please, what?
Okay, please stop being is my favorite. So I gotta go.
Wise choice. All right, we'll catch up.
Okay, bye.
Ah, here he is. Have you calmed down a little bit now, mate? A lot of them wouldn't get that, DJ.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Sheen.
Could you tell me about the measurements that you spoke about earlier?
How about I just post the video up for you?
I just need a quick rundown.
This is how it works. You shoot a laser across a large body of water, 10, 20, 30 miles. You set the laser up horizontal. Now what should happen if you live on a ball with a radius of 39, 59 miles, from the start of the laser, as you move your way along, when you get to 10 miles, the gap between the laser and the water should be 66 feet. When you get to 20 miles, it should be 266 feet. When you get to 30 miles, it should be 600 feet. 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. Okay? So, all you do when you get to those distances is you measure it with your tape measure. If you're still measuring the same height as what it was at the start, you should ask a lot of questions.
If the globe was bigger than what scientists currently thought, the difference between those measurements, what would be required, would be smaller, correct?
Well, we're not talking about if the globe is bigger, we're talking about the given dimensions of 3959 mile radius. So if you want to imagine something bigger, that's all well and good, but I'm only going off what they taught us at school. So we go and test what they taught us at school. If you want to believe that it's something bigger, I'm not going to stop you. But it's up to you to validate your size claims.
How large do you think the Earth is?
I stated that quite clearly earlier on. I've never been to the extremities, so I don't know.
So I haven't either, so I could basically assign any value, correct?
I don't know what you said then because it sounded like a chipmunk trying to eat a piece of cake.
I'm just saying I haven't been to the ends of the world either, so I'm allowed to assign whatever value.
Well, why don't you just use the values that you've been taught? Go and test them.
But why
and
should
see
I?
if they come back true or correct.
I don't agree with the scientists, but I still think the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's up to you. If you want to bring your own globe day, you have to validate all of the mathematics and questions that come with it. So one of the little problems you've got, if you want to change the size of the radius, you might want to have a little bit of a look into how all of the stuff in space was calculated to start off with, like the distance to the sun and all that kind of stuff, what it's all based off of.
Apologies, I actually misspoke. I didn't mean to say that I think the Earth is a globe. I just meant to say that I don't think the Earth is necessarily flat, based on those calculations that you gave earlier.
Well, you can think whatever you like. There's no one holding your hand saying you must think other things. But
I can prove
if you go out there expecting a very specific distance or deviation from the laser to the ground, and you don't get it, like for example, we're expecting to see 66 feet at 10 miles. So let's go 10 miles. If it was 60 foot or 70 foot or anywhere in between, I'd say, you know what? You've got me fair and square. It's a ball tart. But when it's zero, you've got to question that, don't you?
I understand what you're saying, but you agree if the Earth was large enough as a globe,
I don't have to agree to
those
anything.
measurements could be correct. As in,
I don't have to agree to anything. If you want to make up different sizes, you are more than welcome to go forth and do that. But remember, there's a lot of other things that rely on those very specific sizes, and you will be questioned on those and how you get around it. That I wish you good luck.
All I'm saying is under your framework, you can't necessarily prove that the Earth is flat. That's all I'm saying.
Well, under my framework, with water being level, horizontal, at rest, 73% of Earth is flat, level, horizontal. So whatever shape you claim it to be, 73% of it is flat.
All I'm saying is if the globe is large enough, those distances that you measured, the measurements could actually align with the globe. Theoretically, what I'm saying is correct. You agree?
Well, that's great. And?
So what I'm trying to say is you can't actually prove that the world is flat.
I already have. And what you're trying to do is sidestep it by saying it's just a bigger globe. Now, I've already asked you to go and look into how the sun's distances and size was derived. And you might find that when you start claiming that the Earth is a bigger globe, you might find yourself in a world of trouble because of how the sun's distances was calculated and what it was calculated off of.
I think the globe is actually infinite.
You think the globe is infinite?
Yeah.
When you're older and you don't sound like a squeaky chipmunk, you will understand the ridiculousness of that statement.
Why is it ridiculous?
How do you have an infinite ball?
Well, why not?
So, at what point, how do you know it's infinite? You'd never ever find the end of it, to start off with.
Exactly.
And then again, how do you know it's a sphere? An infinite sphere. Like, that is just absolutely retarded.
I'm not saying it's a sphere, I'm just saying it's not necessarily flat.
You just said it was an infinite globe.
Sorry, I misspoke.
But anyways, pro tip for young players, get rid of the voice changer. Because some of the moderators don't like that. I personally don't care. You make yourself sound stupid. But some of the moderators don't like that. So if you get muted or kicked out because of it, you'll know what happened.
Okay. But I'm not sure where you disagree with me, though.
I don't disagree with anything. All I'm saying to you is, if you wish to make claims that you live on a ball that is not 39, 59 miles, then you're the one that has to back up your claims. You can make claims about anything if you want. I don't personally care. But you're the one that has to back it up. All I'm saying is that 73% of what we live on, the known lands that we live on, is covered by water. And that 73% section is flat, horizontal. So whatever shape you think it is, because that's the numbers the experts give us.
But I thought we don't agree with them, though.
Well, if you don't agree with them, that's nice. What do you want me to do? Go and pour a glass of milk and dip cookies into it and cry about it? If you want to make up your own radius, go right ahead. I'm not going to stop you. Actually, I welcome you to do it. But then, like I said, go and check out all the other things that rely on that radius value.
Just to confirm, your measurements only disprove the Earth having the radius that's commonly cited by scientists. It could theoretically be still a globe, but with a larger radius.
And just to confirm, if you want to claim it's a larger radius, go right ahead. I don't care. But you have to comprehend what else comes tied to that. You don't seem to get that bit. You just seem to go, but theoretically it could be bigger. But theoretically it could be bigger. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, it's bigger. Let's just throw a random number at it. It's got a radius of 10 million miles. Now, the problem you've got is the radius of Earth is the, what is it? The first rung in the cosmological ladder. Do you understand that?
All I'm saying is you can't prove that the Earth is flat.
So you're just going to rewind and forget about everything else. You do understand that the radius of Earth is how they base everything off of. All of your space-tard stories are based off of that. You do understand that? Yes or no?
I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Well, maybe you should. That's why I'm trying to help you. Like I said, you are more than welcome to make claims to whatever radius you like. If you want it to be 100 times bigger, that's nice. If you want it to be a zillion times bigger, that's awesome. But you also have to account for all of these other things that are based off of that value. And that's what you're not doing. You just keep saying, but theoretically it could be. But anyways, it doesn't sound like you've got any proof of curvature.
So you think we can't prove that the Earth is flat?
I think we can't prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be proving it's a globe.
I was just doing an internal critique.
You're just doing an internal critique. Well, maybe you should internally critique your own stuff prior to putting it out there.
Everything I said was consistent, right?
No. Because what you're doing, you're compartmentalizing one very specific component, the radius. But what you forget is that number is assigned to a whole heap of other things.
Like what?
And you don't want to accept that. I've just told you what it's also tied to.
Can you give me one example?
It's the first run of the cosmological ladder. All of your distance to the sun, the size of the sun, distance to the moon, distance to Venus, all the planet stuff that they claim is all based off of the Earth's radius. So if you change the Earth's radius, you've got to change everything else that goes with it.
But I never said I believed all those other things.
Well, whether you believe it or not, there's other people that do, and you might upset them.
I don't mind.
I'm not one of them.
So we're in agreement.
You're in agreement. I'm just telling you that if you want to change the radius of the Earth, if you want to change it, you have to come up with your own cosmological bullshit to appease the masses. I don't really care, because I think space is fake and gay. But anyways.
Doesn't everything you've said also apply to you?
What? That water is horizontal, flat?
No. That the Earth not being a globe affects everything else.
Yeah, so?
Then we both run into the same issue. So essentially our positions are equivalent.
Backwards? No, we don't. I don't run into the same issue as you. You're claiming it's a bigger globe. I'm saying it's flat. We've got a totally different layout to you. What you're just asserting is that we're just a pizza in space, so all of the other rules still apply. No, the whole lot gets scrubbed, you start again.
I didn't say we're in space.
Why do I have the feeling you're just being a troll?
I'm genuine.
That's why you're using a voice changer.
This is my real voice.
Liar.
Sorry if it offends you.
You're not offending me, you're lying to me.
About what?
Your voice.
You don't like it?
I think you sound ridiculous, and half of the words I can't hear.
That's just my internet connection.
It's nothing to do with your internet connection.
Well, I think we're in agreement. I haven't heard any contradictions.
No, we're not in agreement. I told you already, and you seem to not want to listen. If you
But I
want
don't
to
agree,
claim,
Naldo.
not
I
me,
don't agree with
if you are, Mr. Sheen, if you want to believe that you live on a larger ball, you are more than welcome to do so. But take heed. All of your cosmological bullshit will have to be modified to suit your new radius. That's the warning I'm giving you.
I don't believe in any of the cosmological bullshit.
That's up to you.
Then exactly, we're both the same.
No, we're not.
How are we different?
Because it's measured as flat. You're trying to measure it as a radius. We still haven't seen any curve. So...
No, but if the globe was large enough, you wouldn't be able to measure it with
But if the globe is large enough, the problem is you haven't come to me with any numbers. So go and get some numbers and then get back to us.
But your numbers are only based on if the world was flat, so you're guessing.
No, it's not. My numbers are not based on if the earth was flat. My numbers are based on the given stuff that we were fed at school. The 3959 radius. That's what we were taught it was at school. So, what we do is we go out and test that. And the test comes up null, incorrect, false. That's it.
So basically, we both disproved school.
Basically, both disproved what?
We've both disproved the same thing.
We've both disproved what? The globe. Thank you very much.
Well, you've the radius.
But you're claiming, the difference is, you're claiming that it's not 3959 miles, it's bigger.
Yeah.
So, grow a set and put a number to it. What radius is it?
I don't think it's knowable, but it's very, very large. It's beyond.
So, in other words, you're being of poor faith and you just don't want to debate that because all you want to do is dance around with your vagaries and just be a pain in the ass in general.
Are you saying you don't need to have faith?
Am I saying... I'll tell you what, this is what it sounded like you just said then. Are you telling me I don't tape? I don't know what a tape is. Stop using the voice changer. I can't hear what you're saying. Actually, how about this? You've got 30 seconds to turn the thing off, or we just mute you.
Is this better?
You're an idiot. And you're running out of time. Or you're going to be a coward and leave. I knew that was coming. I wonder which one it was. Welcome to the new person that popped in.
Hello, guys.
Howdy.
Do you believe that the Earth is flat?
No. I know it's flat.
You know it's flat?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Do you have a clue?
Do I have a what, sorry?
Do you have a clue? Like
Do
evidence?
I have a clue? Evidence? Yeah, it's measured flat. It's flown across as flat, sailed across as flat, navigated across as flat, and for all intent and purpose, utilised and built upon as flat.
How about satellites and NASA doing like the thing, all of that stuff?
Okay, so companies doing stuff doesn't prove the shape of the ground. You may as well say Walmart proves curvature. It doesn't mean anything.
They have photos.
So do I. I've got photos of Bigfoot. So what?
Like you didn't give me an evidence why the Earth is flat.
You haven't given me any that it's a curve, so all you've done is said someone's got photos. That's great. How about we post up one of the laser measurements and we'll show you. How's that? I'll just grab it for you. Oh, that one there.
How could you convince me that it's flat?
I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to give you information. What you do with it after that is up to you. The only thing I ask that you think critically and don't just accept any information. Go and test it for yourself.
Yeah, you're right.
So, inside chat, I posted up Great Salt Lake laser test, 21 miles. So 20 miles, we should expect to see about 267 or 266 feet of curvature or deviation between a laser and the surface, and we don't.
How many miles did you say?
21 miles. And as you can see underneath that, old dude has posted up the spherical trigonometry chart so you can have a look for yourself. And the formula is down the bottom, so if you want to look up how the formula works, it's right there also. So that is assuming a ball of 3959 radius, like we was all taught at school. So all we're doing when we do this laser test is we use the laser as a tangent to a curve. Now, if it truly is a curve, we should see these drop rates as that are on that chart. So 1 miles, 2 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. That's what we should see out in reality. The problem is, my friend, we don't see that in reality. 10 miles, no curve. 20 miles, no curve. 30 miles, no curve. 45 miles, no curve.
Really?
Yeah. So it does lead to more questions, doesn't it? So what I'll do, have a look at this. Let's find some what we call long-range observations. So I'll chuck this picture up for you, mate. On this image, so have a look at this. You can see the image that I just posted up inside chat.
Yeah, I see.
In that image, whereabouts is the horizon? Up the front, in the middle, up the back?
I don't know, it's not clear for me.
Where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yeah, in the back, I guess.
In the back? It was a good guess. It's not a trick question. It's what this is just one frame out of video footage. And if you like, I'll grab the video for you so you can watch that at your own leisure also. I'll just get that running for you. So that is one frame out of video footage. Now, the problem we've got with that is if we live on a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, to calculate the distance to the horizon, it's a very simple formula. And the formula is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And that distance answer comes out in miles. So if you're at 1 foot, so square root of the observer's height in feet, 1, that equals 1. Then times that by 1.22, and that means the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Now the problem we've got here, my friend, is we know how far those oil rigs are. We know the one on the left is 9.41 miles and the one on the right is 6.21 miles. So we can see the horizon is behind the oil rigs quite clearly. It's not a trick photograph or anything. That's it. So we know that it's not a ball with a radius of 3959 miles. So that little photograph there, or that image there, or video footage technically, debunks the globe comfortably by a long shot. And what's even more interesting, if you have a look between the oil rigs, that little black dot, that's a ship. Apparently that one didn't go behind the curvature for whatever reason. It's just sitting in the middle. So interesting stuff, eh?
Yeah, a lot of mathematics there, and I'm not so good at mathematics.
Only a little bit. But what's really good is if you jump online and type in Earth Curve Calculator, and actually I might do it for you.
Earth calculator?
Earth Curve Calculator, yep. I'll post one up for you. And it can do the mathematics for you. So if you don't like doing mathematics or you're not good at doing mathematics, you can use that there. And I like that one because you can switch from metric to imperial. So if you're no good at imperial, it will switch for you. So that's why I like that one.
Yeah, that's great.
So very helpful. So you put in your eye height and you put in your distance to the item that you want to look at. And then when you hit calculate, it gives you D1 horizon distance. That's where the horizon should be. And H1 target hidden height. So that's how much the target is hidden or should be hidden behind the curvature. That's if it exists.
They said that the horizon should be after 4 miles, approximately. Is that right?
For what height?
Oh, wait, there's a height to... For about half a feet.
About 5 feet. So
Half a
5 feet. And we'll shoot at 10 miles. So that should give you 2.7. Are you in metric or imperial?
I'm in imperial.
And you're how many feet high?
10 feet.
10 feet high. 10 feet high. So he's up a ladder. And how far does he want to see? Let's put in 20 miles. And we go calculate. The horizon should be at 3.8 miles.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Anything at 20 miles should be 173 feet tall in order for you to see it. So that's how that works. Really, really easy.
Yeah.
Much better than doing mathematics, isn't it?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah, that's why I use that one. So if you want, you can go out and do what we call a long-range observation. And you might see a lighthouse that's a long way away. And you can go, I wonder if I should see that or not. And you can say, look on Google Maps, find out the distance, and then put the distance into target distance. And then you'll say to yourself, how high am I above the water? I'm 6 foot tall. So you put in 6 feet and then press calculate. And then it will say to you, so let's go 6 feet and let's go 30 miles and go calculate. And it will tell you the horizon should be at 2.999, basically 3 miles. And the item needs to be 486 feet tall. So if you're looking at a lighthouse that's only 200 feet tall and it has to be 486 feet tall, you need to ask some questions, don't you?
Yeah, you're right.
That's how it works. It's really simple. That's why I like it, mate. So you now are armed, ready to go out and check the world for yourself.
Thank you.
But if you want to ask more questions, you're more than welcome to do so.
Thanks, dude.
Nah, all good, my friend. Thank you.
Welcome to the server. Person that just come in. If you've got any questions relating to the flat Earth or the globe Earth model that you think you live on, don't hesitate to ask the questions. We are here to answer all your questions. Yeah, you might want to change your name though, yeah? Because I'm not going to call you by the name that you have there. Okay? All right. I think you're trolling us with a name like that, yeah, mister? Have a look at his name that's just come in. Come on, man. Why do they come in with stupid names like that? Perhaps you better not talk.
So I've been in here before. We've also had this discussion before about my name. Can't change my name because nobody has given me permission.
Yes, you can. You can really.
No, I
If this was
can't.
my, if this was my
Yes, you can
server,
change it.
Okay, but I can't change it on the server. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes,
I'm not
you can.
changing my.
You can.
No, I cannot.
You can change it
Yes, you
per
can.
server.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna
All you have
change
to
it
do is
right
go
now.
into your own settings, go to your profile for this specific server, and you can call it something nice, not something childish.
Yeah, something ridiculous, really.
Okay, see, I didn't know you could
That's what I
change
mean,
it
yeah.
for specific servers through your own account. The only thing I know you can do that is through the server itself, which I have no permission to do.
No, you can do it for your own account. You can do it on this server. You can go to your profile, check your name, and change your name. Nickname, get it changed.
All right, well, I didn't know that, and like I said, I'm not going to change my whole entire username. I don't.
No,
use
all it does is changes it for this server. That's all it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
Doesn't change your
I didn't
initial
know
tag.
that. I'm not coming in here trying to be childish or troll anybody. I just
Well, you are with a name like that. But you are though with a name like that.
okay,
You
but I
are.
don't. Okay, but I come in here as somebody that doesn't sit in this Discord specifically all fucking day. You get
Doesn't
me.
matter.
Like,
You're
I
coming
use
with a
this account for other
stupid name.
things.
You've come in with a stupid name.
Okay,
Get
because
it done.
I didn't know I could change it.
Get it done.
Okay, and I'm explaining.
You're making it last longer than it should. If your intention is to change your name and shut up and
Okay,
change your name.
I'm just explaining my intentions. You're the one coming across as a jackass right now.
No, you're the jackass completely because you're coming with a
No.
stupid name. What you should have said was, sorry about that. I'll change it.
So you're offended by my name right now? You sound stupid.
Basically, your name is stupid.
You sound stupid.
Okay? Because I can't call you.
I explained my intentions to you already. You're just being a dick.
Want to talk to you.
I've already explained my intentions. Stop being a dickhead.
I actually want
Stop
to talk
being
to
a
you
dickhead.
amicably. You're being the dickhead and you're being a hole of an ass at the same time. But the thing is this, I'm trying to talk to you, but with the name you've got, I am not able to talk to you because I can't call you by that name. Okay? That's the problem. I actually want to have an amicable conversation, but because you've got a stupid name, I'm
Okay, so
not
sitting here and acting like a child and calling me names and going on a tangent about
No,
it.
you're
while
the
I'm
one
trying
that's
to
calling me
explain to you my
names.
intentions
Actually, you
behind
called
it.
me names.
I
You
understood
called
your
me
concerns
names.
from the beginning. I was trying to
Actually,
explain
you
my
called me
intentions behind it.
names. No,
You've done nothing but act like a
If
fucking
anybody-
prick.
if
So I don't
anybody
want to
called
hear
anybody-
it. Fuck you,
if
bro.
anybody-
Fuck
if
you.
anybody
Suck
called
my
anybody-
dick, bitch ass nigga.
Jin, why do you have to wind them up? He was going to change it. Please don't stir these trolls up any more than we need to.
Your name. They were taking their time about it. Hurry up. And then he got abusive. I didn't throw a single bad word at the guy.
Doesn't matter, Jin. Doesn't matter. Just let it go. It's all good.
It's all good. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't cry now. It's okay. Thank you. I'm happy as long as everybody else is happy.
He is a bit of a troll, that kid, anyways.
I know he's a troll. That's why I said what I said. You've got trolls going on, and then we've got NASA gaslighting us all. Yes.
Seems Mr. Sheen is back. Mr. Sheen, have you fixed your voice changer and removed it?
Yes.
No, he hasn't. Have you changed it? Yes.
I wonder what he's got this time. He's probably just got a mixer that's got a switch on it like mine has. I can do all different voices and stuff.
Yeah. Have you changed your name again now? No. So what was Mr. Sheen like earlier on? Did he say anything important? Did he bring the curvature? I'm assuming he's a globe.
No. He's all he was claiming is our laser measurements disprove the globe, and it could possibly be a globe of infinite radius. Wait for it.
He's still got a bit of measure.
Well, he didn't put forward any numbers, and he doesn't understand what happens to the cosmological ladder if he all of a sudden brings his own globetard.
Exactly. It's going to put everything. It's going to put everything else out of whack, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, but Matrix and I are on the same level, on the same page.
No, we're not.
We agree upon everything.
No, we don't. You
Name one thing we disagree on.
How long I'm going to last with your voice changer.
And he's disappeared again.
Yeah. Every time you mention the voice changer to fix it, he'll drop out, change it, test it, come back in to make sure it's a different sound. For some reason, he seems to think it's cool. But if you have a look at his account, he was only created, was it yesterday or the day before? So he's a brand new account. It's a known troll, but we've just got to wait till we hear the right voice. So as soon as we do, it's going to be, it's you. See you later.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Yeah, I don't think it's Robert. It could be Robert. It could be Robert the Jamaican. Could be.
Nah. If it was him, he would have said, Clipcord already posted up earlier. If it was him, he would have said brother 6 times by now.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. And hold on now, brother. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hamzin accuses me of lying immediately after the word. Such a lunatic. Oh, did you like my presentation yesterday? The moon landing event. It was called "Did Man Land on the Moon?" Yeah, that was a good event. That was. I gave my rendition as to why they could never have gone, and I covered everything, including the toilet situation as well. Yeah, I was almost going to get to the crescendo, and then I got a Skype call off my brother. But anyway, someone else has come in. Welcome to the server, sir. What brings you in today? Is that right? This is he's a flat earther. Sorry, no problem.
That's no excuse. Get him, Jin.
Nah, he's a flat earther. So yeah. So I was getting to the point, about the toilet business, and that's my number one go-to anyway. Why didn't they go to the moon? Because you can't go to the toilet in space. That zero-G environment and the way NASA has employed the methodology for the astronauts to go to the toilet is what I would call a hygiene nightmare in a situation where the hygiene has to be 100% higher standard than a hospital. Because you're in the vacuum of space, supposedly. You can't afford anything to go wrong at all. Because you can lose your life, literally. Yeah. And I put forward that the human body is not accustomed to being in zero-G for 8 days or 12 days on the mission. Your stomach will never be settled. You'd have an upset stomach all the way through. You only have to go on some of these, what's it called? Amusement rides. And sometimes you come off a little bit queasy on the stomach. Okay. And that was just for a few minutes. And then you got the vomit comet, where they ride these astronauts on training 2 hours at a time, and they're vomiting up. That's why it's called the vomit comet, right? And that's just 2 hours of a training, 2.5 hours, let's say 3 hours even. I know it's 2 hours for sure. They might extend it 3 hours, but we're talking 8 days on the first missions, and then they extended it to 12 days, in zero-G with your stomach not being settled. Floating there. You could choke yourself as you're trying to eat. You might not be able to swallow properly because you swallow it, but it's coming back up. You swallow it and it's coming back up. Can you imagine that? It's coming in pouches, isn't it? These are plastic pouches with the straw nozzle type, and you crack it open, you put it in your mouth, you're taking it in, and then instead of going down, it comes up out your nose, for example. You could literally die. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I think you would be off your food during the flight. You wouldn't be hungry because your stomach would be so upset. Yeah, man. That's what I think anyway. The human body is not accustomed to being in a zero-G environment for 8 days or 12 days. And then if you do manage to get it down and get it into the stomach area, it might want to come up as a vomit, as in the vomit comet, or you might do a diarrhea instead. Now that's where your problems begin. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe that's why they've got all the wires tied to them on the ISS footage.
Yeah.
They're actually rubber bands, so that it simulates gravity.
Yes.
Yeah, you just got fixed. I told you. I was going to mute you if you come back with that shit. I warned you earlier. Go and fix it. Post up inside chat when you're done. Then we'll unlock you. If you lie and you do something stupid when I unlock you next time, it won't be just a muting. You've been warned. Go in peace.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so they're trying to simulate gravity, you were saying. Yeah, that's a good one.
I just thought it was a laugh because the amount of times we've seen them with wires on.
Yeah. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very serious undertaking going to the toilet in zero-G, especially during the Apollo missions. In the ISS, they've got a toilet, but it's a square seat with a hole in it. Doesn't match the contours of your buttocks at all. That's the first thing. It looks like an old-fashioned vacuum from Hoover back in the 40s, let's say. 1950s Hoover vacuum cleaner on its side, and they put a square plate on top. You know, because I can see that design is very similar to the old. We used to own one in London. We had one. Our one was orange, and it had 3 clips, cylinder, and then it opened it up in half. If you can imagine a tablet, you know, a capsule type tablet, that was the shape of the Hoover with 3 clips, and then you open it up, and then in the middle is the bag. Take the bag out, full of dust, right, and then you've got to clean it out. And I'm telling you, you're making more of a mess in the room than you are cleaning the bloody bag out. That was designed back then. And that's what this ISS toilet looks like. Okay, with a little square base and a hole in there. And then you put the bag in, switch the button on, and it's a vacuum going on. And I say that doesn't sound right anyway. Right? It's meant to vacuum this thing into your... Yeah, no, it's crap, ladies and gentlemen. That's the thing, literally. Nonsense. But anyway, yeah, so going to toilet in space during the Apollo missions would have been a very dangerous hazard to do. You couldn't do it by yourself because you'd have to strip off the uniform you got on. That takes 45 minutes and then do your business. And then you've got to attach a transparent plastic bag with a gorilla type seal, sticky tape seal on the edge that you attach to your buttocks. Your genitals, meanwhile, is hanging out now. That's not being covered up. So if you exert stomach muscular force to push out the poo, you could accidentally urinate, and now the urinate is floating around in the capsule. And Neil Armstrong looks around and says, "How you doing?" And he swallows a load. Oh, you can imagine what's going on. Yeah, right, exactly. And then meanwhile, Buzz Aldrin is doing a liquid type poo. He's been holding it for a while now. It's got to come out. It's coming out under pressure. Can you imagine that? Into that transparent plastic bag. Now, remember, that bag has got a seal that has to seal the whole contours of your buttocks. All of it. Because if there's any gap, that liquid wants to get out at that gap at 0 G. It's going to come out there. So you want to make sure. So you're going to need your assistance from your colleague to do that. Okay? Unless you've got eyes on your fingers. Okay. Right. So you've done your business now. Now the next problem is detaching that bag off your buttocks without anything coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, can you see how dangerous that is? And remember, back in the day, they had big electric buttons, toggle switches and things. They made a nice big noise when you push that kind of electronics back then in the 60s. So if any urine gets in there, that's an explosion. Boom, short, boom, bang, poof, you're dead in space right there. All because of the urine that spilled out. Because NASA didn't give them the proper bag to do it in that covered the genitals as well. Because you couldn't design it like that. They never went anyway. But that's what I'm trying to give you. I'm trying to give you that image. Put yourself in their shoes, in their suits, in the spacecraft. Okay, and you want to do a number 2 now. And you've had to stick it onto your bum. Then it's got to remove it, tearing some of the hairs off your buttocks as you do so, because it's a gorilla seal. You're tearing it off. Oh, easy. And then you've got to make sure that the contents doesn't get out in 0 G. And then the next step is a disinfectant, which is a blue liquid in a sachet that you have to open up and put that in there. So you've got to open the bag, that poo bag up again. Then you have to massage the content and that disinfectant together, massage it, right? And then you've got this one sachet to wipe your... A lot of toilet paper, enough to do the job properly, basically. But with the one sachet, it's not enough. Cannot be. Right? In 0 G. You're going to wipe your ass with this one sachet, one tissue, wet bum wipe. For the kids, it's a nap. Grown up, wet bum wipe, one sachet, that's all you get, because weight is a premium in space. You can't have too many of them, way too much, won't take off. Okay, so you've got that, and you do the job. You don't wipe your bum properly with one sachet, ladies and gentlemen. You just don't. Not in 0 G, you don't. Okay, it doesn't happen like that. I can envisage it. I can put myself in that situation, and I want to wipe my bum. That one sachet is not going to be enough. especially if it's a diarrhea type as well. Okay, liquid, right? So there you are.
Maybe Chill Slug's got some questions. Chill Slug, you got anything to? Hopefully, it's nothing
Please,
to do
Chill
with
Slug.
wiping your freckle. But yeah, if you've got proof of curvature or something like that, that'd be awesome.
Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead. Don't mind me. I was just discussing the reason how I know that NASA never went to the moon, the Apollo missions, and I'm saying that the call of nature shuts down the mission. But if you have any questions, please, relating to the flat Earth heliocentric model, why do we say it's flat Earth and that? Please go ahead. The mic is yours.
Oh, he's just listening. Another one that just listens. Why do they do that?
Yeah. Well, ask him a question. What did he think about my? Yeah, I don't often offer up theories, ladies and gentlemen. I don't often offer up theories because I don't like to do that. I know they never went, but what do you think? The call of nature shutting down the mission. That's how we know they couldn't have gone. What do you think? What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Think about it. The method I put forward, that's a fact. That's what NASA employed the astronauts to do. And I say to you, that's definitely, I mean, they couldn't have gone. And if that was the methodology, it would have been a hygiene nightmare in a situation where the hygiene has to be 100% higher than in any hospital, especially with liquids in the vacuum of space. The risk of shortening electronics, causing a short out that could render the rocket inoperable, and now you're stuck in space for the rest of your life, unable to get back. Serious the call of nature can be if it's not controlled properly in the vacuum of space on the way to the moon and on the way back as well. So I won't say it, but I S you not, keeping it clean as well. Okay. Pun. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what I say. I say, put it to you strong down the whole mission. Okay. And where were we? We were removing the bag. We put the disinfectant bacterium killer in there, and then we've wiped our bum with the one sachet which is not ready enough. That's gone in, and then you massage all that up, and then you roll that plastic bag up, tape it, and then you stow that away, and then now you've got to get yourself back into your suit. All taking about 45 minutes. Wow. Just to go to the toilet, ladies and gentlemen, in space during the Apollo missions. And then when you're doing your spacewalk, you wear a nappy. You actually wear a diaper in this case. And they're all out on these walks for like 8 hours, some of these missions. So if you've done a poo and that, you've got that on you for 8 hours. Really, ladies and gentlemen? Are you really telling me that's what they did? Yeah? Right? Because it sits there. It doesn't go anywhere. Someone was trying to say the other day that this nappy had a special compartment where it moved it away from your bum. No, it didn't. They didn't have that technology back then. They didn't. It was a regular nappy diaper, as the baby would use, but for the grown-ups or for the old age pensioners, one of them type of nappies. And that's what it was. And they put it on, and they did their business in there, and they're carrying that around whilst they're busy taking the photographs, jumping around. Yeah. I'm running out of film. Do you want me to put another magazine in? Yeah. Okay, let me get that done. You know? Really, ladies and gentlemen, think about that. Would you be that gun-ho, that relaxed, carrying poo in your bottom and you're running around on the lunar surface? Yeah? Taking pictures, bending down, trying to get it. Yeah. I'm not lining up properly here. Don't worry, we'll work it out. That's what mission control says. Oh, I've got to stop again. Can you believe it? Second time around. Brother again. Sorry, guys. Right at the same place. Unbelievable.
No, you're good, Jin. Go on. Family first. That's how it works. Wow. It's after 10 o'clock, and I'm going to have to apologise to you good people, because you're going to have to, yeah. So anyways, ladies and gents, you have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, depending on which part of the pond you live in. And I shall see you all tomorrow. Peace, guys.
Governors?
Yo, I don't know why you muted me. I already sent you a link earlier to it's a screenshot. I can't change it. It says I don't have permissions. If you scroll from the chat, you'll see it. I sent a link already. I mean, taking me seriously is one thing, but flipping out is another. Why am I muted right now?
No, I can hear you.
No, I'm muted in text chat. He said I can change my name, but I already sent a screenshot. It says I don't have permission to change my name.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty name you got there.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying I'm trying to change it, and
Yeah, but how did you end up with that name, though? I mean,
well, when I created my Discord account, I don't just go on the English Hub or the Politics Hub. I have other things I do with this Discord.
Yeah,
I'm trying to change. You can edit it. Listen, you can edit it. You can edit it per server, but I don't have permission on the server to edit it.
Gotcha. But why that name? When was that?
I play a lot of games. I play a lot of games.
That's a pretty vague answer. But all right.
But nonetheless, all I need is permissions to change my name, like for the server. That's all I need. Well, the games are nothing weird. They're normal games. I mean, you guys are right at one point. I use the name to troll on video games. I don't use them to come on here and troll. Like I said in that big paragraph I wrote, this is an important conversation to me. I want to change my name so people will take me more seriously, but I can't. I'm not going to change it for the whole thing 'cause I still play those games.
So what's your position as it pertains to Flat Earth?
It's flat. I just want to listen. I want to see other people's points because this is an important conversation that people need to have.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I see it being not taken seriously and everything, and I want to be taken seriously. So I tried changing it before. This isn't my first day on the server. I've been here probably about a few weeks ago. I tried changing it then. I couldn't then either.
Have you thought of a new name?
That's true. No, that's a good idea, Majin. That's a good idea, Majin. Thank you.